The working day came to an end. People were going home. Inaka Yuji, who was only 27 years old, waddled tiredly along the crosswalk. He wondered if he should have gone back to the village because he didn't want to work anymore due to fatigue. Someone shouted that he should have been more careful. There was a truck headed for the hero. Someone yelled at him to get out of the way, but Inaka realized too late what had happened. The truck driver had dozed off at the wheel. Inaka noticed this. He figured that both the driver and he had overworked themselves at work. The hero remembered that when he was born, it was fun and peaceful to live in the village. He thought it would be worth going back there. Alfred recognized the girl as his sister Eleonora. He sat down on the grass and began to scratch his eye. The boy replied that he was just taking a nap. Eleonora asked if his eye hurt. Alfred Slolit was 3 years old, and Eleonora Slolit was already 9 years old. Alfred answered her that it was from sleeping. Eleonora became angry. The girl asked if his mother took him for a walk now and then. Eleonora wanted to add something, but looked at the boy. Her arms were crossed on her chest. The girl looked toward the house. She asked her brother something was wrong. Alfred looked at the house as well. Alfred's name in his past life was Inaka Yuji. He was a clerk in Japan, but he was hit by a truck. Eleonora grabbed his hand. She said they needed to go home because mom was worried. Alfred quietly apologized. Eleonora told her brother that he looked tired. She asked if he was doing well. The girl also asked that he was only 3 years old and he was already so tired. Alfred mentally replied that he was wildly tired, having been a clerk in a past life. The boy remembered about the presence of the training magic he had used. It appeared that after using the magic, Alfred was getting weaker. He figured he would feel better after sleeping. The boy looked at his free hand. Eleonora had told him that it was worth it to exercise his body once in a while. Alfred replied to his sister that he had talked about it at times. He added that in those moments he remembered that his sister used to make him go swimming. The boy asked that wasn't that what his mother used to say to her. Eleonora looked at him in surprise. The girl began to smile. She replied that it came from her sister's good intentions. Alfred looked at her with a displeased look. The hero remembered that his sister had woken him up yesterday, and even his magic training had been disrupted. He figured it was all because of his older sister. Alfred replied to his sister that he thought she was a demon. The girl didn't pay any attention to that. She pointed her finger in the direction of the house. Eleonora said they should hurry. There was magic in this world. The god, whose age was not known, said that this world was not Earth. He continued by telling Inaka Yuji that he died on Earth. The god added that according to Earth's rules, there were many procedures that took place after death. God spoke to Inaka Yuji. He said that for some reason his soul had traveled to the wrong world. God continued by saying that, in other words, it was a different world. He continued by saying that he had never encountered anything like this before. The god added that once in this place, it would no longer be possible to go back. All the while, the hero bowed to God. He questioned God again. God added that he would instead be reborn here in this world. This news stunned the hero. Inaka asked himself that he valued this life, but wasn't this world crowded with monsters and dangerous? God touched the hero's forehead. The god replied that it wasn't a problem, so he didn't need to worry. Inaka was surprised. He cried out, asking God that he could read minds. God replied that he was the god of this world after all. God began to explain that there were people in this world just like those on Earth. He continued that there are creatures here that attack people called demons. The god added that science was not developed here, and everything was mostly tied to magic. The hero exclaimed the word magic. Inaka thought that if indeed he could be reborn, he would like to live a peaceful life. He asked himself if he could exist peacefully in a fantasy, magical world. The hero remembered his past life. The god reassured him. He told Inaka that he would give him a valuable specimen, a really good one. The god continued that since he was the first foreigner, he would give something incredible at the hero's birth. Inaka asked the god what he meant. Inaka replied that he understood. He added that it seemed that even after death, he had no choice. God sadly replied that he was right. He also said that his rebirth was inevitable. Inaka replied that he would like to live a happy life in the new world. He was happy about this turn of events. The god raved that this foreigner had transformed quickly. He said that the hero was carefree. Inaka asked who he would be reborn into. The god replied that if he wished, he could be reborn as a crown prince or the eldest son of a nobleman. Inaka pondered for a moment. After pondering, he replied that he would like to be reborn in the body of a child. God said it was his will. Inaka thought that he didn't want to worry about food and shelter yet. It meant that the family had to be well off. The hero said he should have thanked God before saying goodbye. God replied that he didn't seem to have any dreams or ambitions. God went on to say that he had decided to give him an extra favor. He specified that it would be the ability to magic and ancient spells. Inaka was surprised. He questioned the god again. The hero exclaimed that he would be able to use magic. The god replied that he was the god of this world. He added that Inaka could rejoice if he wanted to. The hero rejoiced. He thought it would be cool to soar through the sky like a bird. Inaka thought it might as well have been summoning magic. He figured he could use the monsters for his own purposes and they would work for him. Inaka stopped. He realized that they couldn't help him with everything. The hero realized that this didn't seem to be any different from his old life. He figured that, either way, he had one goal in mind. Inaka wanted to live a fun and peaceful life in the village. The hero asked the god what he hoped there would be a place like a village. God touched the hero's arm with one hand and brought his other hand to his forehead. He said he needed a moment. The god's eyes sparkled. God asked Inaka that a village with gorgeous nature was suitable for him as the second son of a lord. Inaka answered, asking that God would rebirth him there. The god said he could give another kind of magic. He asked Inaka if he had any wishes. The hero replied that if it was okay with God, he needed to think about it for a while. The god replied that he was willing to wait for him. Inaka was lying on the clouds. He was playing with his leg. The hero was asking himself what ability he would like. He realized that it was very hard to choose one thing. Inaka thought that he should have chosen powerful magic like in the games. He also thought about healing or defense. Inaka pondered. He thought that none of this was right for him because he wanted to rest. He realized that there was a better opportunity to use magic. Inaka said he was going to live in the village as the son of a lord. The hero pondered what kind of disadvantage would be there and what he wanted to fix it with. The god said that the cultural level in the Koliat was in line with the Middle Ages. Inaka realized that there would be wild bears and wild boars there, and animal damage would be good. The god replied that it was similar to Earth. The hero doubted that there could be demons near the village. The god replied that there were only a couple demons around the village. Inaka thought that it was all wrong because he wanted to live a normal life. He realized that if there was a government there, it could handle itself. God told him that he was right. The hero thought that this ability of God to read minds was quite handy. God replied that he could give it to Inaka. The hero thought that if the culture was so low, there was almost no transportation. He concluded that there were no bicycles or cars. Inaka thought about traveling by magic. He stood up and called out to God. God asked where he was staying. Inaka asked God if there was magic for long-distance travel in this world. God sat at a table that wasn't here before. The hero mentally asked himself when this table had time to appear. The god asked him what he meant by spatial magic. The god began to explain that the wielder could move almost anywhere instantly. He added that it was ancient magic. Inaka asked the god to give him this ability. The god swung his staff. He responded positively. The god said that this magic would be perfect for the countryside. He asked Inaka if he was ready for the new world. The hero answered in the affirmative. Inaka thanked God for everything. God replied that he shouldn't have said that. He added that it was time to say goodbye. A whirlwind enveloped the hero. Inaka didn't quite understand what had happened. God told him that with a little effort, he would be able to use spatial magic. The god wished him luck. Inaka reflected that he didn't know how to use this magic. He remembered God's words that a little effort was required. Inaka thought that was wonderful. He realized that a quiet life in the village awaited him. Thus, Inaka Yuji was reborn in another world. The hero woke up in the body of an infant. It was very bright in here, he thought. Inaka thought that it was morning, so he needed to get up. If he didn't, he would be late for work. At that very moment, he remembered that he was still in the body of a newborn baby. Koliat village was located in the Midfield Kingdom. The feudal lord's second son was named Alfred Lawlight, who was 3 years old. Alfred thought it was still better to be able to walk on his own. He thought that he still fell sometimes. Alfred remembered being 27-year-old Inaka Yuji in his past life. He had been a simple clerk then, but due to an unforeseen accident, he had died. The hero remembered the truck that was coming at him. Thanks to God, he was reborn in this world where magic existed. The Lowlight family consisted of Alfred's father, mother, older sister, and brother. Alfred managed to learn the language of this world, picking it up bit by bit as they walked around him and talked every day. Despite being physically an infant, he possessed the consciousness of Inaki Yuji. The hero realized that by remembering his past life, he was able to quickly learn how to crawl and turn on the bed. His mother thought it was amazing that a baby at such a young age was crawling. Alfred realized that, all things considered, it was hard to do anything when he couldn't walk. He remembered that he used to want to read a book, but because he couldn't walk, the elders had authority over him and they wouldn't let him accomplish what he had planned. The hero thought that they must have thought he was strange since he liked books about magic. He realized that he couldn't practice magic when he was in bed. Alfred remembered his mom opening the window to his room. She asked him that the wind was really nice. The baby made noises. The hero thought that the air here was so clean that could not be said of Japan. Alfred walked into the library. He thought it was a great time to read the sequel to that book. Someone said hello to him. It was Silvio Slulit, who was 6 years old. Alfred said hello too. Silvio asked that he had come to read something too. Alfred answered in the affirmative. He added that although there were some words he didn't understand, it didn't change his interest. Silvio asked if that was true. Silvio said that in his opinion, Al would be fine because he was quick to grasp. The boy added that if there were words he didn't understand, he could always ask for help. Al thanked him. The hero thought that this boy was amazing because his composure was top-notch. Alfred couldn't believe he was 6 years old. Alfred realized that Silvio looked more mature than his older sister Elinor. He remembered that his sister constantly wanted to work out, and she used to drag him along to practice. Alfred pulled out the book he was going to read. He thought that Silvio Nysan was kind and calm, and he actually enjoyed it. The hero glanced out the window. He thought that the weather was really nice today. Alfred asked himself that maybe he should have gone to the secret base in the afternoon. After a while, he headed to the secret base where he practiced magic. The hero focused on the training. He repeated to himself that it was spatial magic, movement, concentration. Al told himself to visualize the place where he wanted to teleport the pebble that was in his palm. He shouted a spell called teleport. The pebble flew up. The pebble flew up and disappeared from his hand. It reappeared and fell on a table in the courtyard. The hero rejoiced. Alfred tried again and again. He used pebbles, twigs, stems, and each time he succeeded. He thought it was incredible. The hero exclaimed that it was expected of God. The last time he used his shoe, it was evident that he was exhausted. Alfred said that it was amazing. He realized that he was now free to control it. On the table were all the items he had teleported. The hero was glad because he decided to practice to increase his magical abilities. He found himself in the sky again. The hero interjected that it was about explaining magical power. The hero shouted, asking why God was here. The god coughed. He replied that they were currently in his dream. God apologized for the intrusion. He added that luckily the hero had been reborn without any problems. God said that the hero must have been happy. He added that he wished the hero would study spatial magic. A memory of Alfred with his mother came to mind. The god continued that such ancient magic required a huge amount of magical power. He added that the hero now lacked the magical power to even use the simplest spatial magic. The hero objected. The god hurriedly calmed him down. He said that there was no need to panic. The god continued that he was going to teach the hero one method of increasing magical power. The hero exhaled. He replied that it was a relief. He asked God that didn't he have to explain it to him before he was reborn. God replied that to increase his magic power limit, he first had to use up all of his magic power, restore it back, purify it, and do it all over again. He added that in order to restore magic power, it was enough to just sleep. The hero remembered that he had given all of himself every day since he was a child. He said that he was obsessed with it. Hero realized that with this power, he wouldn't have to worry about cleaning, carrying things, and most importantly, there would be more chances to escape from his older sister. Alfred thought it was sad that she was one of the reasons. He walked out of the house. One shoe flew above him. He thought that now he had to learn the rules of spatial magic. Alfred walked over to a large rock. He wondered about it. The boy thought that this one would suit him. He grabbed the rock with his hands, but no matter how hard he tried, the rock was impossible to lift. Al thought that the stone was too heavy. The hero tried once more to lift the stone. This time he succeeded. He realized that he had to hurry, so he quickly threw it and shouted a teleport spell. In the blink of an eye, the stone was on the table. Alfred thought that was a success. The hero picked up the sheet. He thought that the next thing to try was this. Al teleported the leaf, which ended up on a large rock. The boy ran out of breath. Alfred thought he was right. The hero realized that the larger or heavier the object being moved with spatial magic, the more magical power was being used. He thought that was obvious. The hero thought that now he needed something alive for the experiment. He looked around. The boy noticed a beetle on the bark of a tree nearby. Alfred picked up this beetle in his hands. He thought it was a rhinoceros beetle, but immediately thought he was wrong. The boy saw the difference between this beetle and the beetles that lived on Earth. The hero shouted out that this beetle's name was Beetle Willow. He told the beetle to rejoice because it was the first living creature to participate in the experiment with his long-lost magic. The hero tossed the beetle and shouted a teleport spell. The beetle disappeared and appeared above the table. Alfred was overjoyed. He grabbed the beetle and said it was a good job. Something tapped on his head. Alfred turned around. It was another beetle that looked like a spoon. The hero turned to this spoon beetle, asking for forgiveness. He said that this beetle was probably his lover. He asked it not to hurt him. It turned out that the spoon beetle chased him for another 30 minutes. After that, the hero managed to use teleportation magic on himself. All this time, he asked the beetle for forgiveness. Al thought the spatial magic was amazing. Al tried to teleport the plate, but he didn't succeed well. He had a hard time controlling it. The hero asked himself that the object appeared in the air and just fell to the ground. The sounds of the falling object were heard in the next room. The hero was able to successfully teleport the object for the first time only 2 months ago. At that time, he felt that he began to understand how to use it. Al sat on the windowsill and held the plate in his hands. The plate disappeared from his hands and appeared on the table. He was now trying to teleport the plate back to him, but it was to no avail. The hero realized that he could only move things he was in direct contact with. It was also impossible to move a part of an object or a person. He realized that this meant he couldn't destroy things by teleporting parts of them. Alfred wished he could test teleportation on people, but he needed their approval first. He teleported the plate again. The doors opened and Alina came running into the room. She called out loudly to her brother. Alfred struggled to hold the saucer in his hands. He turned around. Alina asked that, as it was hot outside, if he could make it. The girl added that she meant ice. Alfred shouted that his sister could have at least knocked because she had scared half to death. Alina replied that nothing scary had happened. The hero said that next time she should remember to knock first. The girl promised. Al thought that she certainly wouldn't do that. Alfred thought that if she came in without knocking next time, he would drop something on her head with teleportation magic right outside the door. He figured he might as well pour some ice on her clothes, or move a shelf right under the door so she wouldn't be able to come in. His sister smacked him upside the head. The plate slipped out of his hands. Alfred screamed, asking why she had hit him. Alina replied that it was because he seemed to be making up something mean. Hero told her that it was irrational because he was supposed to be her adorable 3-year-old little brother. Alina asked him where he had learned such a difficult word as irrational. Al realized he'd been caught. He tried to justify that he had learned such a word from a book. His sister paid no attention to his excuses. She said that whatever it was, he just needed to make ice. The girl held the plate up to him and repeated the word ice. Alfred replied that it was hard being her little brother. He created an ice cube that landed on the saucer. In this world, ice magic was considered the highest level of water magic. The hero realized that in a world with very few ways to cool down, anything that could help would be indispensable. Al practiced non-stop. It was quite difficult for him, but he managed. Alina looked at the ice. She said disappointedly that she wasn't talking about them. Alfred was surprised. He asked what she wanted different. The hero asked another question. He asked that didn't she say she wanted ice? The girl replied that she didn't want that kind of ice, but the ice they had last time. She asked that if he remembered that the ice was fluffy and crunchy last time. Al asked her back. He asked what she had said about the broken ice flows. Alina smiled and nodded her head. She answered in the affirmative. They walked over to a table that had saucers on it. Alfred began to conjure. He figured he had no choice but to make it. Pieces of ice began to appear in the air. Alina was delighted. Broken ice appeared in the saucers. Alfred said that the broken ice was ready. He added that he also had a couple spoons so they could use them. Alina replied that her brother was ready for anything. The girl was overjoyed. Al thought he was taking those spoons to practice teleporting. Alfred took one portion of broken ice and was about to leave. He said he was going to go and give the portion to brother Silvio. Alina sat on the couch and enjoyed it. She said it was crunchy and so cold. Alfred turned to his sister. He asked if she knew it was possible to eat broken ice in a way that made it taste so much better, and if she wanted to know. Alina turned and asked her brother to tell her the method. Alfred smirked. He replied that instead of eating it in small spoonfuls, she had to eat a lot of it at a time. Then the ice would taste much better. Alina stood up and walked over to her brother. She wanted to say that it was a very big waste, but she was interrupted by Alfred. Al replied that it was just a way to make it taste better, and if she thought he was tricking her, she could just try it. Alina agreed with him. She added that if it didn't work, he owed her a lot more broken ice as compensation. Alfred replied that he would create as much broken ice as she wanted. He walked away. Alina tried this method. She began to eat quickly. Her expression changed from the cold in her mouth. Alina screamed. She screamed her head hurt. Alfred came running. He laughed. The hero said it was payback for her hitting him. Alfred reached the library and gave Silvio his portion of broken ice. He watched as Silvio's brother enjoyed the dessert. The man told Al that he had come today as well. The man was a chef and a servant. His name was Bartolo. Alfred asked him if he could borrow the kitchen for a while. The man hesitated for a moment. He asked that Alfred had come for more than just a snack. Al replied that he wanted to try to make something. Bartolo asked Al if he knew how to cook. Alfred replied that he did. He remembered that, after all, he had lived alone in Japan for a while. The man hesitated. He asked if that was true. Alfred clenched his fists and answered positively. Bartolo remained silent. After a pause, Bartolo agreed. He said it seemed like Al was serious. The cook asked Al to stay close to him because he couldn't let the baby get hurt. Hiro nodded his head. Bartolo asked what he wanted to do. Alfred replied that he wanted to make spaghetti. He asked the cook if he could cook them. Bartolo interrogated him. The hero thought of Japanese rice as he looked at the small pieces of ice rising on the dish. Alfred realized that it wasn't like there was rice in Korea yet, but he wasn't sure if everyone could like Japanese food if they tried it. The man asked him what the dish was. Al explained that they needed eggs, wheat and flour first, and would also need salt and oil. The cook thought for a moment, but finally agreed. The hero explained that since they had to use wheat, it could be a staple food. He added that if they could make spaghetti, they could certainly expand their culinary list. The cook rejoiced. He replied that it sounded quite interesting. The man added that they should hurry up and get the ingredients to make this dish quickly. Everything was spread out on the table. Alfred was stirring the ingredients and the cook was staying close to him. The boy was preparing leaves that acted as parchment paper. Afterward, they headed to the garden to pick tomatoes. Bartolo was nearby. Alfred was cutting the prepared dough into strips. The man was watching him closely. The dish was ready. Bartolo asked what they had managed. He added that he was amazed. The cook continued that just for a first impression, he wished he could make it a little more presentable. But the current problem was the flavor of the dish. Alfred tied on his bib. He replied that they should have tasted it. The hero added that it was time to eat. Al gave it a taste. He thought it was very tasty, especially the tomato sauce that Bartolo had made was delicious. Al thought that the sauce went perfectly with the pasta. The hero turned to the cook. He thought it was time to wait for Bartolo's evaluation. The cook tasted the spaghetti. He shouted that it was fantastically delicious. Bartolo turned to Al and addressed him as Mr. Alfred. The man asked that Al give him 3 or 4 days to make a spaghetti dish that would far surpass what they were eating now. Al was frightened. Alfred asked to be called what he used to be called. He added that he would stop by the kitchen more often. The cook replied that he could come as often as he wanted. 3 days later, there was a spaghetti boom in the Lowlight house. Family members were enamored with the dish. Al thought that from now on he should make it his mission to expand his family's menu. Alina trained with Silvio. The boy was inferior in strength. Alfred was watching. He understood that Alina was doing her best. But on the other side was Silvio's brother. The father of the family approached them. Al thought that Silvio didn't like fencing at all. He remembered Silvio saying that he could defend himself because it was very important. Alfred thought that, really, Silvio just liked to read books and study. He thought that was commendable of him. The hero's face changed. He remembered that once he turned 6, he would also be forced to practice fencing. His musings were interrupted by his mom. She asked what he was thinking about. Al got excited. Mom sat down next to him. She asked that he would also like to practice with the sword. Al replied that he had only come to watch. He added that, after all, peaceful times were the best. The woman laughed. She asked that the hero liked to have a carefree time. Alfred became embarrassed. He asked himself that he was so much like the old man. His mother said that when you think of it that way, he was more interested in magic than fencing from a young age. Alfred replied that he loved magic, and sometimes, after reading a book, he would go to practice it. Mother smiled. Alina called out to her brother. She said she had finished practicing, and now she could play already. Al's face changed. Mom asked him that his little sister was quite active. Dad said that before they go to play, they should be sure to wipe their sweat and drink water. Alina replied that they would be playing by the river, so it was okay. She added that there was water there. Mom intervened. She said that it was not okay and they needed to wash at home. Mom added that Alina was a girl after all. Alina was frightened, but obeyed her mother. Later, they were at the river. Alina asked Al what they would do today. Alfred was throwing rocks into the river. He thought the stones didn't fly far, and yet he had the strength of a 3-year-old. At this time, his sister was thinking about what could be done. Al thought he could use magic to strengthen his arm. He did so. The stone traveled a great distance. Alina was surprised. Alfred shouted that it flew quite a distance. The boy counted that the stone bounced 8 times. Alina's face changed. She asked how that was possible. The girl grabbed her brother's shoulders. She was overjoyed. Alina said it was cool and looked like fun. She asked how he did it. His sister asked him to tell her how he did it. She also asked him to teach it. Alfred asked her what she said about throwing a rock. Al tried to get out of his sister's grasp. He succeeded. He told her that first she needed to find herself a small rock like this one, then pick it up. He showed her how to do it. The girl nodded her head. Alina tried again and again, but she was no good at it. The stones did not bounce on the surface of the water, but instead sank to the bottom. Alina asked why it didn't jump. She had been laughing the whole time. Alfred thought it looked like she was having fun. Alfred held out the stone to her. He said it was best to use flatter, thinner stones like the one he held out. Alina replied that it made sense to her. She was going to try again. She gathered all the strength in her hand and was about to throw a stone. The thrown stone bounced on the surface of the water. Alina rejoiced. She shouted that she had succeeded. Al was surprised. He thought it was impressive and she did better than himself. Alfred thought that was expected of his older sister. He said to himself that it must have been nice to have such reflexes. Al asked himself that there could have been fish in this river. Al walked along the bank of the river. He thought that the river near the village of Koliat was truly beautiful. The water was so clear. Alina called out to him. She asked what he was doing here. Alfred tried to excuse himself. He said that his sister was already done with the arrow throwing. The hero asked his sister that maybe she would like to try fishing. Alina questioned him back. Alfred realized that before she suggested going swimming, he needed to get ahead of her. Al realized that when it came to Alina's little sister, who was possessed of power, she was always ahead of him. He figured that thanks to spatial magic, he could teleport a great distance to escape from her, but even then she would find him almost immediately. One day, Al had escaped into a cave. Alina had been looking for him. She said her intuition told her that her brother was hiding in the cave. Alfred asked himself that she was really human. Alina thought about fishing. She said that fishing was boring. She was interrupted by Alfred. He said it was understandable, so she didn't understand the joy and dignity of fishing. He called his sister a child. At that moment, the hero remembered that he was a child now too. Al asked what about at the end they would eat all the fish they would catch. Alina's eyes lit up. She asked her brother again. Alina ran. She shouted that she would go and get the fishing rods. Al thought she agreed very quickly. He asked himself that she was only thinking of herself. Alfred wanted to go to the pantry in time to get salt from there. He opened the door and noticed the figure of a man. The man said that he had finally gotten some. That man turned out to be Bartolo. He was holding a jar in his hands. Alfred came up behind him. He asked Bartolo what the man was up to. The man was frightened. The jar slipped out of his hands. Bartolo managed to grab the jar. He recognized Alfred and asked him not to scare him like that again. Al replied that it wasn't his fault. He asked what was in that jar. Bartolo replied that he was finally able to get some sugar. He added that an old friend had sent it to him. Bartolo held the jar of sugar to his face. He said that the sugar was very sweet, and it was not just a valuable commodity. The cook apologized to Mr. Nord, Al's father. He said he should use this sugar for his culinary research. The man added that he would not let the gentleman know about it. Alfred started to call out for his parents. Bartolo grabbed him and covered his mouth with his hand. He said he shouldn't do that. The cook added that he couldn't let Alfred tell anyone about it. At that moment the maid Sarah came in. She asked them what they were doing here. Bartolo thought that of all the people who could have discovered them, it had to be Sarah. He tried to excuse himself that nothing had happened. Al tried to say something, but the cook's hand prevented him. Bartolo knew that of all the maids, Sarah was the least cooperative when it came to this sort of thing. The girl said she had come to check the ingredients. Bartolo asked her why do that when he could do it himself. Sarah replied that, unless she was mistaken, the cook had accumulated a huge amount of wheat and other ingredients. She added that she didn't think he could properly keep track of such a huge amount of goods. Al laughed. Alfred thought he should have intervened. He called Sarah over. Al said he had come to get the fishing rods, so he was looking for them here. The maid replied that the fishing rods he was looking for, Mrs. Alina had taken earlier. The girl added that right now Mina was helping her carry them to the fishing spot. Alfred thought that was masterful. He realized that he could have easily fooled Mina, but not her. Sarah looked up at him. Something had caught the boy's attention. Al grabbed a plate that was on the table behind him. He mentally cast a teleportation spell. Sarah was surprised. She turned around. The girl asked herself what had happened here. Alfred turned to Bartolo. He said there was a chance, so he needed to hide the jar faster. Bartolo replied that he was right. Alfred told Bartolo that he was now indebted to him, so he should share the sugar later. Bartolo agreed with a weight on his heart. After taking some salt, Al walked back to the river. The winner of the fishing contest was a leaner. Al thought it wasn't fair. Alfred thought they should have left the Bartolo sugar tragedy for another day. Alfred lay under a tree. He thought the breeze was wonderful. The weather was nice again today. Alfred thought it was so fresh now, even though it was summer. He remembered that still the heat in Japan was not normal. Alfred thought that country life was the best. Bartolo approached him. The man asked why he was smiling so strangely. Al was startled. Alfred sat down. He said it was just Bartolo. Al added that the cook was still alive. The man quietly agreed. Earlier, Al had witnessed the crime scene when Bartolo wanted to hide the extremely valuable sugar. After escaping from the clutches of the experienced and shrewd demonic maiden, they decided to treat themselves lavishly and secretly threw a pancake party. Al loved sweets, but someone interrupted them. They were immediately discovered by the maids. One of them said she thought she smelled something sweet coming from the mansion. The girl added that it was mean not to invite them. Another asked if they wanted to explain themselves. She said that at the last check there was no sugar in the pantry. Bartolo was subjected to excruciating torture by the ladies. Alfred did not go unpunished either. He was scolded by his mother and older sister. Alfred asked Bartolo if he had any more sugar left. The man got angry. He grabbed the boy under his arm and walked away. Mama yelled that she heard about the sugar. The mom said she heard someone say sugar. Mina, the family's maid, replied that the lady was right. The girl added that she clearly heard the word sugar. The mistress and the maid went out into the garden. The mother said that it was strange. She added that there was no one in the garden. The maid agreed with mistress. They went into the house. Alfred and Bartolo were hiding behind some bushes. Al said he was scared. The cook said it was the first time he had seen Mina so observant. He added that Al shouldn't have said the word so carelessly. Alfred asked him if the sugar was safe. Bartolo grinned. He answered in the affirmative. The man added that there wasn't much left. Al rejoiced. He said that there were many things he would like to try to cook. Bartolo said that what Alfred had asked for was almost ready. The man asked what it was called melted cheese. Alfred replied that he had been looking forward to it. He added that they had eaten nothing but spaghetti for so long that he was getting bored. Bartolo replied that he understood what he was getting at. Bartolo added that he had to look forward to what was next. Alfred thought that at least Bartolo was enthusiastic. This was the first time Al had seen him so excited. Alfred didn't know what he should do now. He thought he might read a book. His mother called out to him. Alfred said he didn't know about him or his location. Mom was surprised. She asked what he was talking about. Mom said that she wanted to show him something magical. Mom had said before that she could teach him anything that had to do with magic. Al thought that he hadn't practiced yet today, so he could watch for a while. It was nice weather outside. Mom asked what kind of magic he wanted to use. She also asked that according to Alina, he possessed the elements of water and earth. Alfred answered in the affirmative. He figured that, counting spatial magic, he practiced 8 different attributes. His mother asked him if he could demonstrate what he was capable of. She added that Al could use any spell. Alfred answered in the affirmative. He began to use magic. A chair appeared out of the ground. Al said that it was ready. Mom was dumbfounded. Mom asked where was his spell. Alfred replied that he cast the spell mentally. He had been able to conjure without spells since he was a young boy. Mom replied that she understood. Mom asked to show him something else. He agreed. Alfred began to conjure. The ground cracked and glasses emerged from it. Ice that appeared in the air filled the glasses. Alfred held the 2 glasses in his hands. The vortex that had appeared as a result of the spell disappeared. Mom was shocked. Alfred approached Mom. He said that lately he had been using magic to create such things. The boy held out 1 glass to his mom. Mom thanked him. She said that she understood that Al could use the 4 attributes and even ice magic. Mom continued that Al was a magical genius. She said that she probably couldn't have taught him anything else. Mom added that since she had to review their magical training program, so it was necessary to stop there. She told Al that he was amazing. Mom didn't believe it was possible to use magic like that. Mom asked Al if he knew any defense or combat magic. Alfred replied that it was enough for him to learn magic that was useful in everyday life. Mom said that was very much like him. A little later, Al and Mom went to see Dad. Dad asked Al that he would like to go to magic school. Alfred politely declined his offer because he had yet to fully enjoy his childhood. At the Lord's house, someone asked if everything had been taken. He was answered that there was no need to worry about that. Papa said that they were gone. Mom wished a happy journey to her husband and son. Papa asked Al if he remembered the purpose of their walk. Alfred replied that the purpose of the walk was to go around the whole village. Papa said that Al was right. He went on to say that Al, as the feudal lord's son, was 4 years old and it was the custom for the villagers to give a tour of the village. Papa asked what he knew about it. Alfred replied that Mommy had already told him about it. Dad asked that if he had gone to the village before. Al replied that it was the first time he had been there. He thought that he had played in the meadows before. The village was not too far from the mansion, only a 10-minute walk. The forest where he and his sister had thrown stones was to the right of the mansion, and the clearing where Al played was on the left of the house. Alfred realized that in order to teleport to a certain place, he had to picture it clearly in his head. He thought that once he had been to the village, he would be able to teleport there whenever he wanted to. There were mountains visible on the horizon. They were everywhere. Alfred repeated the word mountains to himself. Al thought there was such lush greenery, just like a carpet and a great road. He was glad it was. Alfred thought the scent of the plants was spicy. He liked the smell of the soil. He thought that was why he loved the countryside. Papa looked at his son in surprise. Alfred thought of rice. He had recently read that something similar to it seemed to exist on the eastern continent. This book had talked about this legendary grain. The hero of the book refused to elaborate on the description of rice as a species. Al was very angry at that time. He threw the book on the floor. The book was called Dumfries's Adventure. Alfred asked why the hero refused to elaborate on his rice adventures. Papa called out to him. He said you could see the village from here. The houses of the inhabitants were visible up ahead. Alfred was mesmerized by the beauty. He was interested in this hike. Al asked his dad what crops were grown here. Dad replied that they grew wheat, barley and rye, beans, and various vegetables. He added that, besides these things, the people raised chickens, sheep, sometimes even cows. Alfred admired the landscape. The residents who were working in the fields noticed the Lord. They called out to the Lord and said hello to him. The villagers were happy to see the feudal lord. One of the villagers started talking about the spaghetti recipe. He said it was really good. The man said that no one could stop because spaghetti was a very tasty dish. Al thought that's what the villagers were like. The Lord replied that he was pleased to hear that. Alfred thought that they seemed like such cheerful people. The Lord said that actually, the one who invented spaghetti was his son. The residents bustled about. One of them asked, addressing Alfred, how old he was. Al replied that he was 4 years old. Another man remarked that the boy was quite calm. The first said that, compared to their tomboy, the boy was very quiet indeed. The Lord said he thought so too. He asked that his son was a very strange child. Alfred rolled his eyes. The Lord said that they needed to continue their rounds of the village. The men replied that they were welcome to the Lord anytime. One of the villagers patted Alfred on the head. He said that Alfred needed to be sure to grow big and strong like his father. Al replied that the man should have tried not to be distracted by his wife while he worked. The man blushed with embarrassment. The man asked how the boy could have known about it. Al thought he had hit the bullseye. The other man replied that it was pointless to mope about it now. The man said that Alfred had answered so calmly and reservedly. He asked that he was really 4 years old. Meanwhile, father and son had reached the village. They were in the marketplace. The villagers were selling their crops, their cooked goods. Alfred thought that the market here was based on barter. The hero's attention was drawn to the mushrooms. He thought that the mushrooms were very dangerous multicolored mushrooms. In the square, there were vendors sitting around the fountain as well. Alfred said that judging from the fact that people were bartering items in the town square, they had some economic freedom. Hopper replied that he was right. He said that if people were not given freedom, the way of life for some villagers that had no means of livelihood other than trade would become impossible. Papa went on to say that, however, bartering only worked because the villagers had enough money for both subsistence and exchange. Al replied that it made sense to him. Alfred asked Papa that hadn't there been a problem. Papa explained that Goliath was a thriving settlement. He added that they were only a small village away from the capital, and therefore paid low taxes. The headman approached them. He said hello to the Lord. The Lord greeted the headman as well. The headman asked that young Lord Alfred must have been next to him. The Lord replied that he was right. The headman took off his hat. He said he was glad to see the young lord had grown so healthy. The headman asked Alfred if he liked the village. Al replied that he liked everything and everyone here was so cheerful. The headman replied that he was pleased to hear that. The headman asked the Lord what he thought. The Lord replied that it seemed that the last harvest was richer than the last. He said that this could be seen by looking at the faces of the people. The headman said that the Lord was right. He added that because of the stable weather and bountiful harvest, they were able to get through the winter without starvation deaths. Al remembered that winters in this world were quite troublesome. The headman told the Lord that he would like to discuss a few topics with him. He asked that if the Lord didn't mind, they could socialize at his house. The Lord agreed. The Lord turned to Al. He asked him what he was going to do. Al replied that he wanted to explore the village better if he could. Papa agreed, but warned him that he shouldn't go too far. Alfred nodded his head. The Lord and the headman left to discuss business. In the meantime, Alfred went to spend money. He bought cooking ingredients, seasonings, lumber, and some other goods. The hero was very happy. Al thought that all of this should have been enough. He was going to teleport the purchases to the vault. Alfred, using spatial magic, could freely store and take items from his personal subspace. Time didn't move in this subspace, so the food wouldn't start to rot. Al thought that he should have written down everything he stored here. Alfred thought that this magic was very convenient. He thought every merchant would want to own one. His father called out to him. Al ran to his dad. He asked Dad if he had talked to the headman. Papa answered in the affirmative. Papa asked if anything had caught Al's attention. Alfred replied that what had caught his attention was a vendor who was selling rainbow mushrooms. He added that those mushrooms seemed poisonous to him. Papa laughed. Papa asked that since they still had time, if Al would like to try some country food. They headed to the diner. The head of the diner's name was Syria. She invited the guests inside. The Lord said hello to the hostess. He asked Syria how she was doing. The woman replied that thanks to the spaghetti recipe the Lord had given to the residents, there was no shortage of customers. A little later, the Lord introduced Alfred, who had created the recipe. Syria asked that he was the Mr. Alfred. She asked if he had any other ideas he wanted to try out. Al hesitated for a moment. He replied that he had a couple, but lacked the tools or ingredients to test them out. The woman hesitated for a moment. She said that he could ask Logan the blacksmith to make the tools. The mistress added that the blacksmith was a stubborn man, but his hands were golden. Alfred's eyes sparkled. Thus ended Alfred's first visit to the village in an unexpected way. He was able to find a way to obtain cooking utensils. He interrogated the hostess of the diner. The woman asked him to leave everything on her. She promised that she would put in a good word with Logan for the Lord. Alfred considered. It was getting a lot more fun now that he could teleport into the village at any time. Alfred Slolit decided that it was time to do this, using the materials and tools he had obtained during his last visit to the village. The boy decided that he should begin by sawing the boards into squares, and then he should cut an 8x8 grid on them. Then Alfred Slolit carefully cut out the small round figures, and the very last thing to be done was to paint one of the sides black. And so, after a short interval of time, the boy succeeded in doing just what he wanted to do. He immediately remembered the proverb that said it takes a minute to learn and a lifetime to master. He looked at the field he had made with his own hands and thought that it was a rather deep and complex game, even though it looked so simple. The boy's older sister named Eleonora Slolit ran up to him and started asking him what he had done. The boy was not happy that the girl came into the room without knocking, because it frightened him a little, but she did not care about his grumbling. She continued to ask Alfred Slolit what he did. Then the boy replied that it was a game called Reversi. Eleonora immediately wanted to know how to play this game. Alfred Slolit began to show and explain that it is necessary to capture the pieces of the opposite player. For example, a white piece will be captured and become black if caught between two of my pieces, and in the end, the one who has more pieces wins. The girl understood the gist of the game and said it sounded quite simple. Then Alfred Slolit asked her if she wanted to try the game. Eleonora agreed. She took a piece in her hand and said she would be sure to paint the whole board her color. Alfred Slolit told her to be the first to make a move. Eleonora was worried, but at the same time she tried to scare the boy and said she would not hold back. Eleonora was confident. When the game came to an end, the girl said that since she had cornered that chip, it should turn white, except that her chips were blackened. The girl stood up abruptly from the table and pounded her hands together, screaming how could she lose. Alfred Slolit said that their score was 56 points against 8. Obviously he won. The girl suddenly lowered her head in silence. Alfred began to feel worried for her. But she suddenly raised her head and shouted that it was an insanely fun game and she wanted to play one more round. Alfred agreed. The boys played 3 more games, in which each time only Alfred Slolit won. He offered to give up to the girl, but she stood her ground. She wanted to win. So the whole day passed. Alfred was very tired and told his sister that it was necessary to stop because dinner was coming soon. But Eleonora kept asking him to play more. The boy told her that he had lost count of the number of times she had asked him to play again. Suddenly a girl with long blonde hair came into the room and told the boys that it was time to go to dinner, and then asked what they were doing. Eleonora told her that they were playing a game called Reversi. The girl asked Eleonora what kind of game it was. The girl replied that the point was to capture the opponent's pieces using their colored chips. And in the end, the one who owns the most chips wins. The girl replied that it sounds pretty simple and asked if the pieces could be placed anywhere on the board. Alfred thought about the fact that he suddenly felt familiar with it all. After explaining the rules, the girl asked if they could all play the game together once, and Eleonora said they could. Eleonora and a girl named Alina played the game. They talked for a long time about how they should make a move. Alina often asked Eleonora if she was playing by the rules. Meanwhile, Alfred Slaughlet had removed himself from the room. Alfred sat down at the table where his father and brother were already seated. Crossing his arms over his chest, his father asked where Eleonora and Helena had disappeared to. The boy replied that they were still in his room. Carefully pushing the chair back to sit down, the boy added that they probably wouldn't be coming anytime soon. His brother said that such a phrase was hardly appropriate in the current situation. The father then asked Alfred what had happened. Alfred didn't explain anything, and then the father decided to ask Silvio to go and find out what they were doing there. Alfred Slaughlet said that was a bad idea. However, there was nothing the boy could do to stop Silvio. Then Alfred bowed his head and said that it looked like they would have dinner a little later tonight. The head of the family didn't understand what the boy was saying. After a few dozen minutes, the head of the family got tired of waiting and came into the room where everyone had been lingering for so long. He put his hands at his sides and asked what they were doing here. The whole family bowed their heads to their father. He was surprised that even Eleonora fell for it. The girl replied that it was so much fun that she couldn't stop. Then her father decided to ban everyone from playing it for a while, and he would confiscate the chips and the board. Eleonora wanted to object to her father, but he was strict. Alfred Slaughlet realized that if the game brings too much fun, then addiction can occur. And that is really scary. He should have considered everything. When the boy was alone in his room, he decided that he should make another set of reversion for everyone. After all, they had gotten so carried away that even if Daddy allowed reversion, he would probably never see his board again from behind his little sister with the others. Alfred was walking down the street and was spotted by a man with a beard. The man asked him what he was doing in a place like this. The boy replied that he was just doing some crafting. Suddenly, the man grabbed the boy and pressed him against him and said that there were rumors that he had made an interesting little game. And poking his finger in the boy's cheek, the man said that he was obliged to make such a game for him. Alfred grinned and asked why he would make a game for him. The man replied to the boy that he knew a guy who was a fanatic about this sort of thing and was eerily proud of it, so he wanted to harass him. He squeezed Alfred's head harder and harder. Then the boy replied that so-and-so would make one set of games for him. When Alfred Slaughlet looked into the storage room, he saw that there was nothing left. It turned out that he had already used the last of the materials. The boy realized that he should go to the village to buy more materials. Then the boy told the woman that he needed to go to the blacksmith to make him some kitchen utensils. He was sure that with them, he would be able to further expand their menu. He would continue to fight for a comfortable, quiet life. Alfred Slaughlet barely escaped from Eleonora and headed in an unknown direction. The girl called out long and loudly to the boy. The same boy wanted to enjoy a quiet life. The girl ran up to Alfred and suggested that they go for a walk to the lake, because today the weather is nice. When Eleonora blinked, the boy was no longer in the room. At that time he ran further and further away from the house that the girl could not catch up with him. The other day Alfred Slaughlet had created a gaming addiction in this world, and today he had come to the village of Koliat again to meet with the local blacksmith Logan. Passing by the usual villagers, the boy overheard a conversation about how good spaghetti was. He didn't expect it to be so popular at all. Wondered what would happen if he gave them the recipe for pancakes. Likewise, Alfred realized that no matter what world one was in, housewives' gossip always centered around food or their husbands. The country girl continued to tell her friend her life stories. Alfred Slaughlet decided not to be distracted and ran to where he was going. However, all he knew was that he needed a forest outside of town. He walked through the woods, scratching his head, all the way following the directions Syria had given him, so the house he was looking for must have been nearby. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, the boy noticed a dilapidated wooden house. The boy looked inside and wondered if Logan was here. Suddenly, the sound of metal hitting metal was heard from the back of the house. The whole house was hung with the tools of a blacksmith. A man with light stubble was forging something. He said in a serious voice that children were not welcome here, so he should go home immediately. At that moment the boy thought that the blacksmith was definitely right, because the workshop is not a place where children should be. And most likely the man thinks that he came here to play. What Logan doesn't know, however, is that he is an unusual child. The boy clenched his fists and yelled that he wanted the man to do something for him. The man removed his mask from his face and grinned, asking the boy not to hang on his ears, because he has no time at all for child's play. Alfred knew the blacksmith would say that. However, Alfred decided he wasn't going to give up, so he started talking about how Mrs. Syria had promised help from the blacksmith. But now he would have to go back and tell her that Logan had refused to help him. Turns out Mrs. Syria told Alfred that all he had to do was say just her name and he would surrender. And it was true, for the blacksmith did take an interest in the boy. Alfred Slolit had learned in his mind that one should always have a trump card at the ready. The man approached the boy and asked him exactly what he wanted. Alfred asked Logan if he believed him, to which he replied that he was at least willing to listen to him. The boy started to say that he could very well use Syria's name to trick him into helping him. The man replied to him that if anyone in the village had the guts to do that, something terrible would happen to him. And after all, it is said that all her boys are strong and tough. Logan added that there was no chance of overpowering them. Alfred Slolit was shocked that the man had been so tough a second ago. But one word about Syria had changed him so much. After a while, Logan and the boy were having coffee together. Alfred asked the man what he even specialized in. The man replied that it was easier to look at his work than to tell him everything. They turned their gaze to the walls of the house, and the man said that he made pots, farm tools, cutlery, and even swords, but his strongest point was making cutlery. The boy pronounced that he had many skills. The man replied that at the very least he must know the principle of making them to be called a blacksmith. Alfred Slolit asked the man if he could make a knife and a frying pan for him. Logan replied that he understood what a knife could be for, but he did not understand what a frying pan was for, and why a regular round frying pan would not work. The boy started to explain that he needed a square frying pan, where the handle would be tilted slightly upwards. He wanted to add something else, but decided that it would be easier to show, so he started looking in his pockets for something to draw on. He realized his pockets were empty, so he discreetly used his notebook, teleporting directly into his hand. He put his notebook on the table and drew the frying pan he wanted. The man looked at the drawing, touched his chin, and said that for the first time in his life he would have to make a four-sided frying pan. A full week later, the boy returned to the blacksmith's house, at which time the frying pan was ready. Alfred Slolit was overjoyed and grateful to Logan for the work he had done. The man asked if he liked the frying pan, to which Alfred replied that it was just fine and would most likely be easy to use. Logan asked the boy how he would use the skillet in question. Alfred replied that he could show him right away if he lent him his kitchen and some ingredients. The boy then asked if he had eggs. The man replied that he did, plus he had a little sugar and salt if needed, of course. Logan began to heat up the stove and told the boy to wait a while, and he should sit quietly. Suddenly the boy noticed a heavy destruction in the blacksmith's house, and a good idea occurred to him. Alfred Slolit decided that he should help the blacksmith to repair the house, because everywhere he looked in his home, everything was badly damaged. The boy used magic to restore the wall to a tidy appearance. Logan said that the boy was full of surprises. He had never imagined that he could do magic at such a young age. Alfred replied that he could only do simple things at his current level, so he would repair the holes in the walls while he had time. The man answered him that he was very grateful for that. Logan then asked him if magic could be useful in other aspects of life. Alfred replied that it was incredibly handy, so he tries to practice every day. The man added that the boy was acting quite mature despite his age. The man replied that a lot of people say that. As they chatted, Alfred started cooking something in a pan. Logan approached the boy and said that he was quite skillful and asked him if he wanted to be a chef in the future. Alfred said that he didn't know exactly what he wanted to be, but he really liked cooking. And so after some machinations, the boy cooked an omelet. Now the man realized what the square pan was for. Logan tasted a piece of the dish the boy had prepared and said it was incredibly delicious. Alfred was glad that it had worked out for him. Logan said that he eats fried eggs and scrambled eggs quite often, but if you layered the eggs like he did here, it would make an insanely delicious dish, and then said that this way of cooking eggs should be popularized. He was sure that soon there would be many orders for square pans. The blacksmith had no doubts at all, so he decided that it was necessary to start preparing now. The boy was glad that in this way he was able to get some of the kitchen utensils without any problems, but he began to worry that he might have made another person an addict, for the blacksmith had already begun to ask him if he could eat this omelet at the series diner. Alfred Slolit used magic to build an entire house and decided that he had finally finished training to increase his magical abilities for the day. He knew for sure that his skill in earth magic was also steadily increasing, because he remembered the first time he used earth magic to build a house and it looked more like a prison cell than a dwelling. Since there was a lot of vacant land in the countryside, Alfred decided that next time he would find a good place to make himself some sort of vacation home. Suddenly the boy got a headache. He realized that he had probably used all his mana. Alfred felt very tired because he had a lot of work to do lately. Syria told the boy that with both Reversi and Tamagoyaki, he didn't understand what she was talking about, and then asked the woman, was there really a Reversi tournament? The woman said that they held the tournament right in the diner, and hearing about the event, a lot of people came. Alfred asked her if they had enough boards, to which Syria replied that Herman had done his best to supply them. A tired-looking fellow named Herman said hello to the boy. Alfred felt sorry for the lad, for he had not had a sweet time putting all his efforts into making the kits, still under the close surveillance of the inhabitants. Herman replied that he had made the kits barely in time for the tournament. Syria told him that they were organizing a special match between him and the inventor of reversion himself. Alfred became scared to imagine the winner of the tournament. Suddenly Alfred slowly remembered that he was called here because he was needed for something. Syria replied that he was right and began to tell him about the prize. Syria told him that the prize for the winner of the tournament would be her daughter Carla. Understanding absolutely nothing, the little girl said hello to Alfred Slolit. Carla and Alfred Slolit were seated at a common table and given a set of games. The boy began to get a little anxious. All the guests of the establishment were looking forward to their game. The girl shook the boy's hand and said that since she was 12 years old, she was much older than him. However, she was not going to give in. Alfred replied that he too had something to answer on behalf of the creator of this game and part-time son of the local feudal lord. He shouted that he was going to show all the villagers a match worthy of praise. All the guests of the place cheered. The boy took the chips in his hand and activated the serious mode. And after a short time the whole board was in black chips. It was heard how upset Carla was. She stood up, banged her hands on the table and asked how this could happen. All the guests congratulated Alfred on his victory. The boy himself was very proud of himself. Carla said that he was really strong. However, she was sure that he would definitely win next time. The boy replied that he was ready to have a match with her anytime. Alfred thought about the fact that as expected of Syria's daughter, she is just like her mother. Herman stroked the girl's head and suggested they go get something to eat. The diner was bustling with life, some asking for tamagoyaki, some just relaxing. Alfred noticed that apparently tamagoyaki was a hit as well. Syria told the boy that they had tons of customers every day thanks to the spaghetti and tamagoyaki recipes he gave them. Alfred replied that he was happy to hear that. The woman then told him that since there had been a lot more customers lately, they were short-handed and asked Alfred to come over and help out from time to time. The boy replied that in that case he would just teach Bartolo the recipe and send him over. The boy lay down on the ground and started talking again about how he was insanely tired, even though he still had a lot to do, but all for the sake of living a comfortable, peaceful life, and then decided that he would go home and just relax for the rest of the day. Alfred Slolit slept very well and woke up full of energy. He decided that he should go to the kitchen. After all, he had something to discuss with Bartolo. His musings were interrupted by a noise outside the closed door. He approached the maid's room and realized that the sound was coming from there. There were several female voices, one of them belonging to Sarah. It could be heard that they were discussing Alfred. One of the girls said that Alfred lacked ambition. The boy realized that this was said by the head maid Mel, and with her another girl named Mina. The boy was surprised that they were gossiping about him. The girls admired the boy, that he could already use magic, besides spaghetti and now tamagoyaki, not to mention reversi, all of it invented by Alfred. It was even hard to believe he was only 4 years old. They agreed that they would like to see what else he would create in the future. Then one of the girls started talking about how if you added some sugar to tamagoyaki it would change its flavor. The girls laughed that she was, as always, such a sweet tooth. Then they asked her how she knew this information. Covering her smile with her hand, the girl told them that she heard Bartolo and Alfred talking in the kitchen. The boy was very angry that she was able to overhear their conversation. He came to Bartolo. They greeted each other. After that, Alfred asked him what he was doing and what he needed so many eggs for. Bartolo replied that he wanted to experiment a little by mixing some ingredients together. Alfred suggested tomatoes and then said you could add some green onions. Bartolo replied that it sounded great and should try it. Alfred told Bartolo that he had overheard Mina talking to the other maids, and it seems that information about adding things that shouldn't be mentioned had been leaked to tamagoyaki. Bartolo was furious. Alfred said he had to be careful. Bartolo shouted that he would divide and hide the sugar immediately. The boy added that he had better hurry. Alfred thought that this situation was like they were kings of some underground drug den and were trying to escape with the goods. Bartolo replied that he had better be careful. Suddenly, a little girl ran into the kitchen and asked Bartolo if it was true that tamagoyaki would taste even better if they added a little sugar to it. Bartolo and Alfred tensed up a lot, for they hadn't had time to hide the sugar yet. The girl noticed a white loose product on the table and asked if it was sugar. Bartolo was very afraid that she would recognize that there was sugar on the table and lied that it was ordinary salt. The girl apologized for her persistence. Suddenly, the girl tasted with her finger what Bartolo called salt, and it turned out to be sugar. Alfred and Bartolo became ashamed of lying. However, the girl said that her intuition said that there should be more sugar. Bartolo started to say that there was no more sugar here. The girl caught on to the word here and realized that there was sugar somewhere else. The girl started yelling that they were hiding the sugar somewhere else. Bartolo tried to stop her. Alfred was calm, for he has spatial storage magic. Alfred was 6 years old now, and though he had grown up, he was still a child. Especially at that age, he wanted to play more than learn. Inside himself, he was still an adult. It was an ordinary day. A warm breeze was ruffling the leaves of the trees. The street was quiet. Alfred introduced himself. He told that at the moment he was studying. As soon as he turned 6 years old, the boy immediately began to study. He studied history, arithmetic, and etiquette. While he was telling all this, strange sounds appeared in the background. The boy explained that the one making all these moaning sounds was his older sister, Eleonora, for she was now fighting a threat well known to all, the so-called math. She was angrily saying that she understood absolutely nothing. She didn't understand how things got this way. Alfred thought about math being a real demon. Elena approached Eleonora and said that she was learning fencing quite quickly, which was unusual. The girl replied that she wanted to be the best in the neighborhood. She didn't want to lose to anyone. After a short pause, already less loudly, the girl added that Papa, of course, is an exception. Alfred reasoned in his head that compared to his sister Eleonora, brother Silvio is much cooler. After all, Silvio pretends not to know things, and that was something he was very jealous of. When Alfred and his brother were reading in nature, the boy told Silvio that many girls are interested in him. The shy boy replied that it's not all true. Elena approached Alfred and asked if he was okay and if he understood everything. The boy within himself answered her that he could solve any problem with ease. However, Alfred realized that if he solved everything too quickly, Elena would just give more tasks, so he told her that he just wanted to go out and play. And then Elena said that if he could solve the tasks, she would let him out of class. Alfred was happy because that's what he wanted. Elena started handing out the problems to the children. She gave Alfred some pretty hard problems that she hadn't seen before, and she gave Eleonora the same problems that she had last week. Not 5 minutes later, Alfred held his worksheet up and said that he was all done. He jumped up from his seat and went to leave. However, someone grabbed him by the collar. Sarah grabbed him by the collar and said that they had to check the answers to the problems, so the lesson wasn't over yet. Alfred mumbled quietly that he hadn't noticed her presence in the room. Eleonora checked Alfred's answer sheet and it turned out that he hadn't made any mistakes, so he was excused from the lesson. Eleonora was very angry at her genius brother. Alfred was walking along the corridor and dreamed of going outside for some fresh air, when suddenly he met his father, who asked if his classes were over for the day. Alfred replied that since he was able to finish his tasks earlier, his mother had let him out of class, so now he was going for a walk. The boy was glad that his free time coincided with his father's free time. Dad leaned over to his son and suggested they go outside to practice with the sword. They went outside and Alfred asked if they weren't supposed to practice with the sword this afternoon, to which his father replied that it was okay, because fencing practice is good anytime. Alfred decided it was worth it to spend time with his father, and then thought about the fact that he was excellent at magical training, so he should probably improve in the art of swordsmanship as well. His father told the boy that he should relax when he lowered his grip and when he stopped. His father carefully guided his son on how to hold his hands, telling him that it was not enough to just swing his arms. When Alfred understood how to hold the sword, his father told him to make as many as 100 strokes. Alfred finished with the blows, and for that his father praised him and then added that his swordsmanship had improved a bit. The boy with a heavy puff of breath thanked his father for his words and said that he would actually prefer not to do something like that again. The father stroked his son's head and said that they would continue the lesson in the afternoon, so he should try harder. Alfred was angry that he would have to practice again. He exhaled heavily and mumbled that he was mad that he didn't want to go to afternoon practice. He looked over and saw his sister Eleonora practicing with her brother Silvio. A practice battle between Eleonora and Silvio was about to take place. Father waved his hand, which signaled the start of the battle. Eleonora tore straight at her brother, pinning him down. She asked what happened to him. Silvio said nothing. The boy tried to swing and strike at his sister. However, Elinora was able to dodge her brother's sword with ease and immediately knocked her sword on his head. The girl screamed that she had won. Silvio grabbed his head and shouted that it hurt. Elinora looked at Alfred and asked if he wanted to play with her. The boy was furious, for he didn't want any part of it at all. He was happy that everyone was calm and having fun. He was satisfied with another peaceful day. After his brother and sister fought, he had a match with his father, and he ended it the same way as his brother Silvio, for they are more suited to study than to fight. Alfred was walking through the house and reasoning that today was the day he would finally start making a swing set. Suddenly he noticed something strange. On the floor of his own house, an old man unknown to him was lying and sleeping. Alfred had no idea who the old man on the floor was. He had a black patch over his eye and his face was covered in old scars. The boy thought about the fact that he wouldn't wake up soon, so he had to think of a way to wake him up. He got the idea to yell out that it was lunchtime. And it worked. The man jumped up and started asking who said it was lunchtime. Alfred was surprised that he was actually awake. The old man turned to the boy rudely and asked who he was, to which Alfred replied that he shouldn't be so rude. After all, he was sleeping in his own house. The old man was surprised when he realized that this was someone's home and not a normal everyday resting area. Alfred told him that he shouldn't treat other people's homes so condescendingly. The boy introduced himself to the old man and then noticed that he was interested in his furniture. The old man said his name was Rumba and added that it was a pleasure to meet him. The boy remained silent, and the thought popped into his head that his name sounded just like the name of a vacuum cleaner. Rumba saw Alfred cooking something and said that he had a pretty nice place here. Then the old man said he didn't think there was a place to bathe, and Alfred asked if he had washed his clothes, for the house stank. The boy handed him a glass of ale. Rumba was grateful and said he knew a thing or two about hospitality. Rumba couldn't believe that he had ice-cold ale in his hands, so he asked the boy if he had a magic tool that produced ice. Alfred replied that he made it cold using ice magic. Rumba was greatly surprised that he could use magic at such a young age. Rumba rubbed his chin and said that the princess was also subject to ice element. Alfred asked him if he came here from the capital and brought him a plate of spaghetti. Rumba answered him that he needed to fill his stomach before getting to such a question, and looking at the spaghetti asked if it was the same dish from the rumors. Alfred asked how he knew about it. Rumba replied that a merchant he knew had told him about the spaghetti, and his name was Tryla. Alfred knew this man. He was a boxman that often came to the village. The boy suddenly remembered the day he heard the girl bring Sarah some sugar. It turned out she had found a secret door. Alfred had been shocked then. It turned out that Tryla had solved this secret. Sarah thanked the boy for such a find. Tryla himself then apologized to Alfred for a long time afterwards. He explained to Alfred that if he became an enemy of the women of the village of Koliat, he would not be able to show his face in it again. The boy said that after that they took away all his snacks for a whole week, and the next time he saw him he would be sure to say it to his face. Rumba asked Alfred what was wrong, but he said he was fine. Alfred said that it was more interesting to know why he came to the village of Koliat. Rumba replied that he was actually one of the adventurers in the rank, the fourth from the top to be exact, and added that he has always had a passion for traveling, so he likes to visit other villages when he gets a chance. And one day, when he didn't know where to go next, Tryla told him about the village of Koliat, so that's why he decided to visit here. Alfred was surprised that some adventurer came to their village, because he didn't remember any such case in his life, and most likely all because they are quite far away from the capital of the kingdom. Rumba said that he didn't even expect this village to be so far away. The boy pointed out that one could get very tired getting here. Alfred then asked him what he was going to do now. Rumba said that the village was quite peaceful and cozy, so he was thinking of staying here for a while. The boy then asked him where he was going to live for a while. Rumba asked if he could stay at his place, as it had a kitchen and a bath. Alfred replied that if he could take care of himself he could stay. Suddenly Rumba asked loudly if he lived here. Alfred replied that this was his second house and he lived in another. Rumba was surprised that this big house belonged to a child. Rumba asked him where his second house was. The boy explained that he lived in a mansion that was located a few steps away from the village owned by the feudal lord, and added that he was the second son of the Slaughlet family. Rumba said that the name seemed familiar to him. Alfred said that his father, who is the local feudal lord's name, is Nord Slaughlet. Rumba shouted that it is a dragon slayer. The boy said that such a nickname sounds silly. Rumba told the boy that many years ago a dragon ravaged the royal capital, and a man named Nord played a major role in subduing the dragon. Alfred was surprised, for he had not known anything like that about his father. Rumba went on to say that he had been in the same group as Nord back then, though they had only fought side by side once. Rumba said that he still remembered his gallant figure very clearly. Alfred replied that his father must remember him too, for he would never forget someone with such a strong personality. And anyway, Alfred knew that his father had been a wonderful adventurer in his youth, but he just never went into detail, probably because of the awkward nickname. Suddenly Rumba pulled Alfred to him and asked him to take him to the mansion. He wanted the boy to help him. Alfred thought about Elinora and Rumba being a creepy combination, and it scared him. Rumba came to Alfred's father's mansion and asked the maid to summon him. The girl replied that she would ask the Nord to come here right away. Alfred along with Rumba sat in the room. The old man was scrutinizing the mansion. The boy reasoned that he had no choice but to bring Rumba here because the look on his face was incredibly pathetic. And besides, he wouldn't let him out of his tight grip. Alfred's mom walked into the room and asked loudly with a smile who had come to visit them. Suddenly Rumba rose to his feet and jabbed his finger at Alfred's mom and shouted that she was the magical girl who was in love with Nord. At first the girl didn't realize what was going on, and Alfred was scared for his mom. Suddenly old memories came to her and she remembered who Rumba was. She blushed hard and covered her face with her hands. Rumba laughed and said that she remembered him after all. Elena replied. Alfred's mom replied that it was impossible to forget a man like him. The boy looked at his mom and thought about the fact that he had never seen her face like that before. He watched his mom and assumed that this was probably his mom's real personality that she used to have before she became a proper lady, not to mention that Elena looked no older than 30. Suddenly Rumba reminded her that Alfred was eavesdropping on their conversation. She leaned over to her son and thanked him for his company and suggested he go to the living room to get himself a couple of candies. Alfred smiled and thought that his mother wanted to maintain some parental dignity in front of her children. He also didn't like that she kept treating him like a child. He thought about just going and getting the candy. However, he called out to his mom to say something. He smiled and told her that her worried face was incredibly cute. Hearing that, Elena made a worried face again. Rumba laughed loudly and gently tapped the boy on the head. Alfred was satisfied, for all he wanted was to see his mom's face like that again. Happy Alfred walked down the hallway, imagining eating candy with his name on it. Suddenly he was called out by his father, who was just on his way to see his guest. Alfred suddenly turned to his father and jabbed his finger at him and shouted that he was a dragon slayer. His father smiled, hoping the maid wouldn't understand. He wanted to ask his son where he had heard of this nickname, but Alfred ran off down the hall, disobeying his father. He was only convinced that the nickname was embarrassing. The next day, Elinora practiced with Rumba. The boy's father suggested that he train together today, because after talking about old times with Rumba yesterday, he wants to give his best during the training session. Tired after practicing, the boy wanted to go home, but his father tripped him and he fell with his face right into the ground. Angry Alfred asked him if he thought he tripped him and then asked him if he thought today's workout was too intense. His father said he was wrong and told him to get to his feet. Alfred himself thought that his father was taking revenge on him for what he had said yesterday. More likely he was angry because he had teased him with an embarrassing nickname. Suddenly he noticed his mom, who was wearing special workout clothes, and this surprised the boy a lot. He started fighting with his mom, thinking that she was hiding her true intentions. Helena wasn't as cunning as his dad, and in general Alfred thought that his mom should be rooting for her cute little son to win. Dad came in. He said that now would be their last fight and asked his son to try harder. Alfred was happy that soon the training would be coming to an end. Alfred thought about the fact that now he had a chance. Elinora was immersed in her fight against Rumba. Alfred was happy that he would finally be able to spend his day the way he wanted to. His father told him that he would now see if he could throw a punt, and grinned, adding that if he couldn't, his sword might completely accidentally hit him in the head. Alfred realized that his father was mocking him, so he decided to do the same in response and said that no matter how many times he hit him on the head, he would never forget that he was called a dragon slayer. His father smiled. Suddenly they both fell silent. Alfred wondered if they weren't having a provocative fight right now, and his father wanted to know why his son had fallen silent. And in a couple of moments Alfred was on the ground, his sword thrown aside. The boy did not even have time to realize what had happened to him. He just breathed heavily and lay on the grass. He closed his eyes and thought that he had no pain at all, but he didn't realize what had happened, because he didn't see his father move at all. When his father approached the boy, he was just musing about how the sky was especially blue today. Alfred opened his eyes and saw the face of his sister Elinora standing in front of him. Rumba was standing with her. She shouted to him that the boy was awake. Alfred didn't understand anything at all. His mind was filled with questions of who he was and where he was. Then he found the answers, that he was Alfred Slaughter, and in his past life he was in Akayuji. He suddenly remembered that he had practiced fencing with his dad today, and of course he remembered it perfectly. When he fell to the ground, Eleonora came running to him and shaking his body tremblingly asked if he was alright, and if he was in pain. Rumba shouted to her that she shouldn't shake him so hard. The girl answered him that she was very much worried, for Alfred's eyes were very empty. Then Rumba said that he had been born with such eyes, and Eleonora was comforted by this. Alfred lay there wondering what had happened to those worried faces he had seen a few minutes ago. He opened his eyes a little and saw Eleonora start an argument with Rumba. She started to ask if he really wanted a fight. However, at that moment the old man noticed that the boy was awake and said that now we can breathe out a sigh of relief. Rumba said that since he had won their little match he could take Alfred with him tomorrow, and he would belong to him all tomorrow. Eleonora started screaming hysterically that she was angry because she couldn't land a single blow. Rumba put his sword on his shoulder and asked the girl if she wanted to give up, to which she replied that she was still willing to continue. The girl gripped her sword tighter and shouted that she would never admit defeat in her life. Rumba was greatly surprised that this little girl had a great fighting spirit. However, everything was said by the fact that she was the daughter of a dragon slayer. The old man looked around and saw Alfred begging his father to rest. Then he realized that Eleonora and her brother were like day and night, completely different. Eleonora called out to the old man and asked if it was normal for him to take his eyes off his opponent, because she could have attacked him while he was open. To which Rumba replied that it was very mean. After all, he was very nice to her and even gave her enough time to catch her breath. This phrase made the girl very angry. Eleonora told him not to be so frivolous just because she was a child. He replied that he would never do that, especially since she was trying so hard. The girl wondered if he thought he could attack her in the sad state he was in now. Rumba told her, use all her strengths wisely, and her advantage could most likely be considered agility, so she should hone it and use it in her attacks. In a serious voice, Rumba said that he had lived twice as long as she had, so his trained body had accumulated much more experience and endurance than hers. Then he added that recklessness and irrational blows would never hurt a hardened warrior like him. The girl admitted that he could look pretty cool sometimes, though it pissed her off a bit. Rumba said she made him blush. Then the girl picked up her sword and thanked the old man, saying she was perfectly fine now, and asked him for another match. Rumba thought that even though she said that, however, he was sure that the girl was slowly reaching her limit. So he came up with an interesting idea. He offered Eleonora a bet, which was that whoever struck first would be able to do something. Rumba turned around and looked at Alfred, and suddenly shouted that whoever struck first could spend all of tomorrow playing with Alfred. The girl answered him that she agreed to such terms. The girl lost this match, to which she was incredibly upset. Rumba brought her a drink and praised her for her good fight. He smiled and said with joy in his voice that he would spend tomorrow with Alfred. The old man said goodbye to the girl and said that they would see each other tomorrow. Eleonora shouted after him that she would definitely win it next time. Alfred, lying in bed, could not understand why they had decided everything on their own without even talking to him. After all, he had his own opinion. Eleonora called Alfred and informed him that they had prepared delicious food and water for him, and she left it all on the table near the bed. The boy thanked his sister. Then the girl suddenly said that if he was still not strong enough to eat, she could feed him herself from a spoon. Alfred replied that he could feed himself. The boy heard her cluck and asked her about it. Eleonora replied that he had imagined it. Alfred thought about the fact that such an answer smells of big problems, because every time a girl says such words, offended by something, you should realize that you have big problems, and now Eleonora is definitely hiding her true intentions from him. He brought the deciphering of female phrases. If the girl said nothing like that, it means that in fact something is bothering her. But for now she does not want to talk about it, and if she said absolutely nothing like that, then it is obvious that there is far from nothing. The girl crossed her arms and said that he should talk less anyway. He needed to rest. Alfred grinned. He was talking because she was here. Eleonora left the room. She waved goodbye to him. The boy was happy to have some peace and quiet. The angry Eleonora was walking down the hall and talking aloud about how she wanted to spoon-feed Alfred. It turned out that he could hear everything from the hallway. Alfred remembered that everyone was worried about him, which made him feel very happy and warm. But what made him even happier was the fact that he would be able to stay here and do nothing on such a beautiful day. Due to a concussion, the main character spent all day yesterday doing nothing. The next day, Rumba came to take him for a morning walk. The man called out aloud loudly. He thought the lad's mind had already cleared and suggested that he take a walk. Since Rumba wanted to explore the village, He asked Al to be his guide. The hero's mind had a hard time digesting such a wording so far, but he thought it was fine and decided that he would definitely show him around the village. Seeing the endless fields of wheat, the man was delighted. He exclaimed that such a sight made his eyes go wild. Al smiled and was in complete agreement with him. Over the fall, the bright green ears would ripen and turn golden. Al explained to Rumba that wheat was grown here to always give a warm welcome to people coming to the village, and when it was time to leave, she would take the guests on their way. The man took a deep breath and compared this field to his own mother with a smile on his face. Al smiled back at him and agreed with him. The hero suggested the man to go to the square as there were many people there. Rumba agreed with him and recalled that Tryla had told them that bartering was very popular here. In the Koliet village, the infrastructure and building layout became more compact as they approached the plaza. Apparently, there was a law that new residents should build their houses and barns some distance from the center, depending on the circumstances. Some of the stores and workshops were set up specifically on the outskirts of town or closer to the center. For example, buildings such as diners and inns were built near where the most people gathered. Meanwhile, workshops such as blacksmiths were more likely to be found on the outskirts of the village because the noise of the work would disturb fewer people, and firewood was easier to gather. However, Logan lived on the outskirts by choice, not because of his profession. That is why the houses near the center were mostly owned by old-timers and people working in the service sector. From Ala Rumba's account, it made sense and he assumed that this village must be noisy. He was sure that if they were a little closer to the royal capital, a large number of people would come to visit. As the owl and Rumba passed one of the stores, a young lad came out of it and greeted the young gentleman. The hero was glad to see him and greeted Herman. Herman was a little startled when he saw a huge man in front of Al and asked about him. Al replied that it was one of his father's acquaintances. Rumba marveled at the amazing handiwork and exclaimed that he had never seen such fine work before. Herman smiled and said that it was because of the fact that he had come up with this design on his own. Rumba thought he was being joked at, but that was the peculiarity of their village. The man was interested in everything he found in the market stalls and enjoyed listening to the traders. It seemed to Al that apparently the Rumba was interested in every little thing. It was exactly what one would expect from an adventurer. Later, Rumba tasted the amazing dish and exclaimed that it was delicious. He believed that Al was the real savior. Rumba had already had time to think that he would starve to death like that. Al, of course, did not believe his words. He assumed that the adventurers took all the essentials with them, including enough food to last the journey. Or at least the adventurers could have resupplied at the nearest town along the way. Rumba hesitated a bit with his answer and explained that he usually always bought a large amount of rations when he ran out of food. But this time a story had happened to him. When he was passing by some abandoned buildings, he saw a couple of children. Rumba approached them and asked if they were hungry. When the man squatted down in front of them, the children looked at the stranger with a share of fright. Rumba told Alu how he met two starving children who needed food more than he did. Al remained thoughtfully silent, saying nothing to the adventurer. Rumba shook out his empty sack and said that for that reason he had no supplies for the remainder of the journey. After that, in the end, he barely made it to the village. The man sighed heavily and collapsed to the ground when he reached the settlement. In that case, the owl understood the reason why the Rumba was sleeping in his resting house. But now Rumba was thrilled that he was here and was enjoying such delicious spaghetti. Al didn't even know that there were slums located on the road to the village and he thought about it. But his thoughts were quickly interrupted when a Rumba called out to him. As they passed a vegetable stall, the man exclaimed that he was hungry and offered Al a snack. Al smiled and said he didn't mind. The hero had an idea and suggested that Rumba go to the series for lunch. During their conversation, Rumba held out a cherry to Al, and the guy was surprised that Rumba had money. The adventurer pulled a whole gold coin out of his pocket and suggested that the hero provide everything to him today. But Al forgot to tell the adventurer that gold coins were not in their use, so he wouldn't be able to use them. Al really couldn't believe that Rumba was going to pay for the food with a gold coin, because using it would get him in trouble. Rumba was shocked when he heard this and his hands shook. He asked him not to be nervous and suggested that it would most likely do well in the diner. The series had been raking in quite a profit lately. Hearing this, the Rumba was surprised and asked how the diner could make so much money in the first place. Al replied that he could see everything with his own eyes once they got there. Once they entered the establishment, Rumba was surprised at how spacious the place was. The diners he had seen in other villages were much more compact. The hero replied that the place had expanded due to certain circumstances. He didn't understand how he could lose again and didn't want to lose his tamagoyaki. Al noticed a crying wheatfield guy by the tables who was apparently named Roland. Al asked familiar diners what happened to Roland. The men smiled and replied to Mr. Alfred that nothing had changed here. They were just putting their side dishes to match in reverse. One of the men looked sympathetically at Roland and said that there was no way he would learn his lesson. First Logan was in this situation and now Roland was in this situation. Even though he was losing, he still loved to play. It was now clear to Al where he lived most of the time. Rumba looked under his feet and saw something rolling towards him. The adventurer picked up the pebble and asked what was there. Al replied that it was a reversi. Because of this game, even at night the place was quite lively. Thanks to the reversi and Sega, the diner quickly became crowded and for that reason it expanded. Judging from Rumba's reaction, he had never heard of these games. Rumba recalled that Tryla had shown him something similar the last time they met. At that time, Tryla had been in the business of selling the rights to the reversi. Last year, the hero had transferred the rights to sell to Try. The Lowlight family got a percentage of the profits based on the number of games sold. Then they had a slow increase in family income. It was surprising, but there was also a patent system in this world. The world of craftsmen was also quite harsh. But if it didn't exist, craftsmen who specialized in making magical tools wouldn't be recognized for their hard work. One of the players noticed an interesting stranger he had not seen before and asked the Rumba if he would like to play Reverie with him. The player gladly showed how to arrange the pieces, and the Rumba gradually understood everything. After he had arranged them correctly, it was possible to capture the enemy's stones. Once Rumba understood everything, he smiled and said that even he would have little trouble with such rules. His playing partner exclaimed that the Rumba had a great spirit, and he was absolutely right. The man suggested with a smile that the Rumba put Tamagoyaki on the line. Al wasn't even surprised at how the man decided to pin the newcomer so easily. But Rumba didn't even know what a Tamagoyaki was. The player realized that the stranger had never heard of it before. The guy took the Tamagoyaki from his neighbor and slid the plate over to the adventurer. His friend exclaimed that it was his Tamagoyaki, but Roland ordered him to accept it, for it was only one small piece. The angry fellow exclaimed that he would not have said so if that had been his Tamagoyaki. Rumba wasn't going to be ceremonious and just decided to take a little bite. The guy was shocked when the Rumba completely swallowed his entire dish. With tears in his eyes, Roland's acquaintance took the plate with trembling hands, remembering his Tamagoyaki. It seemed to him that the adventurer had only promised to take a small bite. Al thought it was a small bite for a big goon like Rumba. After a good taste, the man exclaimed that it was delicious and asked for a second one. Roland said he could buy it later, but first they would play a game of Reverie. Roland replied that if the Rumba wanted to eat more Tamagoyaki, he would have to beat him first. The adventurer was not going to be ceremonious and asked Al to just drag him outside and beat him. Al replied that he had it all wrong, because Roland had suggested that he beat him in a game of Reverie. Rumba then decided to concentrate fully on the game and made a few moves on the board. Thinking hard about his actions, he placed 3 white pebbles on the board and with a smile, and glanced at Alain who raised a finger up. But later the adventurer himself did not realize how he could not place his own checker on the board, where there was absolutely no space left. Roland smirked and said that meant he had no choice but to spasm. As the game was being played, an old lady named Sari came up to them and replied that Roland came here every day. While the afternoon was already full of people, it was still busier at night. Since people drank a lot in the nighttime, Ceres was even busier, not to mention the fights that often broke out here. Whenever there was a fight, even a frail woman like her had to intervene and calm them down. The Ceres completely failed to understand the reaction of Ala, who smiled at her with a fraction of awkwardness. The thing was, the hero didn't even know that fights were common here. He doubted that even the Ceres' husband could stand up to her. The thought made Alea burst into laughter. The woman swung her fist and exclaimed that it was just like that. And when such an incident happened and her husband arrived, she would take them on. The mere sight of it made Al feel uneasy. It was all quite creepy, for her movements were surprisingly nimble. The woman was going to deal with her husband on her own if he suddenly got out of control. For example, if he stared at other women or quit his job to skip work, then he would be in trouble. Sirius smiled at Mr. Alfred and asked him to come with her just for a little while. With these words, she grabbed Al's hand and also dragged him behind her. Sari lightly tapped the ladle on Al's head and asked her to wash those plates for her if Al was okay with that. Of course, there was no way Al could refuse this woman. Carla turned to the guy and told him that he would never learn his lesson, because he had just said the forbidden word several times. Rumba meanwhile called out to Roland and wanted to ask him about Alfred. He thought that Alfred was an idiot, and in fact the others thought so too. Roland replied that he had made the same mistake yesterday when he fought his old man. Nevertheless, tamagoyaki and the square pan used to cook it, not to mention reversi and segi, were his ideas. Rumba exclaimed that the line between idiot and genius was very thin. Still, the answer to his question was one of the 7 mysteries of the village. He was eager to learn the other 6 mysteries, but Roland asked him to take his time. They had plenty of time anyway. Roland smiled back at the Rumba and the adventurer ordered him to pour him more alcohol. Meanwhile, the hero was sorting out the dishes and didn't understand why he had to do it. It had been a week since the adventurer had arrived in the village. Al had imposed a fee on his Rumba recreation center. The hero told him that to his knowledge his base was far more extravagant than any hotel in the village. Rumba had no doubt of this and exclaimed that it was certainly a very comfortable place to rest and thanked Al for the lodging. Al meanwhile was not happy that the adventurer repeatedly refused him when Al told him to just stay in their mansion. Also, Rumba was constantly disturbing his peace like some damsel in distress. Al wasn't sure if by not taking Alina with them they were doing the right thing. The adventurer replied that he had already talked to the Nord about it. Al felt that if they had taken her with them, it would have been easier for them to kill their prey, as they could have attacked from multiple points. In that case, they would have instant destruction. Rumba believed that the guy was absolutely right. As they were talking, the hero stepped on a branch that crunched loudly under his feet. Rumba reminded him that he had to watch his step, because from now on, he needed to suppress his presence as much as possible. Al agreed with him and said that he understood everything. The boy wanted to adopt Rumba's knowledge as an adventurer firsthand, and so they headed into the forest. His footsteps were silent and devoid of any unnecessary movement. Besides, Al was running out of food at his second base. He couldn't kick Rumba out, but that would only be today. After a while, they came across a deer, but the hero scared it away with his careless step. After the deer they came across a hare, but the owl again scared it away with a broken branch. Meanwhile, Rumba spotted a wild boar nearby and, grabbing a small pebble, threw it at the animal's head. Al didn't understand how such a thing was possible in the world, and how a guy with such a physique moved so quietly. This time, Al almost stepped on a tree branch again, but he noticed it in time. Rumba paid no attention to him and focused on the boar. Al was puzzled as to how he too could hide his presence at the level of the Rumba. He noticed the adventurer's huge hand stopping him. The hero looked at the man questioningly and thought something was wrong. Rumba warned Al that he sensed a monster, or rather a goblin, approaching. Al was surprised that they could meet him here. The hero assumed that if that was the case, the goblin had simply gotten separated from his group. If one compared the forest surrounding the mansion, definitely it was much safer than the others. However, the deeper one went into the forest, the more frequent the encounters with boars, monsters, and their dwellings became. Since one of the feudal lord's duties was to protect people from monsters and bandits, adventurers and mercenaries were hired or a vigilant corps was formed to take care of the problems. Al noticed a pointy-eared short monster and remembered its illustration in the books. He had no doubt that it was probably a goblin. Rumba assumed that it was the guy's first time seeing a monster, but the hero replied that it wasn't. Actually, he had seen one before, but he was looking at it from a distance. Once Al met a snow-white monster called a wind wolf. That time he was lucky to escape from it. After this encounter, he heard that his father and the vigilant corps had set out to kill him. Rumba assumed that his father was able to show the wolf who was in charge. With this, Al reminded him that it was he who led the local vigilant corps. Going back to the previous topic, the goblin possessed a small build. Since goblins were a tribe of barbarians, they were usually armed with something like a crude blade, but this guy's weapon was a small log. Rumba suggested to Al that he try to fight a goblin with a sword, which caused the hero to fall into a stupor. Al thought that Rumba clearly didn't understand what he was asking of a 6-year-old child. Besides, Rumba knew his skills when it came to his swordsmanship. In order for the owl to have any hope of winning, he would have to use his magic. Rumba only now remembered that the owl specialized in magic. The goblin turned sharply in their direction and the boys cursed, thinking that the goblin had noticed them. The adventurer drew his huge sword from his back and warned the guy to stay away, because it could end up with the monster getting too close. Al thought that their battle with the monster was about to begin. Before Rumba knew it, Al wasn't around. The man looked back confused and saw the boy behind a tree. Rumba didn't understand why the owl was so far away from him. Al said that the closer he was to him, the more frightened he became. The adventurer became angry and ordered him not to be such a coward. Rumba assumed he would have no turning back and hid his sword back in its scabbard. Al was surprised that the adventurer was hiding his sword and didn't realize what he was going to do. The adventurer scared the hero to death that he ran towards him flashing his menacing grin. Al began to guess that the man was serious about getting him into a fight. The hero began to gather clots of energy into his hand, thinking that he had no other choice. The boy directed the magic upwards and called out to Rumba, saying that he was going to blast the goblin with magic. He didn't want to hurt him, so he asked him to get out of the way. Rumba was shocked by this little boy's abilities and exclaimed that it was simply unbelievable. With those words, he quickly bounced aside, opening the road directly at the goblin. At the same moment, Al stretched his arm forward and used the power of the ballista. A blinding flash of light enveloped the goblin, which became confused and stopped halfway. When it was over, the boy walked over to the goblin's body and its severed arm. He noticed that the creature's blood was purple in color, and it was definitely not human. Previously, the hero had hunted rabbits and boars countless times before. This was the feudal lord's duty in order to protect the people. For survival and sustenance, hunting was necessary. It was the best solution to their problems. Al realized that it was impossible to hesitate. At least it had to happen. The huge ice shard that stuck into the side of the goblin along with a flash of light was still sticking out of his body. The moment when his skill had torn off the goblin's arm in an instant ran before Al's eyes. The boy bowed his head before the goblin's dead body, thinking it was their duty. Al quietly said that such a thing was quite absurd and questioned the Rumba. But the Rumba thought that the same could be said about the boy's magic. Al told the Rumba that he was quite serious. The adventurer asked the boy if he was really but serious now. Al smiled slightly and thought he would be content just using magic to enrich everyday life and told Rumba that, regardless of the world, the value of life would always be difficult to understand. As Al had previously believed, the fight was simply not for him. After this incident, the adventurer along with the boy headed back to the city. One clear day, the main character decided to cook something, which caused a noise and clattering of knives in the kitchen. Al was mixing beef and pork in proportions of 7:3. Taking the knives in two hands, he decided to get down to business. The hero's helper named Bartolo was not sure if everything would be okay after Al had sliced the meat so many times. But the hero smiled and answered him that everything would be perfect. At this point, the hero was now trying to make a chopped steak. The guy asked his dear assistant where he had put the fried onions and the man replied that they were here. The Bartolo also had a bowl of ice for the hero, which he held out aloud. The hero gathered all the ingredients they needed. They were minced meat, onion crumbs, bread crumbs, and beaten egg. After dressing the meat with salt and pepper, they needed to mix everything thoroughly with their hands. The bowl of ice they needed to keep the meat nice and cold. Also, it was made of ice, so their hands will be a little cold when they mix everything. Otherwise, the fat on the meat might start to melt because of the temperature of their hands. Since they needed a chopped steak that kept its shape while cooking, Al was going to use his legendary technique. Bartolo couldn't believe his ears and froze in amazement. Al borrowed this technique from his mom. One had to throw the mixed meat between his hands 10 times. Bartolo watched the boy's every move with interest. This was to release the air inside the tortilla. Thanks to this, the steak would not disintegrate during cooking and the final result would be even better. Al suggested his assistant to try it. Al began to dream that if he could find a wife, he would like her to do that, wearing some nice apron. He wanted madly to see her do it. But now he had no time to dream, because he was busy cooking. Bartolo looked at the guy suspiciously and said that he had a kind of dirty expression on his face. This moment reminded the hero of the time when he was in middle school in his previous life. He still remembered that incident in the cooking class. At that moment, he accidentally dropped a ball of mincemeat on the girl who was standing near him. Al remembered something and asked his assistant to make sure to make a hole in the middle of the flatbread. Bartolo did not fully understand him, but tried to do it as he was explained. Al told the man that the flatbread was prone to expand slightly during cooking. It was difficult for the heat to get into its center, but because of the depression they had made, it would be easier. And the Bartolo understood. As soon as one side turned brown, they had to turn the meat over and add a little water. Next, they had to cover it with a lid so the steak could steam bake. This way the center became hot and juicy. After a while, their chopped steak was ready. Bartolo was delighted at how the steak smelled delicious. Turning back, the boys saw one of the maids. It was as if the aroma went even beyond the kitchen. It was a maid that resembled a hyena. Al said that the wild hyena was watching its prey closely, waiting for the right opportunity to lunge at the leftovers. His assistant didn't know what the hyena the guy was talking about was, but if it was a beast hunting its prey, he could be understood. Al suggested leaving it alone for now. Now they had to lay out the steak and pour the sauce they had made earlier, and then garnish it with vegetables. At the end of the work, Al offered them something to eat, and Bartolo gladly accepted. Al tasted a piece and said with a smile that they had done well. It wasn't hard to cook either, and apparently they had enough heat. The man thought it was amazing how tender this meat was, not to mention its juices. The maid behind them was eager to take a bite and sighed languidly. Al wondered how long this girl named Mina would just stand there and watch them eat. Besides, she still had a job to do. Al said that even though they cooked the steak the first time it turned out, and he wanted to make a few more to build on the success. Bordello happily agreed. He thought it would taste much better if they added some cheese and asked Al's opinion. Al told Bordello that it was a great idea and suggested they try adding some to the next steak. He also suggested that carrots or mushrooms could be added instead of onions. That was supposed to turn out good too, and Bordello replied that it was a pretty good idea. Anyway, Bordello asked Al what they were going to do with the leftover steak they had made. Hearing this, the girl blushed and froze in place waiting for an answer. Bordello looked toward Mina with a smile and said that for the sake of their future cooking practice, he would give up his test portion. He wanted to give it to the maid and asked Al about it. Al was of course fine with it. Hearing this, the girl was delighted and a radiant smile appeared on her face. She could not believe her ears and clarified with Mr. Alfred that she was really allowed to eat this steak. After she received the approval, Mina thanked Bordello wholeheartedly. The girl eagerly sat down at the table looking at her chopped steak. Bordello served her a plate of the dish and the girl exclaimed that its odor alone brought her happiness. In that case it was time for dinner. Barely had she touched her steak when Eleonora appeared on the aisle that she had come by such a delightful smell. The girl thought that Al had done something new again and came to check it out. If that was indeed the case, she asked to give her that dish too. Bordello and the hero were horrified that the scent had come to another cursed monster. Al snatched the plate from Mina's hands and presented the chopped steak to his great elder sister. Mina was horrified when her portion was taken away right from under her nose. Al mentally apologized to Mina, for society was cruel. Inferior creatures had to be completely obedient to their superiors, and such was the cruel world. Eleonora was delighted at how delicious this dish looked. She was going to share it with her mom. After they partake of the meal, the humble cooks would like to hear opinions on the dish. As they left, Eleonora said they would be happy to tell them about it and thanked them again for the dish. After she left, all three in the kitchen were still frozen in place for some time by her sister's unexpected visit. There was an awkward pause in the room. Al grinned at the sniffling Mina and regretted to her what had happened. It seemed to Al's aid that this was his switch in personality. After all, Al was supposed to be a nobleman, but he wasn't a nobleman in the first place. He was a younger brother, and that was very important. Bordello asked Min not to make that face, because he would cook her another steak. She just had to wait a little while, and Mina smiled through her tears. She exclaimed that she would look forward to it. The hero decided that maybe he would forget about the sugar incident for a while. Suddenly he sensed some chemistry between the couple and smirked mysteriously. Mrs. Mel came into the room and asked Mina how much longer she planned to loiter. She ordered the girl not to sigh, for she hadn't finished cleaning the hallway yet. Before Mina could reply anything, Mel asked her not to bicker. Mina asked to wait for the girl for at least a minute, but Mel nudged her in the back and pulled her behind her. With tears in her eyes, Mina cried out for her chopped steak. Al waved goodbye and said they would be sure to call them back as soon as the steak was ready. In the end, Mina never got to try the steak that day because her little sister and mom asked for extra portions. Hero was sorry, and Mel ordered Mina to work even harder. Bordello wiped the sweat from his forehead and told Al that today was another day as hot as this one. The hero replied that it was summer after all, so it was okay. Truth be told, he was enjoying the summer. The wheat fields were gradually turning from a bright green color to a golden color, and it was a beautiful view. Bordello agreed with the boy's words and said that it looked very beautiful. Also, today was the day. As soon as the hero said this, a carriage with horses stopped in front of them. Mr. 3 jumped out of it and apologized for not writing to them all the time. He was happy to greet Mr. Alfred with a Bordello. Al along with Bordello were not happy to see this traitor who dared to come back. But the three pretended not to notice their reaction and thanked them for welcoming him. Al greeted Try and said that he had arrived just in time. The merchant replied that it had been quite some time since they had seen each other. Bordello along with the boy put smiles on their faces and said that they were really looking forward to his arrival. Their facial expressions made the merchant uncomfortable, and he replied that he was happy to see them too. That was how all merchants were. They were always wary of their surroundings and had sharp perceptions. But merchants were also people that they could not admit their own mistakes. The protagonists could not forget the horrors of that day. 3 denounced to the women the sugar that Bordello and Al had saved. As a result, he and Bordello had 1 week, an experience of bitter anguish, life, and sheer hell. Accompanied by Al, the 3 made their way to the living room and took a seat at the table. He smiled and replied that thanks to Reversi, even he was able to open a store in the royal capital. He had panicked a bit when he inherited his old man's firm so suddenly, but now his old man would be able to rest a bit. Al inquired about the old man's back. Tri replied that since he had retired, he wasn't doing too badly. The copies sold by Trila had benefited his development as well. To summarize, the interest from the sale of the Reversi translated directly into the Lowlight family's savings. Al had no idea of the income, but since he could supply the village and their pantry with a good amount of sugar and salt, he would not have been surprised if it was a substantial sum. Tri also provided the villagers with animals such as chickens and cows for breeding. Al was sure he was making a lot of money too. This merchant had quite the business sense, even though he looked like the type that was hard to rely on. Everything was going exactly according to plan. The merchant told the hero that Mr. Alfred had always been a frequent customer, and he had only become so successful because of his reverie idea. The merchant looked forward to continuing their partnership for many years to come. Al was of exactly the same opinion and suggested that they both do their best. But the way the merchant betrayed them last time was unacceptable, for which the three apologized to Al. Last time, the hero ordered him to stop, but Tri ran away. But now he would have to face the bitter pain he had to endure. Al believed that until Three felt it, he would not even consider forgiving him. But now the merchant wanted to move on to their other matters. He would like to continue their discussion with Al, but because of the long trip he was tired and he would like to wash. In that case, Al offered to use their bathroom. Al was going to go and prepare hot water for him, for which the merchant was grateful. There were no hotels in this world. If one stayed in a village, it was easy to find accommodation, but baths were a different story. The merchant knew that the baths here were on a completely different level compared to the elite ones found in the royal capital. They were truly magnificent. Mentally, the hero thought that for a former Japanese who grew up in comfortable conditions, such long journeys were too difficult. He decided to take the three to a room and ask them to follow him. Three also recalled something. The last time they met, the merchant had asked him to check something. Al thought that so far there had been no difficulties during the journey and everything should be fine. He was struck like lightning when the trader talked about the rice. The merchant was scared out of his wits when Al swooped down on him and, grabbing him by his clothes, asked him to tell him everything he knew. Al hoped that he had not misheard him and that he had really heard about the rice. The merchant fell to the floor in surprise, but hesitantly replied that Al was right. In that case, the hero assumed that he had some with him. The merchant mumbled uncertainly and replied that he only had a small amount. Al shook him, asking how many kilograms or tons of rice he had. When he heard the answer, Al gloomed, for it would not even be enough for his needs. Rice was the staple of Japanese cuisine and the sole food of the Japanese people. Without even realizing it, he was looking for an ingredient that resembled rice in this world. Over the course of a year, the average Japanese consumed approximately 1 bag of rice if they ate it every day. 1 straw bag of rice contained approximately 60 kilograms, but such an amount was only suitable for an earthly lifestyle. Al didn't think the same statistic would hold true here in the Kaliat village. Given each person's individual preferences and diet, 60 kilograms might not be enough for a growing 6-year-old like him. It wouldn't be strange to consume 80 kilograms of rice, but maybe he should have started with 40 kilograms. Obviously, Al will start cultivating his own rice fields. In this way, he would be able to eat as much rice as he wanted. The initial size of the rice field was 0.1 of a hectare. 1/10 of a hectare of land is 31 by 31 meters square. From 1/10 of a hectare of land, he could harvest about 8 or 9 bags of rice. Figuratively speaking, this was enough to cover about half a tennis court. If he harvested enough rice for consumption by one person, he would need it. While he was in his thoughts, the merchant decided that Mr. Alfred couldn't hear him at all. He hoped that the hero was all right. Al looked dreamily at the merchant and replied that it was his joint, for he was deep in his thoughts. The merchant admitted that this was a rather unusual way to express himself. In any case, the hero was about to return to the rice and asked about the quantity he had brought. He hoped that the three would have at least 1 ton. The merchant replied that there was no way he could carry that much rice and he could only bring about 100 kilograms. Al was horrified and exclaimed that 100 kilograms would not be enough for him. The boy grabbed his head and shouted that such a quantity would only be enough for him for 2 years. The merchant was embarrassed and asked Mr. Alfred to calm down. He said that if he could get more, the hero would be the first person he would notify. Hearing this, Al looked at the merchant with hope and a twinkle in his eyes. Al grasped the hands of the three and said that he was glad to meet him. He offered to let him prepare the merchant a bath. And when the merchant came out of the bath, Al would bring him chilled ale, after which he would prepare a chopped steak for him. The merchant was surprised at such hospitality and thanked the owl for his help. Heading forward, the hero suggested that they hurry up. The merchant was pleased that he was able to meet Alfred's expectations. The hero was once again hovering in the clouds and kept talking about rice. He no longer cared that the three were traitors. Rice was the only thing he needed to make all of humanity happy. Rice could bring world peace and Al was ecstatic about it. Al held out a treat to the merchant and asked him to take this. It looked like a candy, but it wasn't that simple. The merchant wanted to know what it was and Al replied with a smile that it was their new product. It was quite sweet and tasty and it also restored energy. Try thanked the hero for the unusual treat and tasted the candy. Judging from the expression on the merchant's face, it was indeed very tasty. Thus, Try was reborn from a dirty traitor to a comrade in arms. But now the hero didn't understand how to explain everything to the Bartolo. In Al's mind, he was already imagining how he would tell Bartolo that Try had brought them some rice. He would ask Bartolo to forget about his revenge. Al's aide would be shocked and exclaim that the hero was pathetic. Knowing Bartolo, the owl was quite sure that he would say so, since he was the one most affected by what had happened. While he was thinking, a maid named Mina ran up to him and asked Mr. Alfred for forgiveness. The hero assumed that something had happened and the maid confirmed it. She said that she had just made inquiries with Trial and he informed her that the gentleman had some sweetness. Al laughed nervously and scratching the back of his head said that he had candy, but the hero clarified that they were gone now. The girl asked her to canvass, for she was to report all to Mistress Eleonora. Al seized the departing Mina by the hand and exclaimed that it was only a joke and a fiction. He placed 3 candies in the maid's hand and asked her to take them. Mina froze in place looking at the candies and felt her heart pounding hard. The maid stared at Mr. Alfred in surprise and asked him to jump. Al was puzzled, not understanding her sudden request. Mina repeated her request and asked the hero to jump like a rabbit. Al pulled a faint smile on his face and agreed with ma'am. The hero took a couple hops, and his pockets made a treacherous rustling sound of candy. It seemed to Mina that he had more candy. Al remained silent and lowered his head gloomily. He gave her 5 more candies and, apologizing, said that was all. The girl immediately tossed 1 candy into her mouth and a smile shone on her face. Al was furious and throwing his hands in the air yelled that this was extortion. Besides, there were no people around to witness her crime. The hero angrily stomped forward, sending the mine to hell. Al also cursed the merchant 3 who always talked too much. The hero walked into the kitchen where he met the Bartolo and called out to him. The man greeted the guy and said he had some acal pods, so they could try incorporating them into the chopped steak. One had to be careful with the amount one could use because the acal pods were incredibly spicy. The hero thought that with this 3 he was sure to get paid and told the Bartolo that the pods were not enough. The helper looked questioningly at the mad Ala, which grabbed his head. Al asked to add the pods to the chopped steak as much as possible. The thing was, out of the 3 new candies they had produced, they had been discovered by a landmine. Upon hearing this, the Bartolo was horrified. In addition, the landmine had taken all the candy away from him. Al apologized to his assistant and admitted that it was his mistake, for he had let his guard down. Bartolo became enraged and dumped a basket of pods into the steak mixture. He exclaimed that they couldn't just leave it like that, and Al supported him by asking him to show no mercy. Al ordered the pods to season the steak up to 100 times so that the 3 could savor the epitome of anger and despair. As it was cooking, Eleonora walked in on them, smelling the delicious odor. She thought she smelled chopped steak, which she simply adored. Al, along with Bartolo, looked back in horror at the new trouble that had arrived. Al apologized and said they were cooking now and were very busy. His sister puffed up her cheeks and exclaimed that he was no fun at all. Eleonora ended up waiting until the hero and Bartolo finished finishing the steak. She asked to take one as she was a bit hungry. She had just finished her morning sword practice. Al indifferently took one of the steaks and gave his permission. Eleonora wanted to make sure that Al was okay with it. The hero irritably confirmed his words. He wished Eleonora would hurry up, eat it and get out of here. Eleonora further clarified the fact that she would take it and the hero repeatedly confirmed it. This steak was made with his utmost gratitude, so Al asked to eat it with relish. Al's aide clarified that this thing was in her steak. They looked in horror at Eleonora, who was already tasting the steak, and decided that it was time for them to flee. With tears in her eyes, Eleonora exclaimed that it was very spicy and grabbed a mug of water. She drank the entire glass in a gulp and took a deep breath. The blushing sister glanced treacherously at her brother and Bartolo. She said that if this was his deepest gratitude, then she understood how he really felt about her. Al felt embarrassed and couldn't even find the right words. The guy nervously waved his hands and said what he thought. He thought that the sister was like the spice of life. It was because the sister was the most fiery person he knew. After these words, Bartolo covered his face with his palms, and the hero himself tried to realize what he had just said to her. As Eleonora had said earlier, she now understood how her brother felt about her. She wished he could taste it and grab the remains of the spicy steak and shove them into Al's mouth. Feeling this spicy taste, the hero's mind blurred. Akala had entered his mouth in a completely wrong way. A little later, the hero fainted from the pungency. Meanwhile, the three served regular food instead of revenge food. But Al had no doubt that he would definitely get his revenge one day. He also thanked the merchant for the rice. One day, while washing his face, a maid named Sarah handed the hero a towel. Al thanked her for her help. The girl asked her not to thank him. This is exactly what Al expected from Sarah, because she was very tactful. Sarah had been taking care of the hero since he was a child. He figured she must be somewhere around 22 years old now. Al glanced at her black hair. He unconsciously glanced at her from time to time. Al remembered talking to his mom about it recently. Black hair was a rare sight in this world. The hero was used to this hair color since he was born in Japan, but he still felt nostalgic. As Sarah was leaving, Ala's mother noticed that the boy was seeing her off with a look. She assumed that the guy had feelings for Sarah, but the hero didn't understand what she was talking about. The mother smiled and said that he always looked at her fondly. Al didn't even notice it from the outside. It wasn't that, it was that he just loved black hair. The mother wanted to make sure it was true, and the hero confirmed it. The mother thought her son was very young, but nevertheless he had developed such a specific preference already at that age. Meanwhile, Ala's older sister looked at her hair in the mirror and blushed. After this incident, the hero thought that now they would think differently about him. After all, his inner age was about 33 years old. Today, lunch had to be prepared. On the way, Al ran into a Bartolo who was carrying a basket of laundry and reminded him about cooking. The hero swapped his shirt for a work shirt and thought that since the weather was nice today, it was worth getting busy. He suggested that Bartolo have a little picnic today and walked over to the stove. Seeing the new utensil on the stove, the hero grinned contentedly. The guy introduced their new rice cooker called Hagama to Bartolo and said that he made Logan make it for him. With this thing, he would be able to cook the best rice. While cooking, Al looked at the rice with a smile and exclaimed that it was quite nice and fluffy. After the rice was cooked, it was necessary to reduce the fire in the oven, then let it steam for a while. It was necessary to go a long way to reach a high level of skill in cooking rice. Then one had to wrap the rice in a sheet and put it in the Ala storage. In the spatial vault, the concept of time did not exist, so Al could enjoy the scalding hot onigiri whenever he wanted. Thanks to the rice cooker, he was one step closer to achieving his goal, an exceptional way of life. He was insanely grateful to Logan for this. The guy took the towel and said that now he had to show him all the virtues of rice. If Logan showed great enthusiasm for tamagoyaki, Al had no doubt that he must also like rice dishes. The hero wrapped the dish in a towel and thought of the combination of rice and tamagoyaki that nothing could compare to. He might not have miso soup to match them, but there was no point in grieving. In the end, the guy decided that he needed to find some miso, but he didn't know if soybeans even existed in this world. Al stopped in thought and decided that if rice existed, soybeans had to exist somewhere. He just had to find them. The boy decided that he would look for soybeans everywhere, no matter where his path led him. Al was like obsessed with the beans, but suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by a noise nearby. The hero didn't realize what was going on there as he worked out his happy plan to recreate Japanese cuisine. The rice onigiri almost flew out of his hands when he heard the name of Mrs. Eleonora being wished good luck. The locals cheered for Lady Eleonora, who was not to lose in her duel. The other side of the people cheered for the commander and asked him not to hold back. Judging from the shouts, the hero realized that she was training with the Vigilant Corps today. The sister was full of fighting spirit as always. Suddenly, the hero remembered something and froze on the spot in horror. He snapped back abruptly and decided he had to run before she found out. As the proverb said, a wise man did not put himself in vain danger. A few minutes later, Al arrived at Logan's house and called out to him. He knocked loudly on the man's door and told him that he had food. The angry Logan abruptly opened the doors and asked him to be quiet. Logan asked to think about what would have happened if someone had heard him. Al replied that nothing would have happened to him, for no one lived in such a wilderness except the Logan. He held out his rice dish with a smile and said he had brought some for him. The hero explained that he cooked it using that rice cooker he made for him last time. The onigiri was very hot, so Al asked him to be careful. Logan was surprised that he actually used it. Only after a couple minutes did it come to him that Al had come all this way for the sake of bringing him food. The guy grinned and said that he was thinking of going to the picnic after he gave the onigiri to Logan. The weather was pretty nice today. The man looked at the blue sky and taking the treat said he would eat onigiri later. As soon as Al heard that, his hands trembled with anger. He thought it was ridiculous because he didn't know that there was such a person in the world who could eat scalding hot onigiri later. It was unthinkable, and the hero decided that it was just a stupid joke. Logan was also a gourmet, and he would never do that. The guy had to come up with a good excuse for Logan to eat him now. Al had one idea, after which he invited Logan to go on a picnic with him. Logan declined, not understanding why he would suddenly want to go on a picnic with Al. The guy smiled and told the grumpy man that he was no fun at all to be with. Logan eventually closed the doors behind him, thanked him for the onigiri and said goodbye to the guy. He was going to tell Alu his opinion of the dish next time. The hero stood silently near the doors for a while and knocked on Logan's door one more time. The boy knew what Logan that tsundere was really like. The man was one of those people who would just try a piece to find out what they tasted like. With these thoughts, Al leaned his ear against the door with a sly smile. Since Logan was hungry, he actually picked up one of the onigiri and decided to see what it tasted like. After the hero heard Logan's reasoning, he only confirmed his hunch. Like all tsunderes, Logan also had such a sweet, honest nature. Just when the hero thought about it, the door behind his back opened and an angry Logan stepped out. The man was furious that the owl was still here. The confused owl looked at Logan and asked what was the matter. Logan gave him the cloth the onigiri were wrapped in and asked about the snack series. He wanted to know how soon they would be sold, and Al thought he had already eaten them. In response, Logan only furrowed his eyebrows and asked the boy to answer his question. Al noticed that there was one grain of rice on Logan's cheek and realized everything. The onigiri was delicious and surely the man wanted to know when it would be served for dinner. He was clearly out of patience and all he had to do was be honest with his feelings. The hero replied that he was low on rice at the mansion, so the series might not be able to serve this dish. The man understood and thought that they would go well with the tamagoyaki. He asked the lad to hurry up and bring some more rice so he could taste it. As expected of a Logan gourmet, he was able to immediately feel that rice and tamagoyaki would go well together. Logan closed the doors behind him again and after saying goodbye to the guy, he said that it was delicious. Al wasn't even surprised and thought it was pretty easy to read. Al pulled his hands to the top and thought it was time for a picnic, then leisurely headed his way. After a while, the boy reached the forest where he admired a waterfall. After that he followed a forest path and passed a small lake. Even though Al wanted to go on a picnic, going alone was a little sad. Al wondered if Logan would go with him if he asked him again. The boy seriously thought about his problem. If you think hard about it, he didn't have any acquaintances or friends his age, and that was really sad. All of his friends were old people. Al wanted to enjoy his free time with friends his age, but they just weren't there. In that case, a frustrated Al decided to ask his brother Silvio if he wanted to go out with him. Al could have suggested that he go outside and read while enjoying the beautiful scenery. If he said that to Silvio, surely he would agree. On his way, the hero met some familiar people who were happy to greet Mr. Alfred. They wished him a good day and asked him where he was going. Al greeted the villagers and said that today he would like to go to the mountains. The people said goodbye to Mr. Alfred and asked him to be careful. Al enjoyed talking to the villagers and hoped he could do the same with friends his own age. One of the little girls noticed the boy and told her mom that everyone was talking about how he was connected to one of the 7 secrets of the village. The mom got angry at her daughter and told her that pointing a finger at people was very rude. Al glimpsed the girl, not sure what she was talking about. Al was about to move on when he heard a familiar voice behind him and stopped. He didn't want to believe it and cautiously looked back. It was his older sister who wanted to know what her younger brother was up to. Al glanced glumly at his sister and the 2 maidens behind her. Al did not know who the girls were and one of them assumed that the younger brother of Lady Eleonora was in front of them. They assumed that the one in front of them was the same Mr. Alfred they had heard so much about. With these words, one of the girls moved closer to Al. The girl crouched down in front of the guy at his eye level and asked to be called Emma. She was very pleased to meet him. In response to her smile, the boy introduced himself as the second son of the Lowlight family Alfred and said that he was also very pleased to meet her. He thanked them for always taking care of his older sister. The girl was delighted and exclaimed that it was marvelous. These were exactly the kind of words she expected from Mrs. Eleonora's younger brother. He was a very polite and courteous young man. The second girl wondered if he was always so polite because of his noble status. The disgruntled older sister told Shaylee that he was just being a jerk. Sis Emma seemed like a very kind person. If the hero was right, she just adored him. A person's first impression was formed within 10 seconds of meeting them. Al needed to butter up the kind little sister Emma a little more for her to start adoring him. Al figured that with a greeting like that, his sales would be through the roof. The second girl greeted Mr. Alfred with a smile, and Al said it was a pleasure to meet her, as he had already realized her name was Sheila. As a 33-year-old man, the hero noticed a very important detail of the girl when she leaned over him. To call it divine was not enough. It was a true fulfillment of every man's hopes and dreams. Al was only curious to know their size and how big they were. Al realized that this was not a good thing, for they were sucking in his consciousness and he needed to look away. He immediately shifted his gaze to his sister's breasts, and with a sigh of relief he decided he was safe. For whatever reason, Eleonora had a strange urge to hit her brother. Sheila asked Mr. Alfred what he was going to do today. The boy replied that he was thinking of going to the mountains to play after he found a nice place with beautiful scenery and stopped for a picnic. Sheila exclaimed that it was a great idea. Emma seconded them and said that the weather was gorgeous today. The girls perked up and suggested they go along. Eleonora thought it was a good idea as she had no plans for the afternoon, so she agreed to go too. The hero didn't mind, of course, but he didn't like the fact that Eleonora's little sister was going with them too. Eleonora apologized profusely and warned the girls that she would go ahead and have the Bartolo cook lunch for them. The girls thought that sounded great, as the Bartolo's cooking was just great. The boy was shocked that his little sister apologized profusely. The guy didn't even know that she actually used a refined tone around her friends, for she was usually very rude. If she were alone, she would have made Bartolo prepare the food and asked Elia to go and cook something herself. Sis noticed that the hero was thinking about something and asked a question. The guy looked away and replied that everything was fine. Bartolo was shocked when he heard about the bento and other dishes. Al said that they needed to cook for 4 people, but the assistant didn't know if they had enough ingredients. Besides, he didn't even have time to restock. While Bartolo was dealing with that, the hero thanked him for his help. Al and the others were finally able to go on a picnic as a foursome. His sister remarked that it was quite refreshing even though it was summer. Emma agreed with her and felt a lovely cool breeze touching her skin. Al looked in surprise at Emma's hand that reached out towards him. Emma told Mr. Alfred that the local slopes were quite steep and wanted to make sure he was okay. Al took Sis Emma's hand and replied that he was fine. The annoyed older sister told her friend that Al had been fencing for a long time, so such a slight incline was nothing to him. Emma took her hand back and apologized in that case. The hero gloomed and decided that his sister was interfering with his hopes. The guy looked at his hand and thought that Sis Emma's hand was quite soft and feminine. Emma meanwhile was embarrassed and thought that the calluses on her hand were quite unpleasant. She got them by clutching a wooden sword. The hero didn't understand what she was talking about, and Sheila replied that they had been participating in Vigilant Corps training for the past 2 years. Emma was thrilled that somehow Ms. Eleonora could keep up with the Vigilant Corps and swung her blade magnificently. It was a wonderful sight, and the girls both hoped to one day be as strong as she was. The girls clarified with Mr. Alfred that he had only started training with the sword this spring. Al replied that he practiced every day, although Papa and sister are quite energetic about it. Eleonora looked at her brother in surprise and exclaimed that it was natural. Emma smiled and said that Miss Eleonora and the feudal lord were very strong. Every time they participated in a match, she lost to them. Al heard her laughing and thought she was very cute. Sheila's stomach rumbled and she admitted that she was getting hungry. She suggested they stop somewhere and have lunch. Al smiled slightly, trying to remember how many times she had said that before. Emma asked Sheila to hold out a little longer since they were almost there. Sheila couldn't take it anymore since their food smelled so good. Finally, they arrived at the slope where they had a very nice view of the city. Sheila took a wicker basket of food and suggested that they hurry up and open a bento. From this spot they could completely see the Coliat village. In addition, the mansion where Mrs. Eleonora lived was visible from here. The hero was delighted by the pleasant breeze and raised his hands up. Sheila looked at Emma and the hero for admiring the view and asked to move on to dinner as quickly as possible. Eleonora knew that whenever it came to food, Sheila lost all composure. Emma laughed in response and Sheila continued to remind her of the bento. Finally, they had laid out a whole glade of food and were about to get down to business. When Emma opened her box, she exclaimed with delight. Her bento looked quite appealing. It looked like Bartolo had made an effort. Meanwhile, Sheila noticed that her bento didn't contain too much tamagoyaki. Earlier, Bartolo had mentioned that they didn't have enough ingredients. The hero decided that it was no big deal since it was still noon. The guy thought it was worth replacing the extra with food from the spatial storage. Sheila tasted her tamagoyaki and clutched her cheeks. She smiled and exclaimed that it was delicious and all the food felt like it was melting in her mouth. Emma grinned and said that in that case she would try her bento. Emma noticed a strange white thing on Eleonora's lady and asked what it was. It was the first time Eleonora had seen something like that, too, so she asked Al about it. After all, it was Al who was helping Bartolo with the cooking. The hero explained that it was called onigiri, and they could eat it with their hands. It went well with meat. It was also seasoned with a little salt. It was the first time the girls had seen something like this. After tasting one onigiri, Sheila said it was very tasty. She was hard to understand and the girls asked Sheila not to speak with her mouth full. After chewing everything thoroughly, the girl smiled and agreed with them. Al blushed and thought she was pretty cute too. Al's big sister took a look at the onigiri and admitted that it was pretty good. Emma was in agreement with her, for it had a sticky texture, but the first bite showed softness. Eleonora was silent at first, but then confirmed Emma's words. Judging from her look and face, she did not understand a single word and Al noticed it. The hero said that the onigiri tasted better if eaten warm. The girls assumed that this was a new recipe that Bartolo had developed and the hero confirmed their words. Onigiri also went well with fish as well. It seemed to Al that it would be a shame if people continued to think that he had invented it all. After a hearty lunch, the hero collapsed on the green lawn and decided that he had hit it right on the spot. He had a nice meal, beautiful scenery, and spent his time the way he wanted to. The most valuable treasure of the Coliat village was right here. Suddenly the boy heard a rather silly bird cry and sprang to his feet. He admitted that it startled him and looked at the flying bird. The hero decided to ask his sis Eleonora about the bird that was making such a strange sound. His sister was surprised that his brother did not know about it. It was a bird called a funii. They could be seen from time to time when one went up on the uplands. But screaming wasn't their only unique feature. From her words, Al realized that there was something else special about them. Despite being a bird, it could also run on the ground. However, it still stumbled quite often. Al kept his gaze on the flying bird and thought that it was rather strange. In any case, the hero wanted to know how long his sister planned to continue using the refined tone. With this, she probably wanted to say that while she was away from home, she always acted like this. Eleonora stared unhappily at her brother and an awkward pause ensued. The girl threateningly replied to her younger brother that she would ignore the last part for his sake, for every girl had her secrets. The boy turned pale and replied that he understood. Emma smiled and thought that Mrs. Eleonora was very fond of Mr. Alfred. Sheila looked at them and agreed with Emma. The girls noticed that as they walked up the mountain, Mrs. Eleonora walked quite slowly, looking back often to see if Mr. Alfred was all right. The big sister turned back toward the girls. She decided to tell Emma that they had heard her, and Emma apologized. The boy frowned and decided to clarify if sister was really looking out for him as they walked up. The thing was, Sister Eleanor was always the kind of person who only frowned at a laugh. In that case, the hero didn't understand anything. He looked at his sister, who turned away from him and replied that she didn't. According to her, she only wanted to make sure he wasn't holding them up. Al hesitated, keeping his gaze on his sister. His sister's tone was as harsh and cold as usual, but compared to the past, this time there was a gentleness and softness coming from it. Al smiled and mentally thought about the fact that he understood her. One day the main character walked into the village tavern of the series. He looked around at the bunch of people and assumed that the old woman was very busy. The woman replied that he was right. After all, there was a rich harvest this year, and that's not to mention that they had to prepare for the festival in 5 days. Al had already forgotten that it was that time of year. The harvest was slowly coming to an end. Carla was sure that in the next 3 days, they would start to hear the festival cries coming from the village square. According to Carla, they would also be having a reverie tournament this year. She assumed that Mr. Alfred would also participate in it and Al confirmed her hunch. Looking at their tavern, it was quite lively. Syria grinned and said that she was also happy about such a thing. Although as she thought, it was quite noisy in the mansion Alar. Al recalled how things were at the Lowlight family kitchen. They were constantly busy. The maid that barely had time to carry bags of vegetables asked the Bartolo about the number of portions. In addition to providing enough food for everyone in the village this year, he also had to account for guests from outside. Bartolo exclaimed that this year he would cook non-stop. A maid named Sarah called out to the assistant Ala and asked him to speed up a bit. Al laid down on his bed with a smile and thought that it was quite noisy outside. After putting on 2 pairs of pants, the hero used fire magic, which made him immediately feel warmer. On a cold day like today, it was best to just stay in a cozy room while the clock ticked away. At the same moment, his sister ran into his room and told Al that it was time to practice with his sword. The boy glumly grabbed his pillow and told sister that she could at least knock. It was quite cold today, so he wasn't going to go anywhere. Eleonora smiled and replied that he couldn't do that, because if he didn't practice hard, he would never improve his skills. The hero reminded her to prepare for the harvest festival, for they needed to greet the guests. Eleonora replied that if they were already invited, there should be no problem. But even if it didn't work out, they would have extra time to practice with the sword. Looking at the frown on her brother's face, the girl offered to remove the annoyed expression from his face before she helped him in this. He got up from the bed, bowed, and told her that he would come as soon as he changed his clothes. Before leaving, his sister asked him to hurry up, for Silvio had already gone. Compared to the rest of their family, Al's appearance was little better than usual. But if she tweaked his face, the hero suggested that he could become more handsome. Al decided to forget about it, for such a thing was absolutely impossible. Going outside, Al was shivering from the terrible cold. Eleonora called out to him and asked him what reason he was idling. It was a little cold now, so it was necessary to move around at least a little to keep warm. Al said he understood and looked at his sister in horror. He was shocked that Eleonora, along with Silvio, had gone out in such cold weather in shorts and a short-sleeve sweatshirt. He figured the two of them had just lost their minds. Silvio was glad to meet Ala and wished him a good morning. They looked like a high school kid that Al was studying with. He tried to look cool by wearing short sleeves even though it was winter. The girls would wonder and ask if he was cold. The boy would answer that he wasn't cold, but he was probably lying. The hero could still understand little sister Eleonora, but he thought brother Silvio was cold. Eleonora frowned, not understanding what he meant about her. Silvio smiled and replied that he got warmer when he moved, so it was okay. Eleonora ordered her brother to answer her previous question. Their father arrived on time as always and wished his children a good morning. He wanted to make sure everyone was ready. Since it was a little cold today, their father suggested starting with a little jog around the mansion. All the children happily agreed with him. Al was the very first to run ahead, which surprised their father greatly. It was rare to see him so energetic. During the run, Eleonora asked Al about what he had said earlier. Al averted his gaze from her, thinking that his sister was rather persistent. Silvio intervened in their conversation and told sis Eleonora that it would be better to find out everything during the duel. Hearing this, a shiver ran through Ala. Eleonora replied that Silvio was just a genius and he was right. Al stopped in place, not understanding why Silvio had done that to him. At the end of the run, the father smiled and thought that the children should have warmed up by now. Now it was possible to do sword practice. Everyone stood up in the building meekly agreeing with father, but Al was still trying to catch his breath. It was only 5 months ago that he had first picked up a wooden sword. But recently he had started to hear a whistling sound when he swung the sword, and it was quite pleasant. His father watched his son's training and said that his swing still lacked power. He needed to use his whole body weight when striking, and Al listened to his father. Al looked at brother Silvio's movements, which were clear and precise. It was quite similar to him. He was always someone who thought things through carefully before acting. The hero remembered that Silvio often asked his father different questions regarding fencing. He was definitely completely serious about it. On the other side of the Ala stood sister Eleonora. Without paying attention to anyone, the girl was deftly swinging her sword. Al had only a hunch, but the wooden swords they were using shouldn't have been sharp. Eleonora suddenly looked at her brother, catching him off guard. At the same moment, a small leaf from a tree flew past Eleonora, which she struck a swift blow at. The hero didn't quite realize what she had just done and glanced at the small leaf that continued its fall. Al froze with horror as the little leaf exploded into small, even pieces right before his eyes. Right before his eyes, his sister had just done the unbelievable with a single swing of her sword. He definitely only heard one sound, but he didn't understand how she could make 4 cuts on one leaf. Her gaze directly told him that if he made her angry, he would end up the same way. Her father walked over to Eleonora and reminded her that it was only the middle of the warm-up. Besides, he had told her earlier that sword technique wasn't something to play with. Eleonora bowed to her father and apologized to him. Al was shocked to see little sister Eleonora so obedient. It was said that the way of a warrior could tame even a demon, and this seemed simply incredible. His father called out to Al and asked him to keep his attention. The lad bowed to his father and said he was sorry. The lad thought that there were too many Aspers in this village, or rather people with paranormal abilities. The father said that the training was going well and they needed to do another 100 swings of the sword. After that, sparring awaited the boys. Silvio smiled at Alu and suggested that they have a good match. Hiro was not thrilled that Silvio's brother was his opponent today. Hiro recalled the words that Silvio had said to Eleonora earlier, and wished he could take them back to his brother. Without stopping to smile, Silvio reminded Al that it was just a sparring session and he didn't need to look so angry. Al said that he would have to get ready anyway. The hero took a deep breath, then abruptly went on the offensive against his brother. Silvio was surprised at such an unexpected attack from Al. The surprised brother said that he could really do such a thing if he tried hard enough. Al was of the same opinion of Silvio. As expected, his defense was pretty good. But to fight against Eleonora's sister, such a skill was simply necessary. With those words, the hero aimed at Silvio's thigh, which turned out to be open. Al saw Silvio parry his attack and thanked him for it. He decided to use it as a defense later. Silvio laughed and suggested that in that case, he should invite his father, who could set a better example for Al. Al felt a shiver of fear. There was no way he wanted to call his father. If Silvio was going to do that, Al was determined to stop sparring right here and now. The hero heard the clinking of swords and looked toward his father and Eleonora in surprise. The thing was, a wooden sword was not supposed to sound like that. If you looked closely, you could see them pouring some of their magic power into the swords. Sis Eleanor could use fire magic, but she wasn't too skilled at using it. To even slightly hurt enemies like a goblin or a wind wolf, she would need up to 3 fireballs. Magical power will only increase when one completely uses it up and then regains it. Al tried to convey this thought to Sister Eleonora every day, but he doubted she listened to him. Perhaps she was practicing until he didn't notice it. The hero had heard that his father knew how to use wind magic, but he had never seen him use it before, even though their blades were clad in magical power. Now there was one of those sparring matches going on that the hero didn't even want to get involved in. After a while, the father told the boys that they were done for the day, and the children thanked their father for the lesson. In the end, Al never got to take revenge on his brother Silvio. Now it was time to heat the bathtub. Before Al was born, the water was heated with a magic tool. Now the hero used his magic to heat the bathtub twice as fast. If they used his little sister's fire magic and his mom's water magic, they could do that. But Al had absolutely no trust in the skill of his sister's magic. Al remembered how the ice had just exploded once. That experience was not too pleasant. Then he caught a cold because he tried to heat water while staying naked. To get revenge, he filled his brother's bathtub with enough bone-chilling water. While the hero was dealing with the bathtub, he ran into brother Silvio, who was passing by. Al ran up to his brother and told him that he had just prepared the bath and he could go first if he wanted. Silvio thanked his brother and said he would go as soon as he got a change of clothes from his room. Satisfied, Silvio went to his room, and the equally satisfied Al escorted him with a sly look. At the mere thought of greeting his brother in the cold depths of the Arctic Ocean, Al laughed. Al dissolved a huge block of ice with fire magic. The cold vapors emitted from the water will look just like the hot vapor. Silvio won't realize anything, but as soon as he climbs in, cold water will be waiting for him. The hero thought that this was his way of teaching his brother a lesson for what he had said to his sister earlier. He wasn't lying when he said that he had prepared a bath for him. It was just a cold revenge bath. There was no way the hero could wait, for he wondered how Silvio would react when he realized everything. His thoughts were drowned out by someone's shrill and loud scream, from which the guy jumped on the spot. He grabbed his pillow and turned back sharply, not realizing why he was hearing his sister's voice. The hero was horrified when he realized that his sister was in the bathroom. Eleonora yelled that there was steam coming from the water and she thought it was already heated. She didn't understand why it was so cold and decided that it was definitely Ala's doing. The hero decided to cautiously peek out of his room and saw a girl wearing only a towel walking up the stairs to his room. Eleonora ran to the door Ala, and the hero screamed that she was a demon. Al dazed on the spot as he realized that he opened that door without thinking. His sister had a murderous look in her eyes and the guy's hands started shaking. The hero grabbed the doors and tried to calm down a bit. He decided that if he could close the doors, he had won. The hero decided to do it calmly and carefully, and mentally asked his door to close as soon as possible. Somehow he could no longer hear the demon's footsteps and only asked for one more second. At the very last moment, the girl's foot appeared in the doorway, which prevented the door from closing. She grinned at the guy and thought that if she could wring his neck, the victory was hers. He knew very well how people talked. On the verge of death, one's whole life flashed before one's eyes, and that day he was able to experience this phenomenon for himself. One clear day, the protagonist met with the merchant Tryla and they headed to the clothing store together. Try said that all the outfits came straight from the royal capital, so he was quite confident in such a selection. The hero invited Tryla to have a little shopping day. Al's mother was delighted at how many clothes there were. Thanks to the sales of Reverie, Try was able to create all sorts of connections. Since father and brother Silvio were busy preparing for the upcoming harvest festival, to avoid having to partner with Eleonora in one-on-one hell sparring, They invited Tryla. Al said he would like to buy some new clothes and suggested a similar idea. Eleonora was furious when she learned that they wouldn't have practiced today. Al's mother asked her son to look for something, since she wasn't going to get her own clothes. To be honest, choosing clothes was a real pain for Ala. On the other hand, the sister showed more interest in weapons than clothes. She had almost no feminine side. The hero looked at the outfit and thought that it was more extravagant than he had originally imagined himself to be. Since the clothes were meant for nobles, the materials used for sewing were of much higher quality. It felt completely different compared to the clothes sewn in the countryside. Only people in the royal capital walked around in such clothes, and Al couldn't even imagine such a thing. The merchant decided to orient Mr. Alfred and pointed out the men's clothes to him. The hero picked up one of the shirts and saw the puffy collar that was on all the clothes. The merchant explained that it had recently become fashionable to add jewelry or embroidery along the neckline. Al sighed heavily and said that he wanted clothes that were easy to move around in. Al pointed out a coat and gown that looked pretty cool. Eleonora admitted that the outfit was completely out of character for her brother, and Al got upset. Al said that once he gets older and looks like his father, then he will take the outfit. But Eleonora shook her head negatively and asked him not to even hope. Someone behind him touched Al's shoulder and the boy turned around. The merchant was offering him a fluffy jacket and his mother had brought a jumpsuit. Al reminded them that he chose his own clothes and found it cruel. He too wanted nice clothes like brother Silvio's. The mother told her son that he couldn't have it, not because it didn't fit him or was too expensive. It was just that there were certain clothes that could only be worn after having attained a certain rank. That's why he couldn't wear it. In that case, the hero didn't understand why clothes were brought here that they couldn't wear. The merchant explained that he brought it at the request of Mistress Helena to teach the Ala the ranks and titles associated with objects and clothing. It was all for the sake of Mistress Alfred. The hero now realized that his mother had done such a thing only for him to learn and was touched by her act. In that case, the boy decided to choose something else and took one of the sweaters. He thought he would like something like this. The mother looked at the clothes and agreed that they were beautiful but looked too plain. The irritated Al said it suited him. The woman was quite sure that those colors would not suit him at all. Seeing the look on her son's face, she cut herself short, and then said that those colors would suit him for no clear reason at all. Seeing her strained smile, Al didn't understand where this mocking atmosphere came from. The mother gave the clothes to Al and suggested that he change his clothes behind a screen. The boy went to the fitting room without enthusiasm, with an aching heart. Meanwhile, Eleonora also gloomily eyed one of the goods. The elder sister picked up one of the swords and didn't understand why something like that was included as jewelry. She thought it was better to use a sharpened blade as jewelry rather than this toy. At this moment, Al understood how she felt, but some nobles were pompous people by nature. Al seriously wished he could ask to give him a break. The mother was displeased that Eleonora was only looking at the swords. She reminded the girl that she was supposed to act more feminine. But Eleonora didn't want to do something like that. As for the men's clothing, it was enough to just throw it on. Al tried the jacket on and decided it was pretty good. These clothes may not have been as nice as brother Silvio's, but they were lightweight and it was comfortable to move around in. Besides, it had a pretty good color. The hero soon recalled that it was not at all cute for a guy to twirl around in front of a mirror like that. Al came out of the fitting room and told his mom that he had changed his clothes. Eleonora, his mother, and the merchant stared at Al, but Al didn't understand why they were looking at him like that. The mother confirmed that the jacket did look good on him. Try doubted that any of the ordinary people would look like Alfred-san, although the color was quite plain, but it suited Al very well. His mother asked him to turn around and then put his hands up. She wondered how he would look if he bent his knees a little. The hero ended up having to try on different sets of clothes. In total, they tried on and bought 12 sets, which made Al terribly tired. At this point, the hero realized how a husband feels after going shopping with his wife on one of his weekends. The mother was more concerned about what to do with Eleonora. She was worried that Eleonora would have a hard time making a decision on her own. Al looked at his sister and assumed that she was going to change her clothes, but Eleonora wasn't even thinking about it. He didn't understand what she was doing, because Eleonora was looking at clothes in the men's department. Her mother suggested that something like that might suit her, but she wished the girl had chosen more feminine clothes. Eleonora took one of the clothes at her mother's request without enthusiasm, and went to the fitting room. What was surprising to the hero was how the Tryla was quite tactful. But when it came to Mistress Eleanor, nothing could be done about it. While she was changing her clothes, Try offered to pick out a few things for Eleanor to try on. The mother sighed heavily and told Al that such clothes would definitely suit his sister. As expected of a mother, she was capable of guessing her children's tastes at a glance. Alina smiled and replied to Alu that she was their mother after all. Eleonora had the makings of a beautiful girl, but her indifference to style and fashion was a problem. Looking at the amount of clothes she had to try on, the hero felt sorry for her. Her mother wished Eleonora would show a little more interest in things other than fencing. An embarrassed Eleonora came out of the fitting rooms and said that she had finished changing her clothes. Her mother was delighted at how well her new clothes fit her. Al exclaimed that his sister looked dazzling. As Al had already realized, Eleonora planned to use such an outfit for training. The mother sighed heavily looking at her daughter who was trying to find a place in her clothes for her blade. But now Eleonora's mother wanted to move on to the next costume. She asked her daughter to stop admiring the sword and come over here. The girl was shocked when she saw the pile of clothes and exclaimed that it would be half a day before they finished measuring everything. But Al immediately thought that if he could get his sister to try on more clothes, he could shorten the time of his morning workout. Al found one of the outfits for his sister and held it out to his mother. His mother thought something like that would look great on his sister and told his brother that it looked pretty good. Eleonora didn't understand what Al did it for and got angry. The mother told her upset daughter that if she didn't speed up she might not make it to practice. Eleonora didn't understand what this was for, since most likely they wouldn't even buy half of these things. She noticed her mother's intense and stern gaze on her. The mother told her daughter that if she tried on this dress, she would not make her try on the rest. Eleonora was horrified when she learned that she would have to try on the dress. The older sister had completely fallen in spirit. Al wasn't sure that her sister would fit the dress, but their mother had no doubt about it. The mother told Eleonora that she didn't have to try it on if she didn't want to, because there were enough other things here. But if she tried on so many clothes, she would have to miss her favorite workout. Al decided that if something like this should bring out the inner charm of his favorite older sister, there was nothing to be done about it. Unable to stand it, Eleonora realized everything and screamed that she was going to try on that stupid dress. Her mother called Sarah to her and asked her to come over here. Also, she would like to invite Tryla to tell her more about the dress. 30 minutes later, Eleonora called out to Alan and Tryla and allowed them to enter. The boys opened the door to the fitting room and apologized. Sarah helped the embarrassed Eleonora try on the dress. The three along with Al thought she looked beautiful. She did look better now than ever, but Eleonora found it hard to move in it. Her mother smiled and said that this was exactly what she expected from her daughter. She told her that the next dress would be her last. Al was horrified when he heard this. He realized that at this rate they would still have time to practice with the sword. The hero thought that his mother would continue to make his sister try on different clothes, making up any excuses. The sad Al suggested that the three at least have some fun before they left here. The merchant didn't understand what had happened to the owl and asked if he was okay. 40 minutes had passed since trying on another of Eleonora's dresses. Come to think of it, trying on these dresses had taken a considerable amount of time. It was now past noon and the hero was glad that they were able to limit the practice time for today. His older sister tried on the bouffant dress by changing her hairstyle and wearing jewelry on her hair. Al looked at his sister as if she was a stranger and asked who she was. Eleonora looked at her brother irritably and said it was her. The boy jumped back in fear when he recognized Eleonora's sister's voice. He decided that she was definitely an imposter in disguise. Eleonora went at her brother and exclaimed that she certainly was not. The mother called out to her daughter and asked her not to stomp around while she was wearing such nice clothes. Eleonora asked to take off her dress, and the mother was fine with that. It may have been unexpected, but Alina suggested that Eleonora try on her new workout clothes. The girl immediately forgot her fatigue and began to change clothes in a flash. It seemed to her that it would be difficult to move around in those clothes, so they didn't fit. And after all they had to do to her hair, she liked her normal hairstyle better. Thus, Eleonora's little sister changed back into that training outfit that she usually wore. The girl gave a sigh of relief and said that her everyday outfit was the best. Her mother was sorry, for Eleonora was quite cute in that dress. The happy big sister grabbed Ala's hand and suggested that she go practice with the sword. But first, of course, they had to have lunch. The boy thought that the elegant figure she had shown earlier was probably good. But to be honest, such a lively and energetic sister wasn't bad either. The girl pulled her brother behind her and asked him to run faster. The tired Al didn't realize what he was in for. One day the hero was digging through the crates in the warehouses and found something interesting. At that moment the owl felt as if he had found gold. Unexpectedly, he managed to acquire some sweet potatoes that looked pretty good. This happened at the moment when Dad and brother Silvio were going around the village. While the Ala family was walking down the street, Mr. Feudal was called out by one of the locals. The people assumed that the father was on patrol with his son and asked them not to overexert themselves. The father hoped that the people had nothing wrong, but one of the women replied that they were fine. Everyone was too busy preparing for the harvest festival. They had been able to harvest a lot of halm and fruit this year and would like the Lord to take some for himself. But if the Lord wanted to take more, the people were happy to share with him. His father winked at Silvio and the lad replied that they had already bought enough ingredients for the harvest festival, so that was fine. The villagers were very eager to share their harvest. That was their way of showing that everything was good now. In addition, this kind of thing also demonstrated that the household was well established here. Father and Silvio agreed on a common ground. Gradually, the pantry became increasingly clogged with many bags and groceries. Thus, everything ended up at Ala's family and there was almost no room in the pantry. The boy looked at the potatoes and thought that it was already fall. Since Ala had some sweet potatoes, he decided he had to bake them. If cooked with inappropriate seasonings, one will no longer be able to appreciate the natural flavor of the potatoes. Speaking of baking, once the hero used leaves to start a fire, but it was difficult to control the strength of the flame with them. Unfortunately, the microwave oven did not exist in this world, so Al just used rocks to create his own. He thought that such a thing was normal. After all, he still wanted to try something new for today. In the storeroom, he found exactly what he was looking for. He picked up a large vase and decided that it was deep enough to fit him. The hero took a look and made sure there was nothing inside it, and it wasn't too dirty. He thought it would be fine when he washed it off. Now that it was done, Al wondered how to carry it to the garden. It would be easy if he used enhancement magic, but the vase was a bit dirty. He was wearing the new fall clothes he had been bought the other day. Al decided that he could use it for practice as well. Then he stretched out his arm and used teleport on the object. The vase jumped up and glowed with a bright light. The guy looked around and decided that it had gone perfectly, since that was exactly where he wanted to move it. Now someone might see him if he teleported her right into the garden, so he decided to move her slowly. When the hero reached his vase, he decided that the next step would be to move it past his dad's office. He touched the expensive vase and said that they would teleport together. The hero looked around to make sure no one was here. He used the teleporter and thought everything went perfectly. The first thing the hero did was move the vase and was about to teleport himself when he suddenly heard his name behind him. The voice that was heading towards him asked Ala what he was doing. The boy looked back in horror when he heard the voice of Eleonora's sister. Al quickly began to think of an escape plan and noticed a window above his head. He thought it was strange that his sister was nowhere to be found. He didn't understand at all how she could have noticed him and decided that he was probably hallucinating. Then the hero heard his father's voice asking his sister what was wrong. The girl replied that she had seen Ala outside the window, and the boy realized that her voice came from her father's study. Silvio approached his sister and asked if she was really sure of that, since he had not seen Ala anywhere. The sister was surprised that Silvio was unable to detect his presence by hearing footsteps. Al was settling on the window in shock, not realizing what nonsense she was talking about. A surprised Silvio opened the window and noticed that Al was indeed outside. Big sister mentioned that she had told him that earlier. Al so wanted to curse his big sister and her animal intuition. Eleonora wondered what her little brother was doing in a place like this. The hero replied that he was just passing by on his way to the barn. He thought he could find something cool and looked at the vase beside it. Al knew that Sister Elena rarely noticed his lies, but he'd better not make any easy excuses anyway, so that there would be no interference while he was baking his potatoes. He was going to come up with a partially truthful answer. Big Sister had asked him to help them with the paperwork if he had so much free time. Apparently, she really didn't notice his little lie. However, it was rare to see Big Sis doing paperwork. The hero wondered if Mom and Dad really made her do it. Al said that she wanted to go to arithmetic, in which case there was no point in him helping her. Eleonora puffed up her cheeks in frustration and said he was right. Silvio felt that it would not be good if the work was done by someone other than the sister. Whenever some misfortune happened to Al, Silvio's brother was always there to help him. Eleonora sighed heavily and said that looking at the numbers was rather boring. Al suggested that if she wanted to help Mom with needlework, then she probably wouldn't have enough time to practice with Dad. Eleonora immediately changed her mind and suggested that Silvio go and look at some more figures. Al was shocked that she really appreciated sword training so much. Silvio waved at his brother and told Al that they would see each other later. Al also waved and asked him to do his best in their work. It seemed to Al that the people who were working so hard were wonderful. He was sure that brother Silvio had a bright future ahead of him. With the vase washed, it was now time to put some charcoal and a metal device in it so that Al could hang the sweet potatoes. To cook the food in the ceramic pot, it was necessary to add a briquette to the vase. But the hero had no such thing, so he would have to make do with a regular charcoal roaster. When the hero had done everything, he took a rather glance at the ceramic baking pot that was already ready. Now it was necessary to insert the small basket he had made with the metal attachments attached to it to hold the sweet potatoes. Then he set the charcoal roaster on the bottom and it was done. After that, Al lit the coals with fire magic. Next, it was necessary to cover the vase. To do this, the lad found a suitable board for the cover from his teleport. Now all he had to do was sit and wait. Al closed his eyes and thought of his baked and sweet potatoes with a smile. Charcoal generated strong, far infrared rays, or FIR for short. Because the heat from the Fury rays was quickly and evenly distributed, everything inside could be cooked at the same time and therefore retain more of the flavorful umami. If the hero used this method to cook sweet potatoes, he would undoubtedly get a deliciously thick umami. To summarize, the charcoal's primary material diatomite helped to produce a lot of infrared rays. There were still 30 or 40 minutes left before they would be cooked, and the hero suggested that he should practice his magic. He used fire magic first, and then moved on to water magic. It may have looked pretty simple, but it was still a training in magical control, and a lot of fun besides. Next, the hero used earth magic. He could do anything with this magic, and something like this would never bore him. The guy made a dinosaur out of earth and thought that the more he practiced, the more results he saw. Magic was only limited by his own imagination. Through it he could enrich his life endlessly, and that was the best part. The hero slowed down his thoughts, deciding that he had heard those words somewhere before. His sister Eleonora talked about how the more she trained, the more results she saw. The same attitude his sister had towards fencing. The hero exclaimed that it was impossible, because magic and fencing were completely different things. You couldn't drink water while swinging a sword, and you couldn't light a fire with a blade. Fencing wouldn't help you attack a target that was far away, not to mention that a sword didn't allow you to teleport. While the hero was thinking about it, a bell rang in the tower of the church. Hearing this sound, the hero realized how fast time was flying. According to his watch, about 40 minutes had passed. In this world, time is recognized by the ringing of bells. People are used to living without clocks, but Al simply followed his internal clock. The village of Koliat was a quiet region with a wide variety of people, but even so the number of people complaining about the time delay was high. The boy was horrified when he approached the vase and saw that the sweet potatoes were burning. After removing the two lids on the vase, Al checked to see what he ended up with. He smelled a sweet flavor and flowing juices that resembled nectar. Apparently nothing had burned after all. With the help of his magic, the hero took out one of the potatoes and held it in his hands. Now the flavor of the sweet potato should have intensified a bit. As soon as he grabbed the potato, he burned his hands and exclaimed that it was hot. The hero pulled thick gloves from his teleporter and put them on his hands. He broke the sweet potato into 2 pieces and decided that he would not make such a mistake again. The potato was softer than he thought, and Al exclaimed that it was excellent. Now it was time to taste her. The hero was delighted with its flavor, for it was different from the sweetness of sugar. Such a flavor could only be obtained by using natural sweet potatoes. In addition, its flesh did not fall apart. Instead, it had a nice, tender and soft texture. The peel also did not burn or harden. Now the hero had no doubt that he had done the right thing in baking it. Only the peel remained on the straw plate, and with a heavy sigh the boy exclaimed that he was full. The sweet potatoes he had tasted up to this point were not so tender and soft. He hadn't eaten its peel until now, but he wouldn't mind eating it now either. No sooner had the hero laid down and rested than he heard his sister's voice. Eleanor had come here with her father and Silvio to find out what their brother had been doing. The hero was shaken with fear when he realized that Eleanor was already here. The frightened brother assumed that they were already done with all the work. Eleanor pretty much confirmed this and said that everything was thanks to their help. Silvio wondered why the hero had brought the vase here. When he touched it, he noticed that it was warm. The father screamed in horror when he saw Viscount Julian's gift. With his screams he frightened all the children. Al did not understand why such an important object was kept in the barn, for he had just used it to roast sweet potatoes. As if on cue, the vase began to look a little more expensive. Al didn't understand how something like this could have happened. It was a gift they had received from another nobleman, moreover from the Viscount himself. Al hoped that they would really be alright after what happened. While Al was berating himself for the unforgivable mistake, his brother and Eleanor took a surprised look at the vase, as they realized he had baked potatoes inside. Eleanor smelled the pleasant odor of sweet potatoes, and Silvio thought it was funny. Later, Alina along with Silvio tasted the baked potato, which was incredibly sweet. Silvio thought that its peel appeared tender as well. His father told Al that since the vase wasn't too valuable, he wasn't too angry with him. However, he thought he would explain things to him later. Al hesitated, not understanding what his father meant. The father approached the children and asked them for some potatoes. Al realized that his father was also interested in his potatoes. He grabbed his head, thinking that his father would be angry with him. In the end, the hero was given a not-so-long lecture for his misbehavior. He wasn't sure, but maybe it was from the baked potatoes. His father said that from now on he was not to take anything out of the barn without his permission. Al agreed with his father, hoping that they would really be okay. Close to the harvest festival, there was a terrible rush and chaos in the feudal lord's kitchen. Bartolo hoped the vegetables were ready, and the maid replied that she had them. To the other assistants, he ordered them to be well chopped. One of the girls told Sarah that they did not have enough plates and offered to use others. Sarah flatly refused and exclaimed that such a thing could not be served to the bones. Looking at it all from the sidelines, Al realized that everyone looked mighty busy. The lad remembered that today was the start of their harvest festival. Everyone in the Koliat was looking forward to it. The village was also noisy because of the big reversi tournament. The harvest festival was the only day when all the villagers could rest and relax. During the feast, all the people ate, drank and danced to celebrate the abundant harvest. For 3 days after the feast began, everyone had fun without worrying about work. If the harvest was poor, however, the feast would be small. They hoped that it would not happen again next year. People also prayed that the next year's harvest would be as bountiful. In addition, there was a Jubilee feast this year. Because of the income that Al got for inventing reversi and other things, the harvest festival was becoming terribly extravagant. Bartolo noticed Al and greeted him. The hero thought their helper looked rather loaded. Bartolo replied that he had been assigned to prepare food for the festival. No matter how much he worked, it all seemed insufficient. And that's not to mention that there might be many noble guests coming this time, such as Count Viscount others. Al felt as if he was paralyzed when he heard about the Count Viscount. He immediately remembered the very misbehavior he had committed with the Viscount's gift. The hero had previously used it to roast sweet potatoes, but his father had told him earlier that the vase was not too valuable, so it should be fine. Still, Al thought it might have been too rude to talk like that about a gift received from anyone. The hero also remembered that there was going to be a reversi tournament today, and he had to go. When the hero was walking along the path along the field, he turned his head and noticed something interesting. Before his eyes stretched vast fields and a bright sunny clear sky. He recalled how not long ago there had been a lot of wheat here, but now it was empty. The harvest was indeed plentiful, and thinking about it, Al grinned. In his past life, when he was still a townsman, he had no time to enjoy the beauty of the changing seasons. He was always busy, but now it was different. The hero felt that he could afford something like this now. He was very glad that he was reborn in a village like this and in this world. With these thoughts, he spread his arms out to the sides and looked up at the clear sky. After admiring nature, the hero returned to the Koliat village where he greeted the locals. Everyone was so busy preparing for the harvest festival that they did not even notice a lad. Al was greatly surprised to see so many people and decorations here. The village was simply unrecognizable today. He noticed some residents here whom he had never seen before in the village. Travelers and shopkeepers turned out to be here. Such liveliness made this village the most beautiful, and a sense of unity was in the air. Al came to the diner series, the venue for the reversi tournament. The guy was about to greet everyone, but once again no one heard him. Even though they added another building, the place was pretty crowded. Al squeezed forward with difficulty and spotted Roland. He waved to the man and Roland smiled at the hero. Al wondered if more people would come. Roland thought that about 20 more people should come up. Al was getting uncomfortable looking at such a crowd of adults. The hero doubted that anyone else would be able to squeeze in here. Roland smiled and said that if it came to a fight, they would just make them play outside. Al felt that it would be quite difficult to play a match here, and there was almost nothing for the audience to see. He walked over to the counter where he met the series. The series was pleased to meet Mr. Alfred and welcomed him to their diner. The guy asked for permission to put some chairs and tables outside their diner, and the woman was fine with that. She replied that if they could reduce the number of these dirty guys, they would help her a lot. She was counting on them from now on. Al ran to get chairs, saying that he would do everything right now. Roland wanted to deal with the woman called Dirty. The series looked at him with a murderous look and thought he was in some kind of trouble. Roland realized that he shouldn't mess with Syria and decided to just leave. Meanwhile, Al had already moved some chairs and tables with his magic and hoped it would fit. When it was done, a surprised Roland and the rest of the locals took a look at the seats that the little boy had made. Roland thought magic was a cool thing. One of the boys realized that it was earth magic and said that he couldn't use that level of magic. Roland replied that his fire magic could only light wood, and even then at best 3 times in a day. His acquaintance replied that it was ridiculous to compare himself to someone like Mr. Alfred. After these words, a strained grin appeared on Roland's face. Roland jabbed his finger at Vester, thinking that he had used the water attribute. In that case, Roland wondered what he could do with his magic. Since he was asking, Vester decided to answer and said that he could fill an entire bucket. Roland thought that was rather silly. Roland asked the lad what he would do if a big fire broke out, for his little puddle could do nothing. But Wester wanted to know what Roland would do in case his stupid fire set him foolishly on fire. Al realized that things would only get worse if they started a fight. But the rest of the locals apparently only supported the situation. Some decided to bet on Wester and some on Roland. Everyone was in anticipation, but Al would ask for it to stop as they were scaring the ladies. Looking at the way Roland and Wester were frolicking with each other, a couple of the girls decided that they were really frisky. One of them always knew that Roland was dominant on top while Wester was submissive underneath. Her friend didn't know what she was talking about, for Wester had just made a sharp turn and now he was on top. The blonde-haired girl smiled and thought that the Roland below was pretty good too. Annoyed Al would like to ask these ladies to choose their words. An equally irritated Al walked out of the diner and ordered everyone to shut their mouths. If they wanted a fight, they should have fought through the reverie. She reminded them that all the residents were here for the tournament. Al looked fearfully at the angry woman and decided she was right. This sort of thing was to be expected from every mother. The fighting boys looked at the series in fear and apologized to the mistress. Roland agreed with the series with a defiant smirk and suggested that his opponent settle things through a game of reversey. Vester snapped back and said that those were his words and he certainly wasn't going to lose to him. The angry and frazzled boys abruptly turned away from each other and staggered off in different directions. The 2 girls smiled and thought it was cute. But a little later, Roland and Wester were eliminated in the very first round of the tournament. Hero, on the other hand, made it to the next round with ease. Being the inventor of reversey, at least everyone thought so. It wouldn't have been cool for him to lose in the very first round of the tournament. As he approached one of the food stalls, the hero noticed that they had already started selling lunch. The second round was starting a little after noon, and he hoped that Carla could advance far enough for them to have a rematch. Apparently some of the couples had already started. Carla believed that she wouldn't lose next time. Watching the game, one of the residents decided that if a player put his stone here, he would get his chip back. The man next to him asked him not to be silly, for if he put it here, he could make a better move by returning the chips on the next one. The disgruntled man told his friend that this is the reason he sucks at this game. Al noticed that the spectators were also becoming quite advanced as they watched the matches. Meanwhile, Roland looked at Wester and said that he too had lost in the first round. An annoyed Wester replied that he just had a bad match. If a different opponent had been there, he would have won for sure. But Roland saw that Wester was playing against a narrow-eyed guy. From the outside it seemed to Al that the two were actually getting along quite well. Wester replied that he was different from the rest of the people and suggested that he was a foreigner. But they couldn't know that since they don't know people from outside. It's just that that guy was very strong. Vester wanted to know who Roland lost to and Roland replied that he lost to the guy who ate tamagoyaki. Wester counted on this guy being at least somewhat good. Roland replied that he didn't get that feeling when he looked at him. In other words, Wester reckoned that Roland was so weak that he couldn't even appreciate his opponent's strength. Roland exclaimed that this was certainly not the case, since he wasn't even putting up a full effort. Al tried to ignore them, for these guys annoyed him a lot. The hero looked at the couple and the very guy he lost the Wester to. Not that the hero remembered the name and face of every villager, but he couldn't remember if he had seen them before. Compared to the villagers, for some reason Al was getting uneasy. He decided that he should have been more careful around these people. While he was thinking about it, a guy named Herman appeared behind him and called out to Mr. Alfred. Herman looked at his list and told the guy that his opponent in the second round was the man who eats tamagoyaki. And when they are both ready, then Herman would like them to start. But the man with the tamagoyaki held out his empty plate to Ms. and asked for a refill. Carla looked at the man in shock and asked how much more he planned to eat. She reminded him that he had better have money on him to pay for it all. The man was certainly fine with that, and dumped a bag of coins on the table. Al opened his mouth in surprise when he saw a few gold coins, for there must not have been too many people carrying gold coins in the village. Al assumed that he was an adventurer like Rumba. If you looked closely, he looked strong enough and suspicious enough. But even if that was the case, one couldn't eat too much. Carla reminded the guest that if he ate everything, there would be nothing left for the other guests. It seemed to the man that this really wasn't too good for her, and he would probably have to make do with what he had already eaten. The man got up from the table and turned to the manager. He had heard that his next opponent would be some kid. The stranger looked at the allow that was looking at him with a smile, and decided that it was the same kid. Herman confirmed his guess and told him to start as soon as they were prepared. The man offered the toddler a game and introduced himself as a Malnar. Al introduced himself by his first name and said it was a pleasure to meet him. Malnar rolled up his sleeves shorter and suggested they have some fun. In the midst of Harvest Day festivities in Harvest Village, the second round of the Reversi tournament begins. The second duel will feature the second son of a feudal lord named Alfred Lowlight. Playing against him is a mysterious man named Malnar. As a result of this duel, it ended in an unconditional victory for Al. Alfred advanced to the third round and Almer surrendered. During the game, something became clear to the hero. Malnar was not so good, as the man thought the power of the real creator was very different from other people. The hero asked him to correct him if he was wrong and suggested that Malnar was from elsewhere. Malnar confirmed this and said that just recently the Reversi had reached the place where he lived. After the fight, the man asked for a plate of tamagoyaki, but the girl replied that he was not allowed any more. She suggested he order something else, like spaghetti. Al thought it was funny that he still wanted to eat the tamagoyaki. Usually people felt annoyed or disappointed after losing to a kid, but this man seemed quite relaxed. Al decided that he would have to try his best to gain his trust. Malnar asked the waitress not to talk like that and just do him a small favor, but she refused. For whatever reason, the hero thought he and the Rumba would make a great combo. One spectator came up a lot and said that his strategy in this match was just spectacular, and he definitely learned a lesson from such a spectacle. Al looked at the stranger with a smile and wished he knew his name. The guy apologized for not introducing himself and called himself Yulina. He said that if they ever played each other, he hoped they would have a good match. Yulina politely asked the young lady to bring him some fruit water. Al wondered about their names. He thought he had heard them before, but he assumed he was just imagining it. After that, the hero won all his matches one after another and made it to the finals of the tournament. His opponent in the finals was the one who won the Carla, a constantly squinting man named Yulina. Watching his match with Carla, Al noted that he was calculating and outmaneuvered his opponent by 2-3 steps. Of course, he was no match for brother Silvio, but he was clearly a man to be careful with. The pride of the Allow was at stake, even if he couldn't beat brother Silvio in shogi or reversi. It was really frustrating for him. But anyway, right now he had to focus on the finals. When Al along with his opponent walked to their table, all the spectators clapped for them before the game started. Carla wished Al good luck and Roland wondered who would win. It seemed obvious to Wester that Mr. Alfred would win, of course. Even at the end of the last tournament he had beaten Carla easily enough. Roland asked him to be quiet, but the girl heard everything and looked angrily at Wester. She replied to him that Mr. Alfred had made his own reverses and of course he was good at them. However, Yulina also defeated Carla easily. Wester thought it was definitely going to be a good match. Carla offered to stop picking up on the fact that she lost her match, but Wester couldn't do that. The only way for them to understand the situation was to pick out winners and losers. In this case, Roland was in agreement with Wester and said it was the easiest way. But Al thought that if they were in her shoes, they would probably be even angrier. Carla decided to find out in that case who they were betting on. Roland bet 5 bandit coins on Alfred. One of the villagers bet a bronze coin on Alfred, but someone else bet 2 bronze coins on Jelena. Al thought it was certainly good to place bets and things like that, but it wasn't worth going crazy when someone else loses afterward. Before the match began, Jelena smiled and wished Alfred a good match, and the hero returned the favor. Herman declared the finals of the Reversi tournament open and waved for the start. Herman wanted to take the black pieces if Al was okay with it. Hero, of course, agreed and said that in that case he would take the white pieces. Perhaps Jelena did not look like one who would set up simple traps to confuse his opponent. Al decided that he would try to make his moves unpredictable and thought hard about how many stones he would have to take. This was definitely going to be a battle of wits, or at least that's what Al thought. Finally, the long-awaited game began. Despite how much everyone was looking forward to this finale, it went pretty smoothly. Still, it was just a game of reverie. Roland wondered why Al put the stone exactly there if he could have grabbed one piece. He thought that such a move would have been better, but Wester said it was just stupid. Carla also knew that it was not a good idea to capture an opponent's stones at the first opportunity. It looked like neither player was going to give up. If you counted by the number of stones on the table, Jelena was first. But it was silly to say who had the advantage just by counting who had more stones in the first part of the game. Al knew perfectly well that whoever had the most stones at the end won. But now he was strategically placing his stones for the future. His game could be called a plan of attack. Yelena noticed something interesting. He finally noticed that the hero had limited the squares in which he could place his stones. Al forced Yelena to play his scenario and made him take only the squares on the diagonal. This was the extent of his strategic plan. He made Yulin occupy points from which he could capture only X positions. In this way, Al appropriated the edges of the board. After the middle of the game, it would be much more difficult to take these areas. Yelena had already realized that all the important points had been captured. Roland didn't understand anything, but he suspected that something amazing had happened. Vester smirked, not surprised that Roland didn't understand anything. Ronald offered to explain everything to them in that case. Wester wasn't going to enlighten the fool and asked Carla to do it. But Carla had already realized that Wester didn't understand anything either. Carla explained to them that Mr. Alfred had led Yelena right into a trap. He made it so that no matter where the Yelena put her stones, the master could take either the corner or the side of the square. Roland and Wester apparently still didn't understand anything. They probably did not know how to play reversey at all and did not realize that Alfred's opponent would not be able to place his stones on squares diagonal to the corners. Carla told Wester that he didn't understand anything until she told him everything. She didn't understand why these two were so stubborn and asked them to use their heads to do some thinking. Carla also thought that they trusted their instincts more, which is why they both lost in the first round. At first glance, these three might have come off as an odd group. But actually complementing each other, their personalities formed an interesting trio. Yelena realized that this game was quite agonizing for him. In the end, he smiled and admitted that he couldn't find a single way to win. Al smiled at Yelena and eventually the match was over with a score of 51-13. Herman put his hand on the guy's shoulder and exclaimed that it was a clean victory for him. This meant that the winner of today's reversey tournament was none other than Mr. Alfred. Yelena shook hands with Al in a friendly manner and thanked him for tonight's match. For a second he thought he had a chance to win. Al could probably tell that of all the people present tonight, Yelena's strategic thinking stood out the most. The places in which he placed the stones were carefully planned, and he thought several steps ahead of his opponent. However, he lacked experience. If he played against more experienced people, he might become as good as Brother Silvio. Al decided that when he had some free time, he would try to organize a game between the two of them. Al heard behind him the desperate cries of the boy who had lost his 2 bronze coins. His friend on the contrary was happy about it, because this way he would get more drinks. They decided that they would have a feast tonight. One of the onlookers offered a drink and asked the series to bring them ale, tamagoyaki, and some grilled meat. They asked to make the tamagoyaki without sugar and the woman understood them. Malnar called out to Mr. Winner and showed him a bag of coins. He offered a meal on him if Al was hungry. Al smiled and said he would gladly accept his offer. Just then a Yulin approached them and asked to join them. Malnar was of course fine with that and asked him to take a seat. Looking at the two of them, it seemed to the hero that they knew each other. Malnar called out to the miss and asked her to bring them 3 ales. The girl gave a surprised look in their direction and clarified about the amount of ale. Yelena exclaimed that Malnar could not order ale for a child. No one even knew that Al was actually an adult. In that case, Malnar asked to bring him some fruit water and asked Al what he would eat. The lad smiled and replied that he would have spaghetti. Yelena ordered the same, for after all this is where spaghetti first appeared. Carla smiled and recalled that they were invented by Mr. Alfred. Yelena looked at Alain surprised that he smiled at him. The guys raised their 3 drinking glasses and celebrated Mr. Alfred's victory. Al drank his entire glass of juice in a volley. Malnar laughed, for Al looked like he was drinking ale. Of course the hero had plain fruit water. Malnar offered the Al a taste of the ale and promised to give him quite a bit. Yelena looked at Malnar and asked him not to do that. After all, Alfred was just a kid and the Malnar agreed with him. The boys asked Alfred how old he was, and the Al replied that he was 6. Yulin found it surprising that he was quite reserved for his age. Al explained that his household duties were rather strict. In Malnar's opinion, it appeared that Al had come to know the world after suffering all those horrible days. He thought that was pretty cruel for a 6-year-old boy. In response, Al only laughed. Yelena offered the boys to drink as much as they wanted today and handed Al a glass of fruit water. For some reason, Al didn't really like the way they were treating him. Later the boy turned to everyone present and introduced himself as 6-year-old Alfred. Now he was going to show them a trick. People did not understand what was going on but supported him and watched Al with interest. After gathering a lot of spectators, Al decided to start and said that he would enter a box that he made using earth magic. He would try to get out of the box without breaking it in 10 seconds. The guys wondered if it was really possible to get out of the box without breaking it and doubted that the guy could do it. In that case, the owl asked them to get ready, and when he entered the box, start counting from 10 to 1. After his words, the box slammed shut. All those present hesitantly started counting down. Al wanted to ask for permission to exceed their expectations. He was going to show exactly how a real magician casts magic. Suddenly, there was a blinding flash of light, causing people to cover their eyes. They noticed that the box had collapsed and worried if Mr. Alfred was all right. They looked around the ground, but Elia was not there. No one could figure out where he had gone, and the light still continued to blind their eyes. When the men turned back, they saw Mr. Alfred behind their backs, who had somehow ended up behind them. When the men were convinced that it was really him, they asked how he had managed to get out of the box. Al remained silent, and the audience thought it was just amazing. Al was able to appear out of nowhere along with a flash of light. While they thought Al had teleported to the kitchen, he simply used earth magic to destroy the box and walked through the door. Al thanked everyone and hoped they enjoyed his performance. People exclaimed that it was a great performance and that Al did just fine. They wanted to know how he did it and asked him to do the trick again. The people insisted that the hero tell them the secret and begged for it. But Al thought that if he revealed the secret to the people after just one performance, it would not seem as effective the second time as the first. He might have called it King Alfred's Amazing Escape. Syria handed Al some fruit water on the house, and the hero thanked her for the water. The woman replied that if he wanted to show his gratitude, he should have told the secret of the performance. Yulina admitted that he had no idea how he did it either, and asked the Allah to enlighten them. Al laughed and said that it wouldn't be a performance if he told his secret. Syria agreed with him, and the hero thanked her once again for the drink. The hero thought that this drink was not cool enough and decided to use ice magic to cool it down. At that moment, Elnar and Yulina stared at the guy's glass in surprise. Yulina said that Al was using the amazing action again. He never thought that Al could even use ice magic. Elnar recalled the ice princess in the kingdom's capital that also had this magic. Al stared at the man in surprise, clearly having never heard of an ice princess. The men found it quite astonishing that Al possessed the same ice magic as the ice princess from the royal capital. Al looked at the men in surprise, not realizing which ice princess they were talking about. Elnar explained that that was what she was called by the people. The person nicknamed the ice princess is actually the third princess of the kingdom of Misfelt. Therefore, the people of lower status had no choice but to call her by such a glorified name. In that case, the hero wondered what others called her. The men replied that others called her Ice Doll. Calling her a doll was somehow too much, but the hero still did not understand the reason why she was so nicknamed. The third princess of Misfelt, Layla, had been unable to walk since birth. It was rumored that because of this, the frustrated people surrounding Layla did not treat her well. However, when Layla herself mastered ice magic, people's attitudes towards her began to change, and they began to welcome her with open arms. Because of their shameless behavior, Layla began to lose faith in the people around her and even in her own family. Sometimes it was very unfortunate to see a person's true nature. Al felt sorry for this girl and what she had to go through like this. Al clarified that those were the rumors about the royal family, but he felt that it was too detailed. Al wanted to make sure that it was definitely gossip that went around among ordinary people. Yulina smiled and admitted that he was actually an unusual person. Al was surprised to hear this, but he was even more surprised when Elnar said that he was also an unusual person. Al was suddenly startled when he realized that two unusual people were sitting in front of him and talking to him. The hero didn't understand what they were doing here if it was true. He wondered why they had chosen to visit a remote village like this one. Yulino smiled and asked them not to treat them so politely. The fact was that Elnar was an earl and Yulino was a viscount, and they were close friends of the Nord. Al was horrified when he realized that a vase man was standing in front of him. They had actually come here to check on how things were going in this village. Nord must have told Al that there could have been visitors from outside. Earlier, Bartolo had told the lad that a lot of nobles might come again this year. Yulina said that they had heard something from the villagers while Al was showing the performance earlier. If he was not mistaken, the owl was the second son of a Nord. The hero confirmed that he was indeed the second son of Alfred. This was exactly what Elnar expected from the son of Nord and Helena, for the boy had quite good manners. But he still liked his silly side better. With his words, the owl laughed nervously. Yulina stood up from the table and offered to leave in that case. Before leaving, he left the gold coins on the table. Al looked at his new friends confusedly and asked where they were going. Yulino smiled and replied that he was of course going to their mansion. His wife should have arrived by now and it would be inconvenient to keep her waiting. The hero was completely shocked when he found out that this guy was also married. When the owl along with the count approached his carriage, he saw a coat of arms with an eagle on it. Giulino explained that it was the coat of arms of his family. His grandfather had received it from the royal family when he became a lord. The boy exclaimed that it looked pretty cool. Al looked at the bigger carriage and assumed it belonged to a Melnar. It had a coat of arms with swords on it. Melnar said that neither his coat of arms nor Yulina's could match the Lowlight family's coat of arms. Yulina smiled at Melnar and said that they had the dragon sigil after all. Al recalled that their carriage did indeed have a coat of arms with a large dragon. Even though his father was ashamed of his nickname of Dragon Slayer, he wouldn't be able to hide this fact that he had a crest with a dragon. Al grinned, wondering who wouldn't be ashamed of such a Chunibaba nickname. Al could barely contain his laughter at the Dragon Slayer's nickname. Melnar noticed the little boy laughing at his father's nickname. Yulino smiled, but thought it might have been too rude. Al thought it sounded rather pathetic, and if he had such a nickname, he would suffer every time he was called that. At the thought of being a dragon slayer, the hero laughed even more, almost dying with laughter. Melnar pulled the hero's cheeks to calm him down a bit. The whole situation made even Yulino feel very funny. Suddenly, Al's father appeared behind them and asked about the dragon slayer. All three turned back and saw the feudal lord in front of them. Melnar introduced himself as one of the nobles of the kingdom of Misfelt and asked to accept his thanks for inviting them here on this beautiful day. Yulino responded similarly, introducing himself as Yulin Estel. Even though they were currently dressed in the clothes of ordinary villagers, they simply radiated an aura of nobility. The speed at which they handled every problem was amazing. Al had no doubt that these guys were noble after all. Al opened the doors and welcomed them into the Lowlight family's house. He asked permission for the second son of the Lowlight family to greet them wholeheartedly. Melnar thanked him and noticed that the second son was quite polite. The hero smiled and thanked him for this compliment. In that case, he decided to deviate, but his father ordered him to stop. His father replied that even after such a performance, he would not just run away from him. But since he needed to talk quietly with the Lord and Viscount here, his father decided to deal with him later. The father smiled at Alfred and said they would leave it for later. He asked his son to wait for him in the garden and make sure he took the wooden sword with him. Seeing how scared Al was, Giulino smiled. All three men went to the door and knocked to enter the room. The girl that was sitting at the table with Al's mother got excited when she saw Estelle and jumped up from her chair. A girl named Lenaria threw herself into the arms of her husband, who was anxious to see her. Al was surprised to see what Yulina's wife looked like. She was very small, and it was hard to say anything about her except that she was small. He noticed that they were now spinning Shiramura and didn't understand where the diligent and intelligent person from earlier had gone. Al had no doubt in his mind that this man was a Lawlakan man. It was not the Viscount of Yulin, but rather the Viscount of Lawlan. Al's father pretended not to pay attention to them and coughed. The husband reminded Lenaria that she still hadn't introduced herself. The girl exclaimed that he was right and apologized. Taking up her lush dress, she bowed and introducing herself as the Viscount's wife asked to be called Lenaria. She was delighted to meet Count Melnar and Alfred. Melnar bowed and said she was as nice as they said she was. He introduced himself by his name and said it was a pleasure to meet her. The girl was embarrassed after being called cute, but the hero didn't understand how she could be embarrassed after all that amorous introduction. He noticed how her ears were turning red and hoped she would be okay. The girl approached Al and he introduced himself as the second son of the Lowlight family. He was honored to welcome her into their humble abode. Putting her hands together, the girl thanked him for his hospitality and hoped they could get along with Alfred. Al blushed and suggested that Yulina had fallen for her smile. Later, the girl thanked them again for their wonderful hospitality and admitted that the Bartolo cooking had been top-notch. Al's father asked if they had tried the spaghetti in the village and Yulina replied that Melnar liked it very much. Melnar remarked that he spoke as if he did not like them. In that case, Al decided to go back to his room as he suddenly felt someone stare from behind. Al didn't understand why Ms. Lenaria was following him. Lenaria smiled and said that the missus was getting too old for her, so he could just call her by her first name. The hero hesitantly addressed her by name and asked why she was following him. The girl smiled and replied that she just wanted to talk to Alfred. She made innocent puppy dog eyes and hoped he didn't mind. Al couldn't refuse her, but warned her that his room was rather small and there was almost nothing to do there. Lenaria happily agreed and replied that it was fine. The guy thought it was odd that she looked like she was looking forward to it. As Lenaria followed him, a strange uneasiness played out inside Al. He looked back sharply at the girl and the girl thought something was wrong. The hero thought it was rather strange. He could have sworn he felt some kind of presence near his head. Al apologized and said he must have imagined it. The hero decided that because of Alina's sister, he had apparently become overly sensitive to the presence near him. She often stood behind him when he was reading. She had a habit of magically appearing behind him unnoticed. Al pressed his lips together as he felt uneasy again. He realized that it was just him and Linaria here, which meant that the reason for this feeling must have come from her. Experiencing this restlessness, the hero decided to change his walking rhythm, and now the presence would be far behind him. Linaria noticed how the boy was rapidly moving away from her. Al mentally cursed, thinking about this becoming a pain in one place. They finally reached the room, and Al told Linaria that they had made it. He barely had time to turn his head toward Linaria before the girl stroked his head. For a while afterward, they looked at each other in surprise and silence. The girl smiled and said that she just stroked his head. She continued to do so until she noticed a look of shock on Al's face. Linaria was embarrassed and blushed, after which she apologized. She thought Al didn't like it. He couldn't say he didn't like it, but the sudden stroking of his head puzzled him a bit too. Linaria was delighted that the boy knew such a difficult word and exclaimed that he was quite clever. She stroked Al's head again and called him a good boy, but the hero wished she hadn't changed the subject. Linaria was embarrassed and said that he was just pretty cute, and before she knew it, she actually wanted to stroke his hair. Al realized why he felt something trying to reach his head. As the hero realized, the girl liked children a lot. Linaria confirmed this and said that she was the youngest daughter in a family where there were only girls, so she always wanted a little brother. Al could understand how she felt. In fact, in his past life in Japan, he had 3 sisters, which was too many. As the youngest in the family, he didn't understand what they wanted, and it ended up turning into their plaything. But even now, his situation hadn't changed. If he had a younger brother, then he could use him as a shield against his sisters from his past life or Linauria's sister. Thinking about it, Al sighed heavily. He told Linaria that he too would like a younger brother. Linaria rejoiced and suggested that in that case, the hero wouldn't mind being her child. Al was at a loss for words, trying to comprehend what she had just said. Linaria looked at the hero with delight and offered him to be her child. Al was at a loss for words, trying to realize now what she had said. Al thought it was a pretty big leap and said this to the Linaria. All he said was that he would like a younger brother. Above all, it would be better for her if the Viscount and Linaria had a child of their own. Linaria blushed and turned away from Al. She felt that talking about children with Estelle was too awkward. Al didn't understand what the problem was. After all, she and he were married. At some point, Al thought that the corridor was getting a little cold. In any case, he would like to go to his room. Linaria came to her senses and agreed with him. When they went inside, he was going to warm up the room a bit. Linaria looked in different directions and apologized for her ignorance, but she didn't see a fireplace anywhere in this room. Then the guy raised his finger up and Linaria saw fire magic, a fire in the air. She had heard earlier from Alina that Al could use magic, and it was wonderful. She reached out her hand to the warm fireballs. Linaria was thrilled that Al was so capable, but Al said it was because he practiced a lot. The girl replied that she could only use wind magic. She wondered if there was any trick to using it. Al thought about it and suggested that magic could be used when a good opportunity came up. For example, when she saw a small twig hanging from a tree, one could try to knock it down using magic, or one could try to change the air in her room. Al thought that using magic in every aspect of her life was good practice. Linaria was embarrassed and admitted that wasn't what she meant. Al looked at the girl questioningly. Linaria was referring to the attack magic similar to Wind Slash. Al may not have started practicing intermediate level magic yet, but the hero understood what she meant. The thing was that the attack magic was quite dangerous. Since the hero didn't particularly go outside the village, he didn't have the opportunity to use it. However, even ordinary everyday magic could be used as offensive magic if applied correctly. Linaria understood Al's interesting point of view and admired it. Al was embarrassed that the girl was now calling him by his first name and at one point turned away from her. In this world, the idea of using magic to help in everyday life didn't really cross people's minds. If the people of this world were more forward-thinking and started using magic in their daily lives, they would have a much easier life. It was worth mentioning that this kind of magic could help get rid of threats that could arise. In any case, it was mainly because of her that he could protect himself. By threat, Al meant his older sister. Linaria walked over to the table where she noticed a game called Reversi. To be honest, after playing so many games in the tournament, Al was no longer able to play it. Linaria excitedly said that this game even made it to the capital, which surprised Al. Apparently, the Tryla to whom the hero had given the right to sell had sold everything quickly, which was good. But for some reason it made Lau a little angry. Lineria said that her father was able to afford one copy when they were at the height of their popularity. She was beyond thrilled when he asked her to play with it. The boy was shocked when he found out that Lineria's father was the Duke of Lau. The Duke was almost at the top of the social ladder. Linara blushed fearfully, thinking that she hadn't talked about this yet. This was really the first time Al had heard of it. For those who were not part of the royal family, one could only obtain the title of Duke by achieving great feats. In other words, it was the pinnacle of nobility. Al got a shiver when he heard his sister's voice behind him. A disgruntled Alina told Al that he had not heard his father's words. Al ignored her words and said that she should have knocked on the door first. Alina exclaimed that she had, and she would certainly do so, especially since they had guests now. Al looked incredulously at Mrs. Lineria, who was surprised by Alina's visit. He doubted, after all, that his sister had knocked. But even if she had knocked, the boy thought it was still rude to enter someone's room before waiting for an answer. Besides, Mrs. Lineria was in the room with him, and she, too, did not realize that her sister had sneaked in. With her whole look, Alina made it clear to her younger brother that he should keep quiet. Al turned pale again and agreed with ma'am. Al looked at the embarrassed girl and assumed that Lineria was somehow related to the royal family. Lineria explained that she was not related to the royal family in any way, to which Al was glad. He didn't know what could have happened if he had said something rude to someone related to the royal family. It could have been the end for a village noble like him. In that case, Al asked permission to ask something. Al wondered how she became the Viscount's wife, and Eleonora also became curious about it. Lineria blushed even more and hesitated to answer. She didn't know how she should properly answer this question. She clutched her flaming cheeks and said that it was surely love at first sight. Alina and Scarlet thought it was adorable. Big Sister assumed that was when she met the Viscount. No matter what world Al was in, love gossip was everywhere. Lineria started muttering something again, searching for the best words. The girl replied that it happened 7 years ago. Al clutched his head in horror and thought that Viscount Yelena had turned out to be the real culprit. He apologized for his rudeness, but he wanted to know how old she was. Alina looked at her brother unhappily and thought it was really rude. Al was shocked when he found out that she was turning 16 this year, but her appearance was for a younger age. First of all, the hero decided to look at this situation differently. This meant that her love story started when she was 9 years old. But Al thought that falling in love at first sight at the age of 9 was a bit strange. Alina apologized and asked the girl how they got married. Al put his thumb up and said it was a pretty good question from his sister. Lineria's father didn't approve of it at first, but after years of trying to get him to change his mind, she was able to get his blessing. After that, she finally got back into a serious relationship with her beloved Estelle. Alina specified that she had been pursuing this for 7 years. Al looked at the girl in surprise and decided that it was simply flawless, because there was not a hint of selfishness in her. He wanted to express his respect to Lineria from the bottom of his heart. Alina was delighted and exclaimed that a love story between two people of different status, it was a story like from a fairy tale. The embarrassed Lineria was happy to tell them about it. Al shook his head negatively and said that since his sister lacked feminine strength, it was impossible for something like that to happen to her. Alina believed that the feminine power he was talking about she had plenty of. Al believed that his sister didn't understand what he meant by feminine strength at all. The hero believed that feminine power was the power that every dazzling lady possessed. It is the ability to stand out by using one's good sides to show their very existence. In other words, that ability used to pamper the guys. A disgruntled Alina said that she certainly understood what he meant by female power. Al exclaimed that to compare it to the fantastic power of Alina's sister was something else entirely. Al was pretty sure that by female strength sister meant that something related to weapon wielding or fighting strength. While he was thinking about it, sister's heavy fist hit him on the head. The boy cried out in pain and asked Alina why she had hit him. Alina smirked and said that a voice in her head ordered her to hit him, so she did. The guy didn't understand what kind of stupid oracle she had that was dispensing such advice in her head. Lineria grinned and remarked that they were definitely getting along well, but Al couldn't believe it could look like that from the outside. At that moment, Yelena came into their room and told Lineria that they had to go back soon. The girl called out to Estelle and the boy thought something was wrong. The smiling Lineria waved her hands and replied that everything was fine. Yelena looked questioningly at the girl, who nudged him in the back and told him to get out of here. On her way out, she asked Estelle if the siblings were really great. Early in the morning, the hero awoke to the first rays of the sun, but he continued to lie with his eyes closed. Different thoughts were going around in the guy's head about how he wanted to sleep. It was quite cold here, but he didn't want to get up. For whatever reason, the futon was lovely in winter. It didn't matter how much magic power he had. He would never be able to beat the futon that had such magic power in winter. Even after millions of years, the hero screamed and grabbed the blanket and told his favorite futon that he would never let it go. The hero continued to lie with his eyes closed with the feeling that he was floating merrily in the air. It could be called happiness. If Al wanted to sleep as well as possible, it was difficult to settle down lying on his side. However, if he could doze off in this position, it was possible to simultaneously enjoy both the futon and the pillow while sleeping. A frustrated Al opened his eyes and felt that he now needed to go to the bathroom. But if he got out from under the futon now, the freezing winter air could attack the warm space between the futon and the blanket. The hero wasn't sure if he could give up that comfort to feel relief, or if he could let his urges attack him and he could endure it. For now, he was going to defend his comfortable place until his last breath. This was really one of the major problems that the characters in the stories had to face. The angry Al opened his eyes again and said that he couldn't take it and he needed to go to the bathroom. One could not hope to return to sleep if the Al felt the urge to go to the toilet. In order to fall asleep in the most pleasant way possible, the Al needed to go to the toilet and return as quickly as possible. These chores had to be done even if there was a danger of staying awake after going to the bathroom. The hero grudgingly said that he had just finished exchanging love vows with his futon. He hoped that the futon would forgive him for breaking his vows so unexpectedly. The boy gripped the blanket tightly and exclaimed that he had to move on. The nasty thing called the morning sun was blinding his eyes. It emitted rays of light that simply burned his pupils. Al had just opened his eyes, but the path to the restroom was already looking pretty difficult. Even though he had to move on, Al exclaimed that it was damn cold outside. He barely slipped his foot out from under the blanket as he hid it again in the warmth. Now he wanted to get his feet back under the blanket. He felt he still had time before it was too late. If Al got his foot back under the blanket, his favorite futon, and he could warm each other's body and soul. Al didn't find this to be a good thing, for the desire was beginning to grow, and soon he would reach his limit and explode. He had a pride to protect after all. Finally, the hero got up from his pillow and apologized. He wrapped his arms around himself and shook from the cold. He had to get to the restroom and wanted to use the teleporter. Al made attempts to conserve the warmth that was left in the futon. The hero wrapped himself in his sweatshirt and ran to the restroom in a flash. Finally, when he had done his business, he breathed a sigh of relief and said that his pride could remain intact. At the same moment, the frightened Al opened his eyes screaming and realized that he was in his bed and birds were chirping under his windows. Even though it was a dream, it felt quite realistic. Today was already the second day of the harvest festival. That's why it was so cold. Suddenly, Al remembered something, which made him wake up in a flash. Jumping up from the bed, the guy looked under the blanket. He asked not to tell him that he had wet himself. But when he realized that the bed wasn't wet, he breathed a sigh of relief. Everything was fine and his pride wasn't touched after all. Relaxed, Al lay back in his warm bed and decided it was time to go back to sleep. At the same moment, someone knocked on the room and asked if he was awake. Silvio heard the Al answer him by saying that he was still asleep. Only upon hearing his name did the Al respond by saying no. Silvio smiled and replied that he hadn't even said anything yet. He wanted to say something about Eleonora and him, but Al exclaimed that he didn't want to hear anything and asked to leave. Silvio was confused, but he had to agree with his angry brother. The hero mentally cursed and asked not to be touched while he was trying to sleep. Even though Silvio's brother rarely came directly to his room, he didn't want anyone to come in here. But then Al had to open his eyes when he heard his sister's voice. Alina knocked on the door and assumed he was already awake since she had heard their conversation with Silvio. Al thought that he may have said one word to his brother too many times. Alina wanted to enter the room, and the boy thought she had decided to do it too quickly. Al berated himself for not locking the door yesterday, but there was no point in lamenting that now. Alina entered his room and walked over to Al's bed and motioned for him to wake up. Al made the most angelic smile possible and closed his eyes pretending to be asleep. No matter where Alina looked, she would only see her cute little sleeping brother. At least Al thought so. Alina put her hand on the hero's face and Al squealed in pain. He felt like his sister was squeezing his skull. Alina smiled and asked him not to think that such a fake face could fool her. Al exclaimed that he was stupid and apologized. The hero would like to ask her to take her hand away from his skull, but Alina was not going to do that. The guy thought that today was only the second day of the harvest festival, and he didn't need to get up so early. Count Melnar and Viscount Loli were also planning to have it easy. The girl corrected him and said he was in Viscount Yulin. She warned him that if Al kept acting like that, he would be walking on thin ice. Now Al was contemplating what was the real crime. Walking on thin ice or this thin line that Alina called breasts. The girl grabbed her younger brother's hair painfully, as if she had read his mind. The boy screamed and exclaimed that he hadn't even said anything. Alina smiled and said that her feminine intuition told her to hit him. She must have meant that stupid oracle voice in her head. Alina reminded her brother that morning practice was still in progress. Al stretched out in bed and said that his father hadn't said anything to him about it. But their father had just decided so himself and suggested they have sword practice with Count Melnar and Rumba. Al wasn't thrilled that the Rumba had returned so suddenly. He didn't understand why the Rumba had to come today. In that case, the hero decided that he would only be a nuisance and wished Alina good night. Alina told him that the Count and the Rumba had personally summoned him. The hero hoped to the last that he could use Silvio's brother as a shield. The lad glanced toward the door when he thought he heard a voice. Alina replied that if it was Silvio, it was impossible, for it would break if the hero did so. The brother decided that his sister was right, for brother Silvio was weak in defense, as it were. In that case, if the hero understood everything, Alina hoped he would go along with them. Al slowly got out of bed and said that if he was called by the Count himself, he had no choice. The hero grabbed his head, hoping that his sister hadn't left an imprint on his forehead. After a while, Alina came into his room again to make sure he was already packed. Big sister noticed Silvio sitting on the floor facing the wall and asked what he was doing. She reminded him that it was time for practice. Silvio looked at his little brother and warned that he had better get ready for today's practice. Al smiled at Silvio and suggested that they both try harder. But before leaving for the morning practice, sister decided that Al had better go and have breakfast. If he didn't eat properly, he wouldn't be able to practice to his full potential. The problem was that Al was not so hungry in the morning. But to live a fun, slow life, it was important to keep the body healthy and in shape. Al walked into the kitchen and wished good morning to his mother. Alina was happy to meet Al and wished him good morning. Alina grinned and said that the kids were quite active today. He didn't understand the reason why she acted like that. The hero looked at his mother and asked what was on his head. Alina looked at her son in surprise, not understanding what he meant. Al suggested that his head might have turned into a pumpkin or there was some kind of mark on it. Alina grinned and replied that there was nothing wrong with him and his head was not deformed. In that case, Al didn't understand why his mother was laughing at him. The woman laughed again, not understanding why she was not allowed to do so. The hero exclaimed that she was doing it again. At that moment, Sarah, the maid, walked into their kitchen and told Alfred that she had brought his breakfast. Al thought that Sarah was a maid that could be relied upon. Her powers of observation were the same as her mother's, unlike mine. The guy thanked the maid for breakfast and Sarah smiled. As soon as Sarah looked at the guy, Al noticed that she laughed and told her so. The girl immediately covered her mouth with her hand. Helena decided to cover for the maid and told her dear son that Sarah just sneezed, not laughed. He frowned and his mother said it was a rather short and sweet sneeze. After all, she was a lady and they tended to pay attention to their sneezes. While the hero was eating breakfast, he decided to confirm with his mother that Sarah's sneeze had absolutely nothing to do with it. He decided that if he couldn't find out anything from his mother, he would just directly ask Sarah about it. Before the hero knew it, his mother had magically disappeared. In the end, Al decided to proceed to eat a delicious meal and eat, because this way he can lift his mood. Al stuffed his mouth with fresh and colorful vegetables that penetrated every part of his body. The hero almost dropped his fork when he heard someone's laughter in the next room. Al thought that this was very unusual. At that moment, one of the maids came into his room carrying a vase. She wanted to say something to Al, but her cheeks puffed up. Unable to contain her laughter, she laughed loudly and asked Alfred what was on his forehead. The hero slammed the table, demanding an explanation from his mother, who also could not contain her laughter. The woman told the mine that she shouldn't have done that, and to show self-control. Unable to hold back, Mina said that the imprint on his forehead looked very funny. Alina thought that the hero would feel unhappy if she laughed at him like that. No one doubted that Alina had left that print for him. Al immediately got up from the table and ran to his room. He ran to the mirror and saw a huge red handprint all over his forehead. Al didn't understand how this person had such absurd grip strength. Alina was clearly a demon king. The hero felt that they should have all told him that instead of laughing at him. The guy decided that he would put his training to good use today and vowed to be faithful to his sister's debt. But before that could happen, he had to finish his breakfast. The hero furiously took his knife and fork and asked the demon king to just wait for him. Al greedily began to quickly devour his food. Alina along with the maid approached the sullen Al and said they were sorry. They clearly shouldn't have laughed at him earlier. Al took a handkerchief to wipe his mouth and looked back at his mother. He couldn't say he was angry, besides he had more important things to do right now. The hero stood up proudly from the table, thanked her for the treat and apologized for leaving. Alina remembered that they had morning training and asked to make the best of it. Helena tried to hold back her laughter, but Mina was able to pull herself together. She called out to Mr. Alfred and told him that the handprint on his face was almost gone. As he left the room, Al exclaimed that he was still not angry. At this moment at the entrance, Sarah hid behind the doors that she had heard their whole conversation. At the training ground, Alina told Al that he was late. She had no doubt that he had obviously been eating breakfast the whole time. Al glared angrily at the demon lord and said that he had come here to chop her apologetic self into little pieces. Alina rewarded the guy with a murderous cold stare, not realizing what he had just said. Al bowed to her, and Alina continued her warm-up routine as if nothing had happened. At that moment, Silvio came up to them and apologized for being late. Al was once again angry at himself for being nervous because of her stare. He felt like an animal she was training. The hero caught himself thinking that he was still in his right mind. But even if he was more disciplined, he wouldn't have the willpower to protect her now. In a previous life, the girls had ordered Eugen to go and buy them yakisoba. Alina asked her brother to stop saying weird things early in the morning and stretch. The gloomy Al lowered his head and said he understood. Staggering from side to side, Al ran after Eleonora and Silvio. They were later joined by Rumba and Count Melnar. Melnar told Rumba that he was too late. The sturdy adventurer greeted Allah and asked how he was doing. The hero replied that all was well, and from the look on the Rumba's face, you could tell he was as well. The adventurer agreed with him and offered to arrange a match at once, but the Al declined. The hero was in no mood to fight with the Rumba. He didn't look like a man who knew how to restrain himself. With such a huge carcass, even a simple swing of a wooden sword would literally send him flying. In that case, Melnar offered to fight him, but the hero thought that he was clearly the type of fighting maniac just like his father. Melnar didn't even hide the fact that when it came to fighting, he was certainly serious. Just looking at him was enough for Al to realize that. Melnar replied that he was also teaching his child how to handle a sword, so Al could take it easy. Al was surprised to learn that he had a child, and suggested that in that case they set up a duel a little later. He figured that since he had children, he would at least know how to restrain himself against a Rumba. But the Rumba insisted that he also wanted to fight the Scarlet Man. The Count remembered how Rumba had recently broken his wooden sword, so it was clearly too dangerous to pit it against the child. But the Rumba had the same opinion of him and recalled that he had also broken his sword. Melnar replied that the Rumba had surprised him a little. Besides, this sword was already a little damaged in his opinion. Al was shocked that Melnar wasn't sure about this. An argument ensued between the Count and the adventurer, but Alina asked them to split apart. She grabbed her younger brother by the scruff of the neck and dragged him behind her. Alina ordered them to stop loitering and continue their warm-up as they were wasting time. Al asked for permission to forfeit this match, but Alina refused him. A tired Al looked at his brother Silvio and noticed that he was overly enthusiastic today. The brother was always very serious when it came to practice, but today, although serious, his gaze was sharper than usual. It was all from the fact that he had an enemy he wanted to defeat, or rather he needed to defeat him. The enemy Allah he needed to defeat was Sister Alina. It was safe to say that brother Silvio had the same problem that he had. The hero assumed that if he was together with his brother and his fighting spirit, even against his sister, they would have a chance to win. The hero clenched his hand into a fist and asked the damn Demon King to just wait for him. Today, the two guys he saw earlier would change once and for all. Al mentally told his brother to give it his best. Meanwhile, Silvio persevered, continued to practice and decided that he would make Al take back what he said. Earlier he had heard their conversation with Alina in the room when he said that Silvio was completely weak in defense. His father asked for everyone's attention and announced a general assembly. Surely they had all finished warming up and now it was time for a little fight. In order to gauge the strength of both fighters, they will fight on Robin's circular system. This will be a great opportunity to see if Al can fight against Count Melnar. Upon hearing his father, Al came to be horrified. He grabbed his pale face and exclaimed that it was impossible. It was very important to fight together with allies against the Demon King. Even heroes usually have a mage or cleric in the group. Alina coldly looked at her brother and smirked, saying that she liked everything. Silvio also looked at his little brother and said that he understood everything. Al was getting uncomfortable that brother Silvio for some reason also had the same evil smile on his face as Eleonora. The first match was going to be Silvio versus Al. Al thought that if the little brother fought against his sister first, then they would both weaken before fighting him. He barely restrained himself from saying this out loud. Before the fight began, their father ordered both opponents to stand in the stands. Rumba asked Melnar a question as to who would win. Melnar didn't know the answer, but assumed that the older brother usually won, and that Alfred was much better with magic than with a sword. Rumba agreed with the Count's assumption. Melnar recalled how Al had cooled the juice yesterday using ice magic, which was considered quite rare, and after that he used earth magic and created a shelter for himself. He was capable of showing exemplary magic. Rumba agreed with him and told him how one day they went into the forest with him and he created an incredibly huge icicle. Rumba asked Melnar what he meant by exemplary earth magic. The Count asked Rumba if he had attended the Reversi tournament yesterday, but the adventurer replied that he had not. Al wondered what the two were talking about heavily. It wasn't as if they were meeting for the first time today. Silvio decided to cut to the chase without further ado and swung his sword at Al. Fortunately, the hero noticed it in time. At the last moment he blocked Silvio's blow, which was quite strong. The guy noticed that his brother's fighting style was different from what it was before. In addition, if they competed in the number of sword swings, Al would be only a few steps behind. Al smiled and told his brother that he was quite aggressive today. Silvio gritted his teeth and remembered what Al had said about how his defense sucked. Al could barely contain his older brother's onslaught and didn't understand why he had such a disappointed look on his face. Silvio kept advancing and his sword almost touched Al's face, who managed to dodge at the very last moment. Al hoped that Silvio would appreciate this, because thanks to his sister's constant aggressive antics, he had achieved supreme skill in dodging and parrying. Rumba didn't understand why they were fighting like this, but apparently Melnar figured it out. It seemed to Alina that they had something personal on each other. Rumba smirked and replied that there was no such thing here. The hero kept glancing in their direction with interest in what they were talking about. The angry Silvio swung his sword again and ordered them not to dare to look away from him. Dodging the blow, the hero went behind his brother's back and thought he was caught. But Silvio saw it coming and swung his sword backward, almost hitting Al's face. Al realized that the attack earlier was just to trap him and deliver another strike from below. The guy took a few steps back from Silvio. At some point they just stood opposite each other and watched. Apparently Al was back in the starting position and this fight was harder than the previous ones. But as it was, Al looked more exhausted than Silvio and the brother decided this was his chance. But no sooner had he attacked Al than his father ordered their duel to be stopped. Silvio did not understand what was the matter, for they had not yet struck a single blow. His father agreed with them, but said that this match was only to reveal their true strength, so it didn't matter if a blow was thrown or not. Al was glad that this was the end of their fight and plopped down on the ground. He sighed heavily and said that he was at his limit. Silvio smiled and said that he felt the same way himself and promised to strike his brother next time. Al thought that his father had also noticed that Silvio was incredibly aggressive today. His father smiled and said that he was, after all, his big brother. Most likely, he just didn't want to lose to his younger brother. The hero decided that in which case he would, as he did with the Shigami, outdo him in a moment of eye. Silvio was a big workaholic, so there was a very good chance that this would happen. Therefore, his father felt that Al needed to work harder. Al still relied more on his magic than on his sword. The father decided to warn his son and told him that he forbade him to use magic during the matches. Al took a deep breath and asked to be allowed to use at least low-rank magic. The father smiled and forbade his son to do so. He hoped Al understood him, and the hero had to agree with him. Since he understood, the father announced the next match between Eleonora and Al. Al couldn't believe his ears and came to his horror. He didn't understand why he had to fight again and asked about brother Silvio. Alina thought it was funny. Her father remarked that Al appeared to be full of energy. Also, the hero was the only one left. Out of terror, Al grabbed his head and screamed. He noticed that Alina began to look very happy. His sister ran up to her brother and suggested that they start. Al quickly turned sideways, trying to find Silvio with his eyes. The hero wanted to say something to Silvio, but his older brother smiled at him and suggested that they should give it their best shot. The exhausted Al fell to the ground and decided that he had just been fooled. A happy Alina walked over to her brother and made sure he was ready. The expression on her face in no way matched the aura of bloodlust she radiated. Looking at his sister, his brother was becoming very scared. He wished he could ask that Alina be gentle with him. It would be a duel between the hero Alfred and the Demon King alone. Melnar thought that even if Al practiced a fighting style where one had to avoid the opponent, He doubted that Al had a chance. Rumba looked at the Count and told his friend that he wouldn't stand a chance even if he was immortal. In this duel, the hero Alfred will face off against the Demon King in single combat. Without further ado, his father orders them to begin the duel. No sooner had the duel started than there was an instantaneous killing. The father raised his hand and ordered them to stop as the match was over. The battered Al was lying on the ground and decided that it was pretty brutal. Earlier, the father had said that the beating was not even necessary. Alina told Al that he was just too weak and needed more training, but he thought he had used all his stamina fighting in the first match. Alina didn't think he would have been able to defeat her in that case anyway. Looking at their argument, it became clear to Melnar. The Count approached Al's father and asked him for a moment. Wiping the dirt from his face, Al thought of how tired he was. Before he could recover, his father called out to him and asked him to come over. Meanwhile, a satisfied Alina took a sip from her glass and smiled. Although she had been practicing for quite a long time, but she didn't even break a sweat from their training. Silvio smiled at his sister and said that she certainly didn't know how to pick her expressions. Alina wondered what Al was doing together with the Count. Melnar was adjusting the Al's fighting stance. The father approached Alina and said that the Count was helping the Al to train. The girl exclaimed that it wasn't fair. The father suggested asking the Count to also help practice with them after the Alai was finished, and Alina gladly supported the idea. Meanwhile, the hero gripped his blade tighter and realized how they were doing it. The Count hoped that the lad now realized what his flaw was. Al smiled and said that now he felt he could handle the sword with ease. This was exactly what one would expect from a maniacal battle Count. He also had experience teaching his child. Melnar suggested that he now put what he had just learned into practice and called for a Rumba. Rumba was so happy to be the opponent of this child. At last he waited for his time, but Al screamed with shock. Rumba swung his sword in impatience and motioned for them to begin. Al pressed his blade closer to him and asked him to stop. Contrary to his fear, the hero surprisingly managed to block Rumba's strike. He closed his eyes and heard the terrible clangs of swords. The guy was shaking so much from fear and the sight of the strong Rumba. The adventurer smirked and said that Al just broke the stance. The hero just opened his eyes and noticed the man already attacking him. Al screamed in fear that the Rumba would kill him. After a while, he did start to get used to the fight. The Count couldn't believe that Al actually thought he could improve and fight with the best of them with such skills. He was probably right, but Al's father replied that the hero didn't want to be a knight specifically. At any rate, he would say that he had the talent to become an adventurer, which was obvious from his unwavering will to survive that he was showing right now. He had once told his father that he would never become an adventurer because it was too dangerous. It was one of the worst conversations he had ever had. Melnar thought Al was a strange guy. The next day was the last day of the harvest festival. Heavy groans came from the hero's room. Al ended up spending the whole day in his room even though the harvest festival was going on. Bartolo greeted the lad and noticed that he looked very shabby. The hero greeted Bartolo and wished him a good morning. Bartolo reminded him that today was the last day of the harvest festival, and the guests were starting to disperse. It seemed to him that the place would be a little lonely after they left. Melnar shook hands with Al's father and said that next time let them come and visit his grounds. They would be glad to see them, and his father promised him that the next time they went to the capital they would be sure to stop by. Melnar put his hand on Al's shoulder and said that he definitely needed to go with him. Al smiled and said he would. Before leaving in the carriage, the Count said that he was already almost at the age where he would have to show up at the nobles' parties, but Melnar felt that they would most likely see each other before that happened. The hero didn't even know that nobles had parties and glanced questioningly at his father. The boy frowned and thought it was a real pain in the ass. Yelena was grateful to them for hosting them for a few days and asked them to come to their land as soon as they had time. They were going to welcome the Lowlight family with open arms. Al's father agreed to his proposal and said that Al would also accompany him. The hero hoped that they were saying this out of politeness and were not serious. He glanced at Lenaria, who looked quite happy. After that, the Count and his wife got into their wagon and the guy waved goodbye to them. Al smirked as he thought of the party at the noble's place. It would be nice if there were a lot of friendly people present. If it was exactly as he imagined, it sounded fun. But more importantly, the time had come. It was time to enjoy the last day of the harvest festival. With these shouts, the boy ran along the market stalls. Silvio looked around and exclaimed that it was just wonderful here today. The brothers were glad that they had come here. Even so, Silvio's brother was apparently going to spend the day reading books in his room, even considering that today was the last day of the holiday. Silvio smiled and apologized to his brother. Al couldn't believe that his brother really loved books that much. Silvio believed that he could go to all sorts of worlds with books, so it was a lot of fun to read them. He was able to look at and understand the values and ideals of different people. By doing so, he felt that his own way of thinking and point of view would also improve. Al now understood why he was going to lock himself in his room and bury his nose in a book. Real-life experiences were just as important too. Silvio couldn't help but agree with his brother, but even stories have their good points. Al asked about the book that Silvio was holding. It turned out to be a book called Sea Princess and the Three Dragons. Al smiled and said that he had just recently read it. Silvio was surprised, but asked him not to spoil anything of the plot, because he was looking forward to reading it later. In any case, he didn't expect Al to read something like a heroic tale. Unlike the protagonists of these stories, he could not do such dangerous things. That was probably what attracted Silvio to such stories in the first place. Al noticed that his brother would perk up when the conversation turned to books. If they talked about dangerous situations, they could just leave them to his sister or dad. Today, Silvio noticed that sister was up early again to practice by herself. It was like Daddy's blood wasn't as pronounced in the two of them compared to her, although at first glance you could still tell there were similarities between Silvio and Daddy. Silvio suggested that Al also had traits that made him look more like his mother. He probably meant to say by this that Al was as fickle and conniving as she was. Furthermore, he believed that he was not as evil as her. Al didn't even notice when his mother appeared behind his back and grimly asked about the person he was calling evil. The boy frowned and thought that he didn't look as good as his mom after all. After this conversation, Silvio and Al continued their walk through the festive village. The older brother pulled Al along and suggested that there were probably a lot of their people further along. Silvio suggested that the first day was the same, but Al replied that there were fewer people on the first day and today was a banquet. Their father was okay with a lot of food and alcohol. During the banquet, people would gather around the fire to sing and dance. It was a time for everyone to just eat, drink, and enjoy themselves. This time the food was prepared and provided by the Lowlight family, so everything was free. Bartolo thought they did a great job and made everything just right. Since this year they have support from the Trila Trading Company, the father said that everything will be much more extravagant compared to previous years. Al thought in horror that it was all out of the profits that the Tri had made from the sale of Reversi. Now that the guy thought about it, the clothes he wore were also becoming more and more extravagant. The hero had no idea how much this trickster could earn. 3 was probably thanking him for his constant patronage. Thanks to this merchant, he and Bartolo had to endure a lot of suffering. Silvio didn't know what had happened between the two of them, but he asked his brother not to get so angry about it. After all, it was a holiday now, so they needed to have fun. Al came to his senses and thought that his brother was right. He was supposed to enjoy the festivities today. He had no time to curse the Trila. Al shook his older brother's hand and thanked him for Silvio's ability to calm him down. Silvio smiled and replied that it was a good thing. The hero took a deep breath and said that the excitement made him thirsty. Silvio pointed to a fruit water cart that stood nearby and suggested that his brother see what was there. While Al and his older brother were walking along, 2 figures peeked out from behind the nearby houses and followed them. After a while, Al noticed that Silvio's brother had strangely disappeared and he was left alone in the middle of the street. Al ate his food in parallel, looking around, and assumed that his brother was lost. Suddenly behind his back, the hero heard the local girls discussing their encounter with a very handsome blonde man. They were discussing how he was holding hands with some short guy with brown hair. The other girls wanted to see them too, and hurried over, for they were probably somewhere nearby. Al guessed that they were now talking about them to his brother. In the middle of their conversation, one of the girls asked her friend about her husband's whereabouts. The annoyed woman replied that she didn't know that, plus she had other things to do right now. Right now she was focused on finding that blonde guy, and her husband could wait. If you think back to the showdown between Wester and Roland, these girls were there at the time of their fight and were watching them. The hero assumed that they were acquainted with them. Instead of aimlessly searching for them, it would probably be wiser to find information through their Fujoshi killing network. That way, they would be able to find their brother much faster. Thinking about it, the hero discreetly waved his hand at them and wished them good luck. Al decided that he would just spit on everyone at this time and continue wandering around the village. Silvio would probably say that his brother was heartless. Enjoying his walk, the hero decided that it was great and thought about going for a walk on the east side. He heard again the voices of the very girls who were looking for them but never found them. The girls were still racking their brains as to where they could go. One of them waved to the others and said that Nora had talked earlier about seeing them on the east side. The girls rejoiced at this information and decided that they would go there. The bunch of girls ran forward with a loud stomp and the guy turned and staggered in the opposite direction. Somehow the hero heard a voice. It was telling him to head to the west side and he decided to listen to it. On the way, Al met an elder that wished Mr. Alfred a good morning and asked him how his harvest festival went this year. The hero said that he liked everything, plus the people here were quite lively. He also told the elder that the food here was delicious. Before he could finish, he was interrupted by the noise of people nearby. The elder replied that while they were chatting, an arm wrestling tournament was going on in the village square. He noticed that everyone was already excited. The first thing Al saw as he made his way through the crowd was a couple of big biceps. But as he got a better look at the man, he realized it was just an old man named Roland. Al was even surprised that the man appeared to be quite muscular. The hero began to guess what was about to happen and looked back at Roland's opponent. Standing in front of him was Vester. Vester was the kind of guy who looked skinny and squishy before he took off his clothes. But even people like that probably had their limits. Roland would compete against Vester in this round. Just looking at their muscles, everyone wondered how they were able to pump them up. One of the locals cursed and thought he would bet on Roland now, as he just had huge biceps. He looked like he could send anyone flying with one flick. The enthusiastic onlookers thought that even an orc couldn't resist those muscles. One of the boys had clearly forgotten that he was not alone and said that he would like to be in his strong arms. One of the spectators who was standing next to him looked at the enthusiastic guy cautiously. Before their fight began, Vester crunched his neck and then proceeded to crunch his fingers. Roland did about the same and crunched his forearm. Several enthusiastic spectators bet 5 bandit coins on Roland and 7 bandit coins on Vester. One of the spectators bet a silver coin. The hero remembered that the same thing had happened at the Reversi tournament. As far as he understood, the men in this village liked to bet big. There wasn't much entertainment in the countryside, and that's probably why something like this was a great pleasure for them. Vester, along with Roland, clutched at each other with their hands, preparing for a duel. The girls were so excited that the sweat from the fight was starting to turn them on. It was worth it just to look at the strong muscles as their hands made contact. And that's not to mention that the distance between them was so short that they could feel each other's breath. Honestly speaking, Al was not surprised by such conversations. The arm wrestling tournament that was held every year was undoubtedly popular among the women. One of the locals looked at his friend and assumed it was his wife. She probably never told him about why arm wrestling was so popular among women. Her husband asked her once, but she never told him the reason. But from what he understood, there was a rule, passed down from generation to generation, that forbade her to tell the reason. Anyway, he didn't think it should be that important to them. The boys agreed on a common ground. Al smiled and thought that there were things in this world that it was better not to know about. A couple minutes later, the referee signaled the start and the men clashed in a duel, letting out loud, heavy shouts. It seemed to Al that the women had done a pretty good job of setting the rules amongst themselves and keeping it a secret from the men. The boy decided not to linger and walked on, thinking about what he should do now. Among the crowd, he noticed a beautiful blue and familiar hair. The hero's eyes sparkled with happiness as he remembered his sister Emma. But before the guy came to his senses, he noticed that Emma mystically disappeared somewhere. He quickly squeezed through the crowd and asked his little sister to wait for him. One of the locals recognized Mr. Alfred and wished him a good day. The hero said hello to her and immediately said goodbye without even paying attention to her. Running off after the disappearing Emma, he apologized and suggested they chat later. Peeking around the corner of the house, Al called out to his little sister Emma. But as soon as Al saw Emma, his smile abruptly changed to terror in his eyes. With his mouth open in amazement, the hero looked at the girl who stood next to some guy. Angry, Al approached Emma and asked her who was that jerk next to her. The disgruntled guy looked at Al and asked the girl the same thing in the hero's direction. Al thought it was rude to call someone he was seeing for the first time and figured the guy had balls of steel. The unfamiliar guy reminded Al that he had called him names first. The hero was so pissed off he didn't even notice he said it out loud. The girl asked Tor to calm down, for it was better not to talk to Al in that manner. She warned that the boy was the second son of the feudal lord, and his name was Mr. Alfred. The lad was surprised that such a jerk could turn out to be such a big shot. Emma reminded him not to behave in such a manner and bowed her Torah head to the Scarlet. Emma smiled at Al and apologized for her little brother's behavior. Al now realized who this guy was. Thor snapped back and said he didn't care whose son Al was. He didn't like him and wouldn't talk to him any other way. Emma asked him about what he was muttering and grabbed his cheek painfully. Thor screamed and asked her to stop it. Emma's younger brother named Thor apologized to Al. He introduced himself by his name and clarified that he was 8 years old. Al shook Thor's hand and asked him to call him Alfred. He was 6 years old and also had an older sister and brother. Thor had already guessed who Al's sister was. The guy suddenly led a laugh forward and suggested that they step back just for a moment. The hero didn't understand what was going on, but agreed with Thor. When they were alone, Thor pinned the frightened Al against the wall and slammed his palm loudly against the wall near Al's face. Thor was about to seriously talk to him, but didn't know where to start. He mumbled something under his breath and assumed that the hero understood him, but Al thought he was mocking him. Of course, he couldn't know what Thor was trying to tell him. As Thor struggled to say something to Al, his cheeks turned red. Al tried to listen to his words and asked the guy not to mumble. Eventually, the Thor exploded with anger and asked the guy if Mrs. Aliner had a lover. At first the hero didn't understand his words, but as soon as Al began to understand their meaning, his jaw almost fell off from shock. In other words, this guy wanted to know if Mrs. Eleonora had a lover. Hearing such words, a loud heart throbbed in Al's chest. Al hoped that Thor wasn't saying it seriously, but apparently the guy was the most serious in the world right now. There was no doubt that Aliner was indeed beautiful. In addition, thanks to regular workouts, she has a good and trim slender body. Her facial features are so beautiful that she was able to win the eyes of all the men passing by her. This is despite the fact that her breasts left much to be desired. However, the hero could not let her looks deceive Thor. He decided that it would not happen in this life. He would have to tell the Taurus what Aliner was really like. The first thing the hero decided to do was to find out what Thor liked about her. He immediately warned his new friend that she didn't know how to express love at all. Al felt that he should have had enough of his sister and asked what he liked about Aliner. Just thinking about Aliner made a light go on in Thor's eyes. He thought that one would have to be a complete idiot not to be charmed by such a kind and beautiful smile. Al frowned and thought he was talking complete nonsense, but the Thor suggested Al look at himself from the outside. He thought that the hero was not alright and apparently needed help. The hero tried to explain to Thor that Aliner's appearance was deceiving. He did not understand how it could have occurred to him that Aliner was kind. If that was his joke, it was clearly not funny. His older sister was the complete opposite of Emma, though Al decided not to lie and admitted that she wasn't even next to her. Thor didn't realize what he was saying and exclaimed that he had just never seen Emma in a moment of anger. The guys ended up coming to completely different opinions and silently pilled each other with angry looks. Out of his last strength, Al tried to explain to Thor that Aliner was very hot-tempered and cruel, and there was not an ounce of kindness in her. In reply, he too said that his sister was careless, slovenly, and unkempt, and hoped that Al would understand this. And this he was still silent about the fact that she used to put absorbent cotton to make her breasts look bigger. Suddenly their argument was interrupted by female voices that asked the boys what they were whispering about. They wanted to listen to them too, for they were curious about what they could tell them. The boys froze with fear, as if they had seen a ghost. Right in front of them stood a shabby Silvio, and Aliner and Emma stood beside him. Silvio waved to his brother and the hero told Silvio that he had been looking for him. Al was about to run away from the trouble, but Aliner grabbed him by his jacket and asked him where he was going. Al looked at his sister in horror and thought she was now using his father's fighting technique. An equally intimidating Emma grabbed her brother with a smile and asked Thor to come over to her, which was to be expected. Talking about women's breasts might have hurt even Emma. Aliner waved goodbye to Emma and said they would see each other later as they had some business to attend to. Emma also waved goodbye to Aliner. One of the locals spotted the feudal lord's children. From the outside, the woman thought that these children got along well with each other and looked adorable. From the outside, they looked like loving brother and sister, but they were actually wrong. The woman recalled that her children fought with each other all the time, unlike the lord's children. She wished their children could be just as friendly. Al wished he could tell them that things are not as they seem from the outside. Al decided that he had started this conversation for nothing, and now there was nowhere to escape to. The village of Koliet had a bright future ahead of it, but the hero felt that his future was not likely to be as bright. Earlier, a very interesting situation happened to the main character. The harvest festival was in full swing, and he and Thor were discussing their sisters. However, they couldn't even imagine what might happen next. The guys had no idea that their sisters were standing nearby and heard absolutely everything. Then they were detained and taken home, but the worst was yet to come. That day the screams Eli spread all over the house. Aliner decided to give him the worst torture of all. Taking her brother in her arms, she began tickling him. The children's mother smiled and suggested that the Oin appeared to be getting along well. From the outside it looked quite fun, and even the maids chuckled at the shouting Ola. Eventually, Aliner did let her brother go and Al hurriedly left. It was just awful for him, and he assumed that the banquet was already in full swing. He made his way to the stunning place where a lot of people had already congregated by evening. Al was glad that their banquet was just beginning. He looked around and noticed a Tora who called out to Al and told him that he was running late. The hero smiled and noticed that Tor was still alive. Emma's brother made a forlorn look and admitted that he had barely survived. They each wondered where sister Emma and Alina were. Earlier, Emma had told her brother that she was coming with Sheila and her friends. Al recalled leaving the mansion before her, which meant that Alina would probably be with Emma. Also, Silvio's brother refused to leave his room and said he'd had enough. He was determined not to leave his room and asked to be left alone. In all likelihood, that Tor along with Al would be the only ones alone tonight. Suddenly they became buddies to each other. Al assumed that if he ever got a chance to talk to sister Emma, there was a high probability that Alina would be with her. It was because the girls usually went together. Thor agreed with him and said that in that case they would have to go out tonight. Thor suggested that his friend get drunk. Al slowed him down and reminded him that they were still underage. Also, Al didn't understand why Thor thought they were friends, but he thought it was obvious since they had already told each other who they loved, and that should be enough to call him their friend. Al thought about it and assumed he was right after all. Al finally had a friend his own age. In truth, he wouldn't call what he felt for Emma love. It was more likely his admiration. He glanced at Thor, who was insanely excited to finally be talking to his friend. In any case, the hero invited his mate to tell him what he was interested in. Thor immediately wanted to know about Alina's preferences. After some time of conversation, Al suggested that he was too annoying. Thor told Al that he had not yet answered his question about whether Alina's little sister had a lover. Al just remembered that his friend had actually asked that. He frantically cheered Thor up, saying that she didn't have anyone, but there were rumors of someone proposing to her. Thor grabbed the guy by the shoulders, not realizing what he was carrying. He shook a laugh, but the hero asked him to slow down and said he couldn't talk about it in that state. Thor came to his senses and apologized. The hero sighed heavily and said that everything happened 2 years ago. His sister was at a party of nobles and some guy saw her and fell head over heels in love. Thor wanted to know the details, but the hero didn't know everything. Before he spoke to her, she had already pulled out her sword and pointed it at him. After that, the sister was never invited to parties again, and the conversation never came to a marriage proposal. She always talked about how she didn't want someone weaker than her. Alina was really strong and Thor decided he didn't stand a chance. Al doubted at all that there was such a person that was capable, was able to defeat his older sister. For some reason at this point the hero remembered Sheila, Shiria and Carla, but they were all girls. Suddenly the heroes heard the enthusiastic cheers of the girls who noticed Roland undressing. His example, of course, was followed by Wester as well. Thor noticed that the adults today were very noisy, but Al thought that they were always like that. He asked, just ignore those silly old men. The same people were not surprising to him. The hero had long ago realized that the adults lived in their own world, and they lived in their own world. Thor was in complete agreement with Al. Thor was silent for a while, and then he pulled himself together and exclaimed that he should have tried harder. That evening the boy decided that he had to become stronger than Alina. He might never happen her fencing in, but that didn't mean he was going to give up. He wanted with all his heart to become that person that would stand in line with the best. Al smiled as he looked at the serious Taurus. If he wanted to keep up with the best, he wanted to become an adventurer. Thor seriously considered becoming one and looked up at the night sky. A week passed after the harvest festival. Al looked out the window to the outside, where it was quite cold. On days like this, it was best to just lie in his room and enjoy life while reading a good book. With his fire magic, the guy also kept the room warm. There was nothing better than a warm room and hot tea. Taking a deep breath, Al thought that his magic was amazing. When spring came, he decided that he could go outside, relax and read. When he got hungry, he would use air magic to get any food from the refrigerator. Al was insanely happy with his wonderful new life. But right now, he needed to spend his time as elegantly and nobly as possible. He hoped that every day would be as relaxing as this one. Suddenly, someone outside the door called loudly to Al and suggested him to play. From surprise, the hero dropped the mug with tea and fell on the bed. Someone called out again and the hero realized that the screams were coming from the street. He pretended that he didn't hear anything and that he imagined it. He wanted to spend this day in peace and quiet. It was quite rare for him to be alone with himself. Thor kept calling for Alfred over and over again. Annoyed, Al opened the window and Thor told the guy he had something to tell him. A happy Thor announced to Al that he had decided to become an adventurer. Adventurers were people who made their living by fulfilling orders regardless of where they might lead. They hunted magical beasts, accompanied nobles and merchants on journeys, to name a few. Sometimes they could be commissioned to mine mysterious items and materials or to search for ingredients. There have even been times when they have been asked to gather information about the vegetation of forests. Every man in this world dreamed of becoming an adventurer at least once in his life, although Al never once thought about it. But on the other hand, he would really like to go around the world. Besides, he had the rarest opportunity to reincarnate and enter this world, so he just wanted to exist quietly and cherish the life he was given. Thor offered Al to join him and become adventurers together, but Al flatly refused. He only wanted to live peacefully in this village. Thor laughed and admitted that he already knew of his refusal. It didn't matter to him, but he wanted to talk to Al about something else. He asked permission to come in, but Al didn't think it was a good idea. He told Thor that he would like to spend the day alone, but Thor offered to come visit him. The thing was, his sister Emma was at home. As soon as the hero heard this, he immediately jumped out of bed and asked to be given 1 minute. Thor heard something rumbling in the house, something rumbling. A couple minutes later, the hero was ready and left the house and asked his sister Emma to wait for him. No sooner had the hero left the house than he heard a strange sound behind the door. He cautiously opened the door to Alina's room to check what was the matter. Al didn't realize what had happened when he saw his sister, who was lying on the floor.